Chapter 135. Da Wei felt like he was going crazy. The number of whirlpools increased rapidly. Every time his fingers moved, the high-speed spinning layer of true power was like a thin stone flung out, brushing past the air, fast and slippery. It was obviously in the bag, it was obviously a win, it was obviously a cooked duck. Mixed in were all kinds of weird techniques that he himself could not remember, all kinds, endless, impossible to defend against. No one could withstand it. Let's wait here. Such a pervert, they have to enjoy it. Tan Tui could also kick consecutively. Da Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, like countless white birds, forming a flock and rushing towards him. His opened arms, with an extremely small tremble, his 10 fingers, continuously changing. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing. Finally it was time for him to counterattack. What is this? Regardless of whether it was confidence or fighting spirit, after continuously suppressing his opponents, Tang Tian had already reached the peak. Even if Xia were to come forward, he would definitely rush forward. Da Wei, who wanted to cry but had no tears, was practically rolling and crawling, battered and exhausted. Kai. One after another, the small white whirlpools, with a whistling sound, like a flock of noisy birds, nimbly entered the layers and layers of blue aura. Who exactly is this guy? To make matters worse, he was also in the cage. Although he had dodged a bullet, Da Wei was not the least bit happy. Just now when he recklessly rushed forward, all the whirlpools crashed into his chest. Without looking, he knew, his chest was definitely full of bruises. But the worst thing was that his left rib that was hit by the great monument palm, was most likely completely deformed. At this time, he had already run a few streets, and Da Wei stopped. A bone-piercing dangerous aura rushed towards Tang Tian's nerves, but Tang Tian's gaze did not have the slightest change. The intense dangerous aura stimulated Tang Tian's entire body, causing all the hair on his body to stand. His attention was unprecedentedly focused, and his intuition spread out like water. Tang Tian was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. There was no one who could stop him, whistling continuously. Everywhere he passed, people fell down. He could only feel the true power in his body surging, continuous and unending, his fighting intent burning, extremely reckless. The other branches must have received the news by now. The secret of Jiyu Shue's bloodline can no longer be hidden. They must be rushing over with all their might. Tang Tian's complacent voice suddenly came from behind. Da Wei was scared out of his wits. He could not care about anything else, and suddenly pounced forward and rolled. What's more, these were the only ones charging at him. His heart sank very, very quietly. He was very excited. Da Wei, who was shocked, only felt that the dagger in his hand had hit the high-speed spinning turntable, and the force was slanted. Tang Tian unintentionally comprehended the killing technique of the scattering vortex, and his eyes flashed a look of ecstasy. Scattering vortex. Before Da Wei could finish cursing, a mouthful of fresh blood rushed to his throat, and he spat it out. The flying bird vortex dispersed the crowd, the incomparably ferocious great tablet seal, the Tan Tui blade that revealed its edge. Swish swish swish. Mph, how can we be the only unlucky one? Quick, 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 hide. Don't let him see you. Jiyu Wu said in a panic. Exploding heavenly dragon energy, sharp crane body energy, borrowing force to fight staining fall. Tang Tian's most valuable experience in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures was that no matter how chaotic or complicated the situation was, no matter how intense the danger was, he could still maintain his calm and focus. Da Wei only felt an extremely strong force, fiercely crashing into his ribs. Tang Tian's imposing manner did not have the slightest bit of resistance. Instead, it rose even higher. Tang Tian was already fighting crazily. Tang Tian, who was in the arena, looked left and right, his face showing that he had not had enough. Jiyu Wu cursed a few more times. Finally, he was tired. He said dejectedly, "How can this be?" Even the valiant Mu Lei was so shocked that he forgot about his injuries. He muttered to himself, "There is actually such a valiant person in the world." Da Wei no longer had the slightest bit of contempt in his heart. Such an unimaginable martial technique made him immediately fall into a passive position. Jiyu Wu stared blankly at Tang Tian. But the next scene made his face change. Scattering vortex was the martial technique that Tang Tian used the most during his 293rd attempt at the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. It was fast and could affect the opponent's actions, creating opportunities for himself. Facing the dangerous blue aura, Tang Tian did not know why, but the image of Ghost Claw's claw suddenly surfaced in his mind. The scene of Ghost Claw's fingertips rubbing against the air made Tang Tian think of skipping on water. The thin pieces of stone that were thrown out were spinning, brushing against the surface of the water, and would bounce back. On the surface of every finger, there was an additional layer of high-speed spinning true power. Ji Wu had just recovered from the shock. His face was a mix of green and white. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, with a hint of schadenfreude. But now, seeing Da Wei dodging in a sorry state, Tang Tian felt his blood boiling. The Flappy Bird vortex just now made him extremely motivated, as if he was injected with chicken blood. Moves that he had never dared to use before, all sorts of weird variations of moves, all came crashing down like raindrops. A sharp blade aura brushed past his body. Tang Tian's Tan Tui drew a beautiful arc. Da Wei, who was originally prepared to counterattack, saw this, and his face changed again. In a short period of time, the desire to counterattack in his chest, from a raging fire, shrunk to a torch, then shrunk to a candle flame, sinister. In the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, the number of bronze figures far exceeded him. He needed to continuously borrow the scattering vortex to drag the opponent's formation. Killing technique. Da Wei's heart was beating wildly. If that brat saw them, he would definitely chase after them. He immediately carried his young master and hid in the shadows. The whistling whirlpools made Da Wei miserable. They looked extremely chaotic, but it was as if they were trapped in a cage. No matter how hard they tried, they could not fly out. Tan Tui crossed and drew an arc aura. It was continuous, like maggots in the bones, biting tightly on his back. If he was not afraid, he would be cut into pieces by these intersecting leg blade. This was the result of attacking the chamber of the 18 bronze figures for 293 times. One after another, small whirlpools were quickly rubbed out. Tang Tian's attention was unprecedentedly focused. Ever since he broke through the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he seemed to have entered a whole new realm. There were not many changes in his true power and martial techniques, but in terms of his mental state, he had a huge breakthrough. Tang Tian suddenly roared, shook both his arms, soared into the sky. Like a big bird, he landed in the middle of the group of guards. Tan Tui was like a blade, Da Wei already knew, but he had never seen such a sharp Tan Tui. In the middle of the scattering vortex, a huge whirlpool suddenly flew out. He only felt a chill on his back. Where was his shirt cut? Was it the blade aura? Da Wei's mind was also echoing this sentence. How could this be? Da Wei deeply felt the same, nodding his head. Just as Da Wei was surprised and suspicious, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. An extremely excited face appeared in his vision. The saliva splashed, almost sprayed onto his face. The more Tang Tian fought, the more excited he got. Since when? He was so contented. In the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he was always suppressed. Until the last breakthrough, he definitely did not have the upper hand. Great monument palm print. Not logical, still not logical. Ji Wu suddenly slapped his head, extremely annoyed. I should have thought of it earlier. Xia. That's right, the reason why Jiu Shui could escape from Xia's hands was because of this guy. It must be him. The calm Jiu Shui, with her snow-white face and mouth wide open, looked at the invincible Tang Tian. The unstoppable guy in front of her, and the stingy young lad who sneakily took revenge on Yaya, were they really the same person? To be defeated by someone who could survive from Xia's hands, it did not seem that unacceptable. I will fight. That's right. Why were they the unlucky ones? But the opponent had used it, and he himself felt uncomfortable, and did not know how to block it. Da Wei had experienced hundreds of big and small battles, but he had never been in such a difficult battle, so uncomfortable. Hearing this, Da Wei was stunned. The anger in his heart immediately disappeared without a trace. Why are you running? Ji Wu struggled with all his might, and scolded, I don't believe that he alone can defeat everyone. Tang Tian scolded, but his right palm quietly entered the whirlpool of flying birds. This was the first time he fought with someone after passing the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. The feeling this time was completely different from before. It was obvious that the opponent's strength exceeded his by quite a bit, but he did not feel pressured at all. This guy, is he crazy? Especially after the counterattack, the strong sense of danger was scattered by his counterattack, and he immediately gained the upper hand. Layers and layers of blue aura, like a tight defensive line, were barged in by a group of unreasonable star spirit beasts, and suddenly collapsed. You bunch of idiots, what are you standing there for? All of you attack. Ji Wu, who was just knocked unconscious by Tang Tian, was now awakened by his subordinates. Upon seeing the situation of the battle, he was immediately shocked and angry. What made him even more afraid to stop was the roar behind him. Stop! Ji Wu suddenly shouted. Damn it! Da Wei scratched his head in confusion, but still followed his instructions and jumped to the highest rooftop nearby. From there, he could see the battlefield from afar, and those fierce guards were now lying on the ground. The flock of birds and the blue aura crashed into each other. Jump to the rooftop, a higher place. Ji Wu said. The sharp blue aura immediately fell to the left and right. The white whirlpools were like a chaotic flock of birds. Every whirlpool was spinning at an extremely high speed, and when the blue aura touched them, it would immediately bounce off. And when the whirlpools and whirlpools collided, it would bounce off at an even more astonishing speed. When he saw Tang Tian roar, and with one punch, sent 3 guards flying, his candle-like desire to retaliate was immediately extinguished. He appeared beside Ji Wu in a panic, picked up Ji Wu, and broke into a run. His back felt cold. Tang Tian's Tan Tui blade just now had cut a big hole at the back of his pants, but Da Wei could not care less about his shame. Flying bird's whirlpool. Tang Tian's heart moved, and his Sanzu quietly underwent a change. This extremely weird fellow, who exactly was he? Ji Wu's scolding made the other guards awake. All of them braced themselves and rushed forward like a swarm of bees. Da Wei finally heaved a sigh of relief. In that instant, he almost had the urge to cry. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for the praise. Although there were many people in front of him, but compared to the 18 trash in the chamber of the bronze figures, no matter if it was strength or wretchedness, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Tang Tian was very excited. Da Wei buried his head and sprinted, not daring to reply, but his speed became even faster. Scoundrel! 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 Chapter 136. But, you knocked into it yourself. If he did not make a face, he would not be able to express the joy in his heart. Under the dazzling Tan Tui blade aura, countless blood splattered, and screams filled the entire field. No. Tan Tui killing technique. When demons and gods at work used this technique, Tang Tian was so excited that he wanted to jump up and roar. All the martial artists in a 10-meter radius around him were all injured, and the ground was littered with injured people wailing. He had tried all sorts of methods, and tried all sorts of plots. A square tablet seal appeared in his field of vision without warning. His speed was extremely fast, and the distance between them was too close, so close that he could not react at all. He could only watch as it grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. Tang Tian was slightly surprised, but he grinned. Idiot. Good hit, good hit. Ji Wu, who was watching from afar, was beaming with joy. Suddenly, he paused, and asked uncertainly, Tan Tui doesn't seem to have this technique. This premonition was so strong that it was a mess. Unknowingly, Da Wei's premonition became even stronger. Tang Tian, who had just cleaned up, proudly made a face at Kai Lan. After exchanging blows with Da Wei, Tang Tian suddenly realized that the opponent was not as strong as he had imagined, nor as dangerous. And he himself was not as weak as he had imagined. Tang Tian snorted coldly, and with a flash, he disappeared. Luckily he managed to escape. Tang Tian did not say a word in front of him. Among the rank 6 light body techniques, it was definitely the best. The strongest point of the intercept flowing fire was in the word intercept. In terms of intercepting the enemy, it was rare to find a match. He looked at Tang Tian mockingly. Just based on you, how can you get rid of me? Tang Tian really wanted to continue. After suppressing his fighting spirit for so long, it had completely swallowed him. In the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he had been continuously abused for so many days. Give up. With a flash of fire, he pounced towards Tang Tian. Seeking death. Kai Lan gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. Pu pu pu. Kai Lan's entire face was embedded in the palm print of the great monument. Her body was still in the posture of rushing forward, motionless like a statue. Before he finished speaking, Tang Tian's figure disappeared from where he stood. Take your time and enjoy it. Everyone was thrown into a complete mess. Those ordinary cultivators were chopped up like melons and vegetables by Tang Tian. Bing was not far away, looking at Tang Tian, who was looking around. He could see that Tang Tian was not satisfied. After entering Filin's Star and encountering a powerhouse like the Knight Swordsman Xia, Tang Tian was still in an extremely suppressed situation. The mysterious young man had unimaginable battle techniques. Tang Tian, who had been suppressed, suddenly erupted. Before he could finish his words, he vanished once more. He retracted his true power, and the great monument palm print dissipated in the air. Kai Lan's entire face turned purple, and with a plop, she fell to the ground, unconscious. Suddenly, a loud shout tore through the air. Do it. So when he saw a group of ferocious-looking martial artists suddenly rushing over from the corner of the street, not only was he not worried, his eyes lit up, as though he was a starving beast. Coincidentally, a group of prey appeared in front of him. Kai Lan. Jiu Wu Qi was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Tan Tui Blade. Tang Tian, who had struggled to escape from the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, was extremely sensitive to opportunities, far beyond anyone's imagination. Even if it was a tenth of a second, he would not miss it, not to mention that these people were obviously stunned. Spinning top blade. His 2 legs were like 2 steel blades that were flung away. Tang Tian's figure spun faster and faster, his body getting shorter and shorter. Countless blade auras, like a fountain, gushed out. An entire circumference of 3 feet was completely enveloped by the blade auras. Intercepting relied on intuition. To compete with a godlike young man's intuition, how stupid are you? Tang Tian bit the bullet and persevered bit by bit, continuously struggling in this kind of suppression. It looked like an extremely futile struggle. It was not easy for him to escape, but this kind of suppressed mentality was still present in Tang Tian's body. He racked his brains, but still could not understand, why was this? He closed his eyes in fright. Go. Tang Tian's fighting spirit was incomparably high, his aura had reached its peak, he had an unprecedented thirst for battle. Today, Tang Tian went all out. He was completely holding back his energy. He did not want to admit defeat, he did not want to be trampled over by those 18 trash. He bit the bullet and persevered, he racked his brains, desperately thinking of all the methods he could think of. You guys go and snatch Jiu Shui, leave this person to me. Jiu Wu was dumbstruck. He originally thought that a fierce battle would not happen. Kai Lan actually lost in such an unbelievable way, too unbelievable. All of his experiences were formed from repeated failures and being trampled over. Finally, he narrowly passed through the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. The moment he passed through the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he thought it was an illusion. Bang! In the next moment, Tang Tian appeared in the middle of the group of martial artists. Tang Tian's strength was out of everyone's expectations. When Tang Tian appeared in the middle of their group, in that instant, they actually did not have any reaction. You, who exactly are you? The martial artists who were slightly further away froze on the spot, their bodies were cold, their faces were pale, the young man in front of them was a complete demon in their eyes. Tang Tian's gaze swept across the martial artists who were still standing. The group of martial artists were like frightened chicks, they screamed and turned to leave. But, it was another killing move. There was almost no hope of victory. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night in the Black Mountain City. Dream on. But Kai Lan suddenly realized something was wrong. Until today. Idiot. Such a scene was so shocking. Wait a minute. The Tang Tian in front of him was slowly fading away. Thinking about the flying bird vortex just now, Da Wei's face turned ugly. He did not care about rank 5 martial techniques, nor did he care about rank 5 killing techniques. But this mysterious young man's killing technique was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Da Wei suddenly became excited. Yes, this is it. What is happening? Tang Tian's body spun on the spot. Ji Wu immediately believed it, because this name was too vivid. Want to run? Kai Lan was surprised. The flame flashed and disappeared. Until now, he was suddenly enlightened. He had entered a whole new realm. He started to understand. He actually unknowingly became stronger. Ji Wu and Da Wei, who were watching from afar, suddenly became alert. Now this brat had another killing move. A streak of raging flames whistled through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky. A man with flame-like red hair appeared in front of Tang Tian. His face was like a knife. His whole body was covered in red flames. His ice-blue eyes stared coldly at Tang Tian. A dazzling sharp aura suddenly rose up from the ground. Seeing Kai Lan's face turn from green to black, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction immediately filled Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian suddenly realized it was actually more satisfying than defeating all those small fries previously. A series of screams came from behind him. Kai Lan was shocked, but did not dare to turn back, staring intently at Tang Tian in front of him. The person in front of him was strong. If he was careless, he would fall into a passive position. Tang Tian mumbled. His face looked like it had nothing to do with him. Tang Tian did not even look at Kai Lan, although this brat looked good, but he did not forget his original intention of protecting Ji Shui. Kai Lan said coldly. The flame flashed, and once again appeared in front of Tang Tian. Quickly snatched Ji Shui. Looking at the magnificent scene of the blade suddenly erupting like a fountain, it simply made every drop of blood freeze. It was as if suddenly, all the restraints disappeared. He could attack as he wished. Every attack of his was completely flawless. He was bursting with confidence. He dared to try more, and those unimaginable changes in techniques greatly increased his fighting power. His confidence was even stronger. An inconceivable victory, an inconceivable foresight, an inconceivable killing move. Sure, Kai Lan, who was covered in flames, blocked Tang Tian's path, and said proudly, "In front of me, Kai Lan, no one has ever escaped." Looking at the martial artists rushing towards him, Tang Tian suddenly grinned, like a wild beast that had not eaten its fill, showing his sharp fangs that still had traces of blood. The moment they collided, Tang Tian's face revealed an expression that he could not bear to look at. To collide with the great monument palm print at such a fast speed, how painful would that be? Tang Tian knew, his great monument palm print, as compared to ordinary rocks, was much harder. Da Wei had a premonition. This brat would definitely bring more surprises to everyone, definitely not just this. He had personally experienced it, and it was especially profound. Kai Lan was too careless, but even if he was not careless, he was definitely not the mysterious young man's opponent. Da Wei did not make a sound. Kai Lan's face immediately turned green. He was originally a rather conceited person. He had just boasted, and was tricked. It was no different than being slapped on the ear in front of everyone. Pu. Not good, he was tricked. He had enough confidence to say such words. His light body technique was called flowing flame interception. Kai Lan swore in his heart, he must definitely tear this despicable brat into pieces. Tang Tian rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger abruptly surged from the bottom of his heart. This was the so-called fight crazily. The more confidence he had, the more ingenious his martial techniques were, the easier it was to win, and winning would further increase his confidence. The more he fought, the better it was. Of course he recognized Kai Lan. He was one of the generals that Jiu Yongbua had recruited. His strength was not below his. Especially in such a direct battle, he was more aggressive than him. Ever since Tang Tian first came into contact with the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he was always in a position of being suppressed. This was completely and utterly suppressed. The Tang Tian in front of him had already become as faint as a fog. Kai Lan suddenly turned back. At this moment, Da Wei was trembling in fear. He was incomparably glad that they had escaped. Hearing the young master's question, he was also a little uncertain. It should be a killing technique. Only a killing technique would have such power. I remember Tan Tui's killing technique. It seems to be called spinning top blade. This was the first time they saw their own comrade falling like wheat being cut. Chapter 137. There are enemies outside. It's not safe here. There could be danger at any time. How much strength does that require? Jiyu Shui was worried. Those people? He could tell that when Tang Tian threw those people, he only used pure arm strength. Those martial artists with heavy bodies were like nothing in his hands. With just a casual throw, they were all 7 to 8 feet away. Black Mountain City was shocked. With that, he found an empty space beside the fire, picked up a piece of wood to use as a pillow, and laid down to sleep. Tang Tian was puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like that? Jiyu and Xiong, who was sitting at the head of the table, had a bad look on his face. He had only been the Jiyu family patriarch for 3 days, and such a thing actually happened. Jiyu Wu had failed to snatch her away, and the secret of Jiyu Shui's blood meridians could not be hidden anymore. Where did this expert come from? She pointed at the martial artists who were guarding at the corner of the street. They were all staring at them, wanting to move but not daring to. Looking at the injured people on the ground, Tang Tian was satisfied. Yes. An ordinary-looking young man stood up and turned to leave. Tang Tian was probably the person who slept the most soundly in the entire Black Mountain City. Pa. The other families did not have the slightest intention of joining in. The internal competition of the Jiyu family had always been intense, and no one dared to join in. At that time, Tang Tian was like a sharp beast. His reason was dignified. Based on his understanding of the clan elders, the old fellows in the family would definitely not place the lifeline of the Jiyu family in the hands of others. With his own strength, he repelled the waves of attacks from the Jiyu family. The number of martial artists that died in his hands was uncountable, and the entire Jiyu family was actually in a stalemate. Jiyu Shui could not help but think of the moment when Tang Tian suddenly rushed towards her in the white gutter. Right? Tang Tian moved his face closer, his face full of anticipation. Tang Tian was finally tired. He could not give Jiyu Shui time to gather these people. Jiyu Shui, who did not have any cards in her hands, had no chance of turning the tables. After making his threat, Tang Tian ignored the guys who were huddled together. Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei's expressions were stiff and strange, as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Tang Tian as if they had seen a ghost. The heavenly green flame on his body was constantly eating away at the deep blue that was spreading from the wound on his waist. But the last bit of blue was swallowed by the heavenly green flame. Mu Lei finally heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. His azure blood meridians could purify poison. The first elder also said, in that case, Ling Shu, you go and make a trip. Jiyu Shui had seen many talented youths at a young age, but Tang Tian was different from them. The morning sun shone through the window, but it could not penetrate the thick smoke. He yawned, and a layer of mist immediately appeared in his eyes. So sleepy. Everyone was guessing, Jiyu Shui had such a strong support, she might have a chance to turn the tables. Tang Tian grinned from ear to ear, placed his hands on his waist and raised his head, his nose pointed to the sky, and laughed out loud. All of you are still too inexperienced, but, slowly, you will all have a new and deep understanding of this godlike young lad. Finished, he grabbed the 2 martial artists on the ground, and casually threw them out. Filin's star was under the control of Onyx Soul, but, before activating the blood meridians, his power was already so astonishing, which was rarely seen. Mu Lei was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Miss, rest, I'll keep watch. Smoke lingered in the Clan Elders Association, all the elders were smoking, and all of them were silent. Today was all thanks to him. Mu Lei said softly, I never thought he would be willing to help us. Jiyu Shui at that time was just a breeding machine. Being praised, Tang Tian was elated. He looked left and right, seeing that the ground was filled with injured people. He had nowhere to stand, and said loudly, I'm sorry, I need to rest, I'll send you guys out first. He knew there was still a fierce battle ahead. He needed to recover quickly. If his own bloodline was able to produce a descendant with the snow rainbow blood meridians, then this bloodline would become the undisputed number 1 bloodline of the Jiyu family. The great clan elder made the final decision. This cannot happen again. Such an extraordinary person. Jiyu Shui's heart was extremely weird. Not only Mu Lei could see it, all the restless martial artists could also see it, as if a bucket of ice water was poured on their heads. they did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Black Mountain City was the Jiyu family's Black Mountain City. The Jiyu family was the biggest family in Black Mountain City. Their power in Black Mountain City was deeply rooted, no one could shake it. Such a person of unknown origin, how can we let him be by Jiyu Shue's side? Jiyu and Xiong said with a straight face. Tang Tian was already sleeping like a pig. This fellow, he must have been faking it. All of you, open your eyes wide. Tang Tian used his thumb to point at himself, his face fierce. From today onwards, she will be under my protection. Whoever does not know what's good for him, I will break his legs. Mu Lei laughed. Don't worry, miss, old Lei will not die. The reason why Jiyu and Xiong was able to sit on the clan leader position was because he had the support of more than 3 clan elders. But on the matter of Jiyu Shui, none of the clan elders supported him. Tang Tian posed for a long time, but no one came up. He was finally getting impatient. To a school tyrant with a long history, facing such a situation, he was very familiar with it. Mu Lei was secretly shocked. Such strong arm strength. They are scared out of their wits. There is nothing to fear. Mu Lei's tone was filled with disdain, but thinking about his valiant performance against Tang Tian, it did not seem to be any better. His old face turned red, and he added, with me guarding, don't worry miss, he said without hesitation, that's right. The benefits of the various branches cannot be placed above the Jiyu family's benefit. Looking at Jiyu Shui who was sitting in a daze, and Mu Lei who was acting tough, he waved his hand, I'm going to sleep first, so sleepy. Jiyu and Xiong knew that the great clan elder's words were for him to hear. The destruction of Jiyu Shui's branch was directly related to him. But the other clan elders all agreed. Jiyu Shui did not know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Mu Lei cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, sat cross-legged, and revolved his true power. The 2 martial artists who fell to the ground immediately fainted. Tang Tian's speed was extremely fast, his hands were like the wind, only to see a sky full of people flying, and very quickly, the courtyard was cleared. The higher-ups of the Jiyu family had just experienced an intense upheaval, and Jiyu Shui's branch was affected, and thus suffered a tragedy. A pure and innocent heart. Anyway, no matter which branch Jiyu Shui chooses, to our Jiyu family, there is no loss. The great clan elder said in a deep voice, but there is one thing that is without a doubt, Jiyu Shui's safety must be guaranteed. This concerns the future of our Jiyu family. On this point, there is no room for negotiation. A centipede dies, but does not fall down. Jiyu Shui's parents were plotted against, but that did not mean that Jiyu Shui's branch was completely annihilated. There were still many people in Jiyu Shui's branch, outside of Black Mountain City, and did not suffer any losses. After a while, Jiyu Shui's expression seemed to have thawed, and she laughed. Tang Tian's shocking performance, even Mu Lei, could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he thought about it. Luckily he did not meet such a terrifying opponent, but he immediately reacted, and laughed out loud. You guys must have been shocked by this godlike young man, right? Every school tyrant were all familiar with such lines. Mu Lei's battle experience was plentiful, his eyes were sharp, and with one look, he could see that the martial artists no longer had the desire to initiate an attack, they no longer had the courage. I heard, on her way home, she was ambushed by the curtain of the night swordsman, Zia. God bless our Jiyu family. This kind of thing will definitely not happen a second time. The 3rd clan elder's eyes were filled with killing intent. Seems like we have to sound the alarm bells. Humph, how can our Jiyu family be bullied by others? The matter of Jiyu Shui possessing the hidden snow rainbow blood meridians had already spread throughout Black Mountain City. Everyone understood, the Jiyu family could fight for it, but if outsiders dared to have any intentions of getting their hands on it, they would definitely die a horrible death. As expected, all the clan elders nodded their heads in agreement. Although Tang Tian was strong, it was difficult for one fist to fight against 4 hands, and the rest of the people were afraid and did not move forward. Even Kailan was defeated in one move. Everyone looked at Tang Tian, their gazes became fearful. That's right. Jiyu Shui's tone was filled with an indescribable feeling. This was the Jiyu family's matter, a sentence that could be heard on the streets, under the backdrop of the injured people on the ground, under the cries of pain. It was not funny at all. Today's battle was really satisfying. The key was, he had finally won a hearty victory. How amazing was that? He could finally be complacent, he could be proud of himself. Tang Tian crossed his arms, his face full of arrogance as he stood proudly at the scene. 10 seconds later, the snoring was like a rising tide, getting louder and louder. As long as Jiyu Shui married into any of the branches, her branch would completely collapse. Seems like it would be better to bring Jiyu Shui back to the Jiyu family. This concerns the fate of our Jiyu family, we cannot make any mistakes. Jiyu and Xiong suddenly asked, who knows his background? The 5 clan elders gathered. If there was one regret, it would be that he had not comprehended the killing technique of Great Monument Palm. That's right, I was really shocked. Jiyu Shui swallowed her saliva, nodded her head, and answered subconsciously. The clan elders looked at each other, no one knew him. Although he had saved her once again, but Jiyu and Xiong's lips revealed an undetectable smile. Ling Shu had already made his move, that mysterious young man was dead meat. That's right. 4th clan elder's face was also gloomy, we need to retaliate. She looked at Tang Tian's face. The sleeping Tang Tian was like a baby, his mouth was wide open, looking extremely silly, there was still sparkling saliva at the corner of his mouth. She was engrossed, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. She was unable to connect the mature and steady young man who had saved her life with this carefree and silly guy in front of her. Jiyu Shui's face was lifeless, her expression was stiff, she looked at Tang Tian who was sleeping on the ground. The Jiyu family's foundation was deep, outsiders could not imagine it. No one dared to laugh. Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei were in a daze. Their little hearts were bursting with joy. Mu Lei groaned, waking Jiyu Shui up. Jiyu Shui noticed Mu Lei's pale face, and stood up in shock. Uncle Mu, how are you? But Tang Tian, who was feeling great, quickly threw this small flaw to the back of his head, and enjoyed his victory. Chapter 138. The basic force exertion was done through the muscles, but the muscles also contained small meridians. If at the same time as the force exertion, these small meridians would also revolve at the same time, what would the result be? But this fist wind, Mu Lei was interrupted by Jiyu Shui's exclamation. He regained his senses, turned his face, and asked with concern, Mrs. Awake? He was even a little stunned. A few consecutive small leg blades, at an extremely fast frequency, chopped onto the spear body. The two figures, separated upon contact. Maybe, the two could merge. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, Tang Tian said confidently. So fast. The familiar feeling filled every part of his body. The Tan Tui blade just now, compared to his usual Tan Tui blade, was completely different. Although the usual Tan Tui blade could also condense into a blade aura, but the aura was dim, and was not as strong as the Tan Tui blade's aura. The aura emitted by the aura was probably due to the crane body energy. The scene in front of him made him feel that it was inconceivable. If he knew that Tang Tian had trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years, what kind of expression would he have? He stretched lazily, and with a pa sound, he jumped up. He slept soundly, and Tang Tian felt that his body had an endless amount of energy, and was full of energy. Tang Tian's current true power could simulate 3 types of energy: vibration, crane body energy, and heavenly dragon energy. Tang Tian looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a well. He found an intact bucket from the ruins, and started to draw water. But Ling Shu's reaction was just as fast. Fundamental martial techniques were only taught in the most elementary schools. In fact, most of the people at the age of 4 or 5, their parents would teach them fundamental martial techniques to build their foundation. He had a new experience. Tang Tian was ecstatic, success. But today, when Tang Tian looked back, to experience the fundamental techniques of the physical body, he realized that the physical body and true power were not clearly separated, but had some kind of vague connection. He was pleasantly surprised. Jiyu Shui was awoken by Tang Tian's fist wind, and sat up. When she woke up, she noticed that Tang Tian was training in martial techniques, and was stunned. Fundamental martial techniques? A red tasseled silver spear, like a dragon, suddenly appeared. The spear retreated, and the person retreated, so fast that it left behind an afterimage. In such a short time, he was able to complete the wrong step turn. When the true power and muscle power were activated at the same time, the originally weak fundamental martial techniques had a huge increase in power. This could be seen from the changes in the wind of the fists. Tan Tui blade. It was so low that even Mu Lei, who was watching from afar, could feel the faintly discernible tremors. The shock on Mu Lei's face turned into shock. Suddenly, a cold snort seemed to explode beside Mu Lei's ear. Mu Lei's face changed. Being attacked in his own territory? Jiyu Shui was sleeping soundly. For the past few days, no matter if it was her mind or body, she was extremely tired. Jiyu Shui, who was sleeping soundly, had tear stains at the corner of her eyes. Tang Tian had not figured out the use of the mist, but it was obvious that the new Tan Tui blade had a huge increase in power. Tang Tian sighed in his heart, although from the start, Jiyu Shui had displayed a calmness and experience that far exceeded her age, but her heart must be filled with sorrow. As he trained, Tang Tian became more and more serious. Under the sunlight, his angular face revealed a pondering expression. In comparison, the changes of true power could be more complex, and its power was greater. The power of true power, at a lower level, had an obvious effect, but as the level increased, the power of true power would quickly replace the power of the body. A figure, like a puff of smoke, floated over slowly. In a blink of an eye, it was in front of everyone. Fundamental martial techniques taught the basic techniques of releasing power, which was something every martial artist would learn. After reaching the second level, true power interfered, causing the pure power of the body to become much weaker. The blade aura and spear aura clashed, and the two of them felt an incomparably strong power, and retreated. Mu Lei looked at Tang Tian in shock. Fundamental martial techniques. Tang Tian was training in fundamental martial techniques, and he did not get tired of practicing them again and again. Ling Shu's fighting spirit was ignited. Such a strong opponent was not something he could meet often. Just as Tang Tian was in a daze, suddenly a cold snort sounded out beside his ear. Following that, a sharp sound broke through the air, like an alarm, piercing through the sky. Ding ding ding. It turned out that the fierce words he said yesterday were for nothing. Ling Shu, who was in high spirits, blurted out, "Such a powerful Tan Tui." Again. This was the experience that Tang Tian gained in this period of time. Tang Tian was completely immersed in the fundamental martial techniques. He was familiar with the fundamental martial techniques to the bone, but to suddenly have a new discovery, that kind of unexpected ecstasy, made him forget everything. Too low. Tang Tian's strong intuition played a huge role. Almost at the same time, the taut tip of his foot did not change. Using his knee as a fulcrum, he bent his calf, and in a very short range, continuously swung. The white leg blade, with a faint mist and a sharp whistle, bounced up from the ground. Ding! Ling Shu's expression froze on his face. When Ling Shu heard this, he was stunned, and blurted out, "What?" Suddenly thinking of the morning in Starwind City, Tang Tian could not help but smile. Tang Tian's crane-style Qi manual, on the circulation of true power in the small meridians, had a unique point, especially after Tang Tian cultivated the crane body energy. He was extremely familiar with the small meridians. Unbearable. Once this thought appeared, Tang Tian's heart immediately itched. Without saying anything, he got into a stance, and started to practice the fundamental martial techniques. Uncle Mu, is actually practicing fundamental martial techniques? Jiyu Shui's gaze turned to Tang Tian, full of confusion. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, but he had just broken through. His aura was at its peak. He was not afraid, and used another Tan Tui blade. Tang Tian immediately noticed the change. Tang Tian suddenly shouted, "Hey, brat, rest for 10 minutes first." The leg blade and spear tip were about to cross again. Ling Shu. Tang Tian was at the 5th level. His pure physical strength had gradually lost its power. And as his level got higher, this phenomenon would become more obvious. Ling Shu's eyes flashed a ray of light. The sharp tip of the spear, strangely jumped, brushed past the leg blade, and went straight for Tang Tian. Mu Lei was slightly surprised, and immediately looked back. Spirit cards were indeed very convenient, but it was ultimately the senior's own understanding. There were too many personal things in it. For the same martial technique, different people's understanding would be different. and the spirit cards they created would also be different. Without thinking, Tang Tian's left leg suddenly exerted strength, his whole body was thrown out, rushing towards Ling Shu, his right leg in mid-air, exerting strength in his calf. In one breath, he continuously released 7 leg blade. Tang Tian opened his eyes, the morning sun, sprinkling on his face, warm and comfortable. I haven't practiced fundamental martial techniques for a long time. There's actually someone who can practice fundamental martial techniques to such a level. This bold idea popped out. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. The straight tip of his foot swept out a vast expanse of white light, a faint fog, floating in the air. The surprise on Jiu Shui's face disappeared. She smiled sweetly at Mu Lei. Ian, I slept very well. Fundamental martial techniques that were infused with different strengths had completely different styles. Fundamental martial techniques were not Tang Tian's goal, but if he was able to fuse true power and muscle strength in higher-level martial techniques like Great Monument Palm, would it increase the power of the martial techniques? Kuala, the bone-chilling cold well water, drenched him from head to toe, all the pores on his body contracted, all the sleepiness suddenly disappeared. Facing the incoming leg blades, the cold aura of the spear tip, like raindrops, poured out. Do not blindly believe in spirit cards, even if it is a gold-grade spirit card. With a flick of his wrist, the silver spear was like lightning. The sharp and cold spear tip drew a straight line in the air, straight towards Tang Tian's face. Ding ding ding. There was a name in this Tan Tui, called leg blades. Ling Shu did not expect that his tried and tested move would actually be blocked by Tang Tian in such a way. He could not help but be surprised. Tang Tian's face turned gloomy. As a successful and old-school tyrant, Tang Tian deeply understood, if he did not immediately defend his right to rule over the territory, very soon those restless people yesterday would lose their fear. Ling Shu retreated 5 steps, stabilizing his body, his heart trembling, such a sharp Tan Tui blade. The arrogance on his face immediately disappeared, and he once again sized up Tang Tian. But Tang Tian did not think so much. This guy who came out of nowhere, one look and he knew that he was not a good person, and dared to make a move on him. This whimsical idea made Tang Tian try it out. Different from others who had their hands and feet tied, Tang Tian, from the start, was not restricted by those rules. For example, when he trained in the crane body energy, the rank 5 crane-style chi manual gave him a feeling that it was not right, so he tinkered with it himself, and successfully raised the crane body energy to rank 5. Mu Lei was alarmed by Tang Tian's movements. He opened his eyes slightly, looked at Tang Tian, and then closed his eyes again. The sharp and concentrated clashing sound shook people's ears to the point of numbness. Tang Tian then saw the person clearly. The tip of his foot rubbed on the ground, the tip of his foot was numb. But seeing Ling Shu, he was not much better, desperately swinging his palm. Mu Lei nodded. He has been training for a while. His foundation is very solid. No, it should be said that it is very perfect. This is the first time I have seen such a perfect fundamental martial technique. He should have spent a lot of time on it. Suddenly, the sound of Tang Tian's fist wind started to change. The sound of the fist wind was not right. To be able to defeat people like Big Wei and Kai Lan, he was definitely not an ordinary person. A powerful genius, woke up in the morning, and actually started to train in fundamental martial techniques. 7 blade auras, crisscrossed in the air, forming a blade screen. The power of the calf blade was small, but the frequency was high, extremely fast, like a torrential rain. It continuously slashed on the spear body. The spear body swayed, brushing past Tang Tian's cheek. Tang Tian's heart moved. Without thinking, he twisted his waist and flicked his leg. He did not know if it was because he had not trained for a long time, but the fundamental martial techniques seemed to be a little rusty. But after all, he had trained for a full 5 years. Very quickly, Tang Tian found back the feeling of the past. Mu Lei's pupils suddenly shrunk. The fist wind was indeed not right. The fist wind of the fundamental martial techniques was the most common fist wind. After all, the fundamental martial techniques were straightforward, emphasizing the basic force, and not the changes of the moves. Chapter 139. Ling Shu raised the bucket in his hand. Hua la, a bucket of water was poured over. I can't accept it. Ling Shu was unyielding. You are humiliating a martial artist's dignity. Upon hearing these 2 words, Ling Shu almost burst into tears. Ling Shu, who did not say a word, raised his eyelids and said, "Please report to Great Clan Elder. Ling Shu cannot follow by your side in the future, please find someone else." Half an hour later, Tang Tian and Ling Shu's faces were full of bruises, half lying on the ground, both of their bellies were as round as watermelons. Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei were in a daze, they completely could not understand the situation in front of them. "Then there's no other way." Ling Shu stood up, his expression solemn. "I will not go against Great Clan Elder's orders." The bodyguard who came with Ling Shu immediately broke out in cold sweat, and ran back to report to Great Clan Elder. After a while, he ran back with his face full of sweat. Not only did they not understand, the spectators from afar were all dumbstruck. It was a completely one-sided battle. Tang Tian did not use true power, and completely used brute force, but with Tang Tian's brute force, when such a fist landed on his body, it was extremely painful. "Stop dreaming," Tang Tian said lazily. "This is my territory, and you came to my territory to clamor. How am I going to be the boss in the future?" Tang Tian stopped, and looked at Ling Shu below him, and asked fiercely, "Do you submit?" Ling Shu panicked. Hey, you can't do that, you can't do that. Little guy. Let me tell you, those who dare to splash me, will all be beaten up like dead dogs." He went to the well with a fierce look and picked up his silver spear. Seeing the reflection of the badly battered face, Ling Shu's face turned black. "Bastard. If you're not hungry, then I'll eat it all," Tang Tian said vaguely as he gnawed on the roasted meat. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, Tang Tian had already pounced on him while howling. Ling Shu, who was in high spirits, suddenly realized that he was holding a water bucket instead of the silver spear that he was familiar with. His expression immediately changed. "Wait a minute, this. Half an hour, just half an hour." Tang Tian yawned even louder. Ling Shu felt like he was going crazy. "If you don't get up, don't blame me for being rude." Mu Lei's expression changed drastically. With Ling Shu's reputation, he believed that no one would dare to refuse such a request. "Lord Ling Shu, the Great Elder is urging you to hurry up." Not allowing Ling Shu a chance to refute, Tang Tian gave him another round of beating for a full 2 minutes. Ling Shu hugged his silver spear with a black face. Ling Shu completely panicked. Once he thought of himself naked in front of the whole city, he immediately felt a chill and finally gave in. I give in. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly get up and fight to the death. Only the victor has the right." Ling Shu wished he could go up and stab a few holes in Tang Tian's body. But his pride as an expert prevented him from doing so. Ling Shu said angrily, "A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated." Tang Tian was infuriated. He pointed at Ling Shu and scolded, "I treated you to roasted meat, and you actually poured water on me. Bastard. Roasted meat, do you give in?" There was actually such a person in this world. Ling Shu was so angry that his teeth itched. But his pride as a martial artist prevented him from doing anything like sneak attacks. Bastard. Ling Shu's body was not very stable due to the flying bird vortex. The dense Tan Tui blade aura had already occupied his vision. In a moment of desperation, he subconsciously raised the wooden bucket in his hand. "I really shouldn't have accepted this mission today." Ling Shu turned a deaf ear to Tang Tian's friendly gesture. He sat down beside Jiyu Shui and hugged his silver spear tightly. Tang Tian did not have any intention of stopping. His attacks were like a violent storm, smashing down on Tang Tian's face. As he attacked, he scolded loudly. Gulp. In a short 10 seconds, Ling Shu's face had completely changed. This was the first time he heard someone asking for a timeout before a fight. The reason was that he did not eat breakfast. The whole crowd exploded. That was Ling Shu, the silver spear Ling Shu. Hey. Ling Shu desperately wanted to stop. "You treat my good intentions as ill intent. I treated you to roasted meat. You actually drenched me with water." Ling Shu was simply bursting with anger. This was too outrageous. Everyone who was watching the fight were already like clay statues. They stared dumbfoundedly at the scene in front of them that completely overturned their understanding of the world. How could there be such an evil person in the world? Heavens, what was going on? The battle intent in his body started to rise. He pointed his silver spear directly at Tang Tian. His tone became sinister. "Come on, then let us have a real fight." That fellow who could not retaliate and could only wail in pain, Tang Tian was emboldened. "Pei, you ate my roasted meat and drenched me with water. You still have the right to talk about a martial artist's dignity." Ling Shu thought about it and immediately felt that he had gone overboard. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This was too humiliating. He really fell asleep quickly. "But, who are you calling a brat?" Ling Shu flew into a rage. He pointed his silver spear at Tang Tian. So sleepy, when he saw Ling Shu's complacent expression and the bucket of water in his hands, Tang Tian immediately reacted. Jiyu Shui, who had been very calm all along, looked at Ling Shu's face that was filled with grief and anger. She immediately felt the pressure on her. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her. Tang Tian also sat down and laughed. "You drenched me with water. I beat you up. We are even now. Then 20 minutes it is, or 10 minutes is fine too." Tang Tian's eyes were filled with tears. The strong drowsiness made him almost unable to open his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha." Tang Tian's expression immediately changed. He immediately jumped down from Ling Shu's body. He pulled up Ling Shu, whose face was bruised and swollen. He very affectionately helped Ling Shu to pat the dust off his body. "From today onwards, we are a family. Come, let us continue to eat roasted meat. I must beat all the food that this damn bastard ate into his stomach later." "Hey, you are actually not sleepy after a meal?" Tang Tian yawned, his eyes filled with tears. He said vaguely, tired to death. "Let me sleep first. Hey, don't think that you can bribe me with a meal of roasted meat." Ling Shu half propped himself up, his face revealing an incomparably satisfied expression. He said lazily, "However, Great Elder wants me to bring Lady Shui back. Don't stop me. I will pretend that I never met you." When he carried the bucket of water and walked in front of Tang Tian's snoring sounds could already be heard. Tang Tian's bucket of water was still in its original position. Without saying anything, Ling Shu flew to the side of the well. He put down his silver spear and picked up the bucket of water, filling it to the brim. "Not satisfied? Then I'll strip you naked and make you sleep." Tang Tian also felt a little tired, but he had his ways. After a long time, the Jiyu family guards who were watching the battle suddenly realized that Ling Shu was sitting there motionlessly. He actually had no intention of making another move. Tang Tian began to beat him up again. His fists pierced into his flesh, making a pa-pa sound. It was so painful that Ling Shu's expression became distorted. On the contrary, Jiyu Shui was quite calm. Tang Tian was stunned. So satisfied. Ling Shu wished he could lie down at this moment. The sharp blade flashed past the tip of his nose, drawing a line of blood. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The pitiful Ling Shu, his entire body's martial arts were all on the silver-red tasseled spear. He, who was unarmed, struggled under Tang Tian's torrential attacks. The bone-chilling well water drenched Tang Tian. In his dreams, Tang Tian suddenly felt that he had fallen into an ice cave. At that time, he screamed and jumped up from the ground. "Are you satisfied? That guy who was being ridden by someone else, that guy who was beaten into a pig's head. Despair, you bastard. You're tired of living." Suddenly, he saw the well from the corner of his eye. His eyes immediately lit up. This is life. Tang Tian's emotions floated in the sunlight. Ling Shu cursed and rushed over. Before sitting down, he pounced on the roasted meat. "Ha ha ha ha, indeed, no discord, no concord." Tang Tian turned a deaf ear to him. "Fight my ass." Tang Tian sneered. His hand began to touch Ling Shu's belt. Without saying a word, Tang Tian gave him another round of punches. Ling Shu's words came to an abrupt end. The rain-like punches lasted for a full 30 seconds before stopping. His stomach made an unknown sound. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. Ling Shu's dark face immediately turned red. The wooden barrel instantly shattered. Nonsense. Tang Tian did not even bat an eyelid. His tone was so lazy that others could not help but wonder if he had fallen asleep. These fellows' hearing must be very good. Damn it. Ling Shu felt inexplicably sad. Boss, Ling Shu hastily dodged, but the furious Tang Tian's attacks were simply suffocating. Aha, why don't you make a sound? Hey, kid, if you're hungry, come and eat with us. Tang Tian turned his face and waved the roasted meat in his hand in a friendly manner. He extended an invitation to Ling Shu. Tang Tian was so sleepy that he could barely open his eyes. Additionally, he did not sense any danger when Ling Shu came to stab him. He had never encountered such a scoundrel before. However, Tang Tian refused to budge. The tip of his spear was about to stab Tang Tian's body, but Tang Tian remained indifferent. Tang Tian was instantly elated. Ha 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 ha, if you had surrendered earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine? Come, call me boss. A small vortex, like a flock of white birds, flew towards Ling Shu. This was not the end. Tang Tian's Tan Tui drew a crisscrossed blade aura, attacking Ling Shu head-on. This. When Ling Shu was hit by Tang Tian's great monument palm, he immediately fell to the ground. Following that, Tang Tian's fists smashed down like a storm. You only want to beat me up once. Tang Tian violently beat him up. The anger in his heart was finally appeased. The pitiful Ling Shu was already beaten beyond recognition. It was as if he was trampled by a group of elephants. Ling Shu's eyes twitched. The surrounding temperature dropped. Jiyu Shui felt even more pressure. His entire life was ruined by barbecued meat. Ling Shu swore that he would never eat barbecued meat again, not satisfied. If you have the ability, Ling Shu retorted angrily. Even though he was far away, the smell of barbecued meat still entered his nose. Too hateful. He actually ate barbecued meat so early in the morning. Ling Shu's heart was filled with hatred. The Elders Guild had been in session for the entire night. He had not eaten anything the entire night. His stomach was now empty. But now he had to watch a bastard eat big mouthfuls of meat in front of him. Ling Shu did not expect that his goodwill would be rejected. He sat up straight and his expression turned serious. Are you serious? The furious Tang Tian immediately used the flying bird vortex. You are dead meat today. You are destined to repent for your actions today for the rest of your life. Ling Shu did not utter a word. Chapter 140. Tang Tian was immediately embarrassed. He felt guilty. Instigating defection was definitely not within his expectations. He had caused him to lose his job for no reason. He felt apologetic. Ling Shu's figure was tall, but slightly slimmer than Tang Tian. His hair was blue like the sea, extremely rare. He had a pair of orange-red eyes, like a pair of burning flames. Speak. Ling Shu said in a muffled voice. It's better not to provoke. After a fierce battle, the two of them were beyond recognition, staring at each other without showing any signs of weakness. I'm your boss. You actually dared to make a move on your boss. Insubordination. Tang Tian scolded. Ling Shu's entire body froze. The two of them looked at each other. They felt that they were unable to understand the strange thoughts of the two people in front of them. The entire place was dead silent. When Ling Shu publicly admitted it, it brought a shock and impact to everyone. It was incomparable. In these 2 years, Ling Shu had already used his strong performance to firmly occupy the position of the strongest martial artist in the Jiyu clan. His butt seemed to have taken root, sitting there, not moving at all. Jiyu Shui suddenly remembered, Ling Shu had another nickname, Angry Ling Shu. Tang Tian, who was sitting at the side, had an innocent look on his face as he thought to himself, I didn't do anything. This guy's salary can't be too high, justice? Then where's your pity? Tang Tian glared angrily. Asshole. I'll kill you. Ling Shu felt as though something was gushing out of his chest. He felt that he was unprecedentedly strong. Even if he had to die for it, he would not even frown. My teacher once said, the thing that can allow you to step on the peak is not a rare spirit card, nor is it a mountain of star coins, but the belief that you hold on to no matter what the situation is. Ling Shu glared angrily. Shut up. Tang Tian's mutterings came from behind, and Ling Shu almost fell to the ground. Pity, pity. Tang Tian writhed on the ground as if he was having a cramp. His soft moans drilled into Ling Shu's ears. Ling Shu's neck turned around like a machine. The murderous look on his face made his blue hair stand upright. His orange-red eyes were completely ignited, and his gloomy face was like countless flames flashing in the dense dark clouds. Ling Shu pounced on Tang Tian like a ferocious tiger. Tang Tian raised his head and didn't have the slightest intention to get up. He said as if it was a matter of course, "She said that I should never fight with a man who just lost his job. I think what she said makes sense." For some reason, after Ling Shu said these words, he only felt indescribably relaxed. This muddle-headed life was finally coming to an end. Great Elder came out from the crowd. He stared at Ling Shu, and his eyes flashed with anger. Ji Shui hesitated for a moment, but still said softly, "Thank you." This bastard was too shameless, too spineless. The most infuriating thing was, did he think that she had no intelligence? The four of them sat together and didn't say a word. Great Elder's face was green and red, but he didn't say anything. He was very clear about Ling Shu's temper. If this guy really rushed up regardless of anything, no one here could stop him. Ka. Ling Shu didn't say anything. He glanced at Tang Tian. Seeing Tang Tian's hesitant expression, he said in a bad mood, "Say what you want to say." Ling Shu looked at Great Elder and said word by word, "I'm sorry, I've found myself again." Great Elder's face changed. He retreated in panic. In a moment of desperation, Great Elder shouted, "Ling Shu, don't tell me you want to make a move on me." Killing intent surged in Great Elder's heart. If he didn't immediately counterattack, the foundation that he had painstakingly built for decades would collapse like an avalanche. This was something he was absolutely unable to accept. He didn't say a word. He turned and walked to a place not far from Tang Tian. He hugged his silver spear and sat down. "Why?" Ling Shu was startled. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. "You're unhappy. If you're unhappy, you can leave." Ling Shu's ferocious reputation was not something that Tang Tian could compare to. No one dared to touch King Ling Yama's old man. Tang Tian silently leaned towards Ji Shui. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Don't you think this is a little too rash?" But Ling Shu actually betrayed them. Why? Great Elder's voice trembled. Ji Shui and Mu Lei stared dumbfoundedly at the fierce battle that was unfolding in front of them. Ling Shu hugged his silver spear and glanced at Tang Tian. He said in a muffled voice, "What does it have to do with you?" Ling Shu was stunned. But in the next second, he rushed in front of Tang Tian like a fierce tiger. He roared like thunder. His saliva almost sprayed on Tang Tian's face. "How can you do this? How can you? You bastard, do you only know how to use those wretched and despicable methods? If you're a man, then fight fair and square." Ling Shu suddenly walked towards Great Elder and the others. Suddenly, an old and dignified voice sounded. "Ling Shu, you want to leave me? I'm doing this for your own good. It's not easy to find a job these days." Tang Tian persuaded patiently. He had the tone of a boss. "You're still young. You haven't experienced enough. You don't know enough about the cruelty of reality. Hey, is your brain fried?" Tang Tian moved closer to Ling Shu's ear. He said carefully, "If you fall out with him, what about your salary?" "No one will give you a salary. What will you eat in the future?" Tang Tian's intuition towards danger was very sensitive. This guy couldn't be provoked now. Tang Tian's mouth formed an O shape. He looked at Ling Shu blankly. This guy actually did it for real. For any family, the departure of a master could be fatal and shake the foundation. The Great Elder's status in the family would also plummet because of this. Suddenly, a clear understanding rose in his heart. That's right. He had to be like this. He would never lose his beliefs. Ling Shu exploded. He jumped up and pointed the silver spear in his hand at Tang Tian. He roared, "Come on, you bastard. I'll teach you a lesson." Ling Shu didn't even bat an eyelid. He hugged his spear. "You don't have to thank me. I'm doing this for myself." The great clan elder laughed in anger. "Ling Shu, are you still a child? To think that such naive words would come out of your mouth. I'm so disappointed. Where did you get the money for your training? Where did your spirit cards come from? Where did the treasures come from? From the sky? Now you're complaining that I'm not doing things righteously? But, if you think that no one can deal with you, you're wrong. Tang Tian's expression froze. Are you praising me, or praising me? For justice. A bastard like you should be taught a lesson, Ling Shu retorted. Ling Shu shook his head. I don't like to bully the weak. I'm tired of living like this. My teacher told me that as a martial artist, I should be righteous and compassionate. I've never been able to satisfy my teacher. But I don't want to continue sinking. So, I'll stop here. What I've done for you is worth every star coin you've paid. Jiyu Shui seemed to understand. But I still have to thank you. This is what I believe. This is what I like. This is the foundation of my spiritual world. Those who cross this line will be killed without mercy. This was the first time she sized up Ling Shu. The street regained its peace. Were you enlightened by my beating? Oh, or did I beat you up until you found your conscience? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. It must be. It must be. I'm indeed a godlike young lad. Waha. I'm too powerful. Ling Shu hugged his spear. He sat there gloomily. His expression was unkind. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Then I'll say it. This powerful martial artist had a fiery temper. Rumor had it that he hated evil. If there was a disagreement, he would start a fight. Hey! This idiot didn't fall for it. So strange. The stiff Ling Shu returned to normal. He hugged his red-embellished spear. He sat down again. That's right. For the sake of power, you killed her parents. That's your problem. I can't be bothered. But you racked your brains to kidnap a girl who had just lost her parents. She'll be your breeding machine. She'll give birth to a descendant with the snow rainbow blood meridians. Ling Shu's orange-red eyes lit up with flames. He pointed his spear at Tang Tian and shouted, even this asshole knows what to do. What does pity have to do with you? Ling Shu was baffled. Ling Shu ignored him. He walked for 7 to 8 steps before stopping. The spear in his hand pierced into the limestone floor. He swung his arm. Kai La. A deep straight line extended from his feet to the other end. Great Elder's promise was powerful and resonant. He had discovered his own mistake, so he resolved it with exceptional decisiveness without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Many people in the crowd secretly applauded the Great Elder's performance. To be able to admit his mistake in front of so many people and act heroically, he was indeed a shrewd and ruthless person. She had heard of Ling Shu's name more than once. Ling Shu had not followed the Great Elder for a long time. He had only appeared 2 years ago. But in just 2 years, he had become a famous martial artist on Filin's star. Such a strong murderous aura. Ling Shu noticed Tang Tian's expression from the corner of his eye. His mood instantly improved. Ah! Tang Tian screamed. He fell to the ground like a noodle. He twisted his body from time to time. He looked like he was in great pain. Ling Shu was dumbstruck and immediately raged. Do you think I'm an idiot? Why? Unhappy? The Great Elder's voice calmed down. He thought about it. It seemed like he had not won over Ling Shu enough. He tried his best to make his voice sound sincere. I did not take good care of you. I hope you can give me a chance to make up for it. No matter what you want or what ambition you have, I will support you. The Jiyu family will also support you fully. Money, spirit cards, treasures, blood meridians. Whatever you want, just say it. Ling Shu spat out these words coldly. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. The smile on Tang Tian's face was a little stiff. He waved his hand. With an expression that said you don't have to mind, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, I was just asking. It was really just a casual question. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask. Jiyu Shui was stunned by the scene in front of her. Not only her, Mu Lei's mouth was wide open. The scene in front of them made them confused. Chapter 141. Ling Shu glanced at Tang Tian. I know. He wanted me to be a good person like him. Until he passed away, I didn't satisfy him. I started to wander around. From the age of 11 until now, I have been wandering around. I am getting stronger and stronger, but I am not happy. If I am not happy, I will move to another place. That's true. Tang Tian thought of the elusive Xia. The current situation was obviously not his forte. He shrugged. Then what should I do? Who can resist the Snow Rainbow bloodline? The whole Jiyu family knows that he proposed to my father on behalf of Jiyu Wu but was rejected by my father. If I did not spread the news about the Snow Rainbow bloodline, Jiyu Wu would have kidnapped me. The other branches would not have dared to fight with Jiyu Wu for me. Tang Tian said proudly, "Don't worry, this godlike young man is very strong. He is never afraid of fighting. Otherwise, how could he be your boss? Maybe I can find the starry door." Tang Tian was unconvinced. Not satisfied. Tang Tian was stunned. You are so powerful, but he is still not satisfied. Ling Shu glanced at her. What can they do? Ling Shu had a do whatever you want expression. You may be disappointed. The starry door that I came from is gone. This is an unstable star belt. Without the stability of the starstones, the starry door cannot be stabilized. Jiyu Shui said solemnly, "My father did not complete the research. I can only open it based on some guesses. I do not know what the final result will be. I need some preparation." Wait. Jiyu Shui showed a rare determination. We just need to wait for 3 days. They will definitely come back. Then you must know how to leave this place. Tang Tian's face was full of anticipation. Jiyu Shui saw that the two of them were about to quarrel. She quickly said, "Actually, there is another way." Of course. Ling Shu looked proud. He glanced at Tang Tian with disdain. Ling Shu's voice sounded like he was talking in his sleep. When I heard the news of my father's death, I knew that Jiyu and Xiong not only wanted to be the clan leader, but he also wouldn't let me go. Jiyu Shui's face was pale, and her brown eyes were filled with sorrow. When Ling Shu saw Tang Tian frowning, he was in a good mood. Filin's star is located in an unstable star belt. The stargate here was very unstable. In order to stabilize the stargate, it cost a lot of money, so there was a limit to the number of times it could be opened. If you want to try those unknown stargates, go ahead. However, don't blame me for not telling you. The unknown stargate on Filin's star has changed a lot. You might not be able to come back. As expected, women should not be provoked. Wow. We are the same age. Tang Tian raised his arms excitedly and cheered, "Don't worry. From today onwards, I, your boss, will protect you. We can form the young god invincible combo. Kill towards the Southern Cross constellation. Save Qi." Who? Tang Tian came over again, like a curious baby. The two of them were attracted by Jiyu Shui's words and turned their faces at the same time. It's useless. Ling Shu had been with the Great Elder for a long time, so he was very familiar with Jiyu Shui's situation. He hit the nail on the head. What can these people do? I can defeat them all by myself. Don't think that the Great Elder will swallow his anger. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely fight back, and his fight back will be very fierce. How old are you now? Mu Lei couldn't help but ask. Ling Shu, who was at the side, laughed mockingly. Where can she go? Once she leaves the Jiyu clan, she will be targeted immediately. The enemies of the Jiyu clan will not hesitate to kill her. Please, she has the hidden Snow Rainbow bloodline in her body. If she gives birth to a descendant, won't it be a big problem for the other clans? Even a careless person like Tang Tian could tell that Ling Shu's emotions were not quite right. What do you have in mind now? Tang Tian asked Jiyu Shui. He suggested, we can bring you away. As long as you leave Black Mountain City, you can go anywhere you want. The empty streets were silent. Snow started to fall again. Mu Lei was also shocked. He was actually weak in front of this bastard. It was too embarrassing. Ling Shu asked, why don't you start now? Then which constellation were you in the past? Tang Tian was curious again. You want to leave Filin's star? Ling Shu looked at Tang Tian and gloated. It's not that easy to leave Filin's star. Every clan has a quota every year to recommend young people with potential to participate in the competition. Only the top 10 are qualified to leave Filin's star. Tang Tian used the wood from the ruins to build a shed. The 4 of them sat under the shed. Fortunately, the wind was not strong and they had shelter. Even the weakest Jiyu Shui was at the 4th level and above, so they did not look too bad. Tang Tian was still alright, as his knowledge of blood meridians was extremely shallow, while Ling Shu was dumbstruck. He knew the value of activating the hidden blood meridians. That bastard is too hateful. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with anger. I will kill him. Ling Shu said to himself, I always felt that I did well enough, but he was not satisfied. That's right. I could see the dissatisfaction and disappointment in his eyes. He is a good man, a really good man. He adopted me when I was young. If not for him, I would have been eaten by the wolves in the wild. I worked very hard. I have always worked very hard. But he was still disappointed. Tang Tian frowned. He asked unwillingly, is there no other way? Don't look at how he beat up Ling Shu. That was because he took advantage of him. Ling Shu's eyes flashed with a cold aura. His face suddenly became serious. Southern Cross constellation. Jiyu Shui looked at Mu Lei apologetically. She explained, this was one of the reasons why my father was killed. I don't know how Jiyu and Xiong found out about this. Because Jiyu and Xiong came to ask for Jiyu Wu's hand in marriage. My father and Jiyu and Xiong had a bad relationship. Since he came to ask for Jiyu and Xiong's hand in marriage, my father and I guessed that he might know something. Jiyu Shui nodded. She looked at Tang Tian quietly. Then who did you learn your martial techniques from? Tang Tian asked. Her calm tone made Tang Tian feel a chill down his spine. Tang Tian was surprised. You're not from Filin's star? He was very disappointed in me. Ling Shu, who was hugging his silver spear, looked afar. Amidst the fluttering snowflakes, he seemed to be in a daze. He muttered, he was always disappointed in me. Ling Shu glanced at Tang Tian. He pretended that he did not hear anything. Nonsense. Ling Shu snorted. Ling Shu shook his head. He hugged his silver spear. His body curled up into a ball. His mood was gloomy, he was very unhappy with me. The fact that I have a hidden bloodline was actually discovered by my father when I was very young. All these years, he had been researching on how to activate the hidden blood meridians. Because he was worried that the news of my hidden blood meridians would leak out, he did it very discreetly. Even Uncle Mu did not know about it. Jiyu Shui explained. Jiyu Shui shook her head, I can't leave. No wonder he was so strong. Your teacher must be very powerful. Mu Lei sighed, to be able to teach such an outstanding student like you, he must be very pleased. The snowflakes fell quietly. In his vision, those familiar scenes quietly floated up from his memory. Why? Tang Tian did not understand. Even Mu Lei was moved. 17. Ling Shu was expressionless. Wait. But we still underestimated his ruthlessness. Now that I think about it, we were too naive. If father could really activate my snow rainbow blood meridians, then father would most likely become the new clan leader. Jiyu and Xiong was determined to become the clan leader. How could he allow such an accident to happen? The night gradually fell. I'm asking you a question. Tang Tian persevered. What did this bastard say just now? Mu Lei did not say anything. He only bit his lips. My teacher. Ling Shu's stiff face became gentler. Ling Shu's eyes twitched. All the sadness in his heart immediately disappeared. This rascal was indeed an expert at destroying the atmosphere. Miss. When Mu Lei heard that there was danger, he immediately revealed a look of objection. Tang Tian patted Ling Shu's shoulder righteously. I'm your boss. Which boss isn't familiar with their lackeys? Aries, a big constellation. No. Jiyu Shui shook her head. Leave him to me. I want to personally send him off. Jiyu Shui turned and said softly, Uncle Mu, rather than being humiliated by others, I would rather try. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. Mu Lei and Jiyu Shui were in disbelief. In their eyes, Ling Shu was so young. He already had such a powerful strength. If he was not satisfied, then how strict was Ling Shu's teacher? Wondering. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Then you must have been to many places. This time, not only was Tang Tian surprised, even Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei were surprised. I've never been to school. Ling Shu's face turned cold. It was the same as what Mu Lei and the rest had said. Aries. Ling Shu was slightly annoyed. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Godlike young invincible combination. Ling Shu, what did you do in the past? Tang Tian, who was free, asked Ling Shu curiously. He felt that Ling Shu was an interesting person. He could even be compared to a Maori. Wondering. Ling Shu unwillingly spat out these two words. Tell me. Since everyone is bored, the night is long. Tang Tian had a gossipy expression on his face. When you were in school, you were very powerful, right? Ling Shu's face turned gloomy. The corner of his eyes twitched. He was on the verge of going berserk. Being called boss was definitely not a good memory. Scram. Ling Shu glared at him. My clansman. Jiyu Shui explained, if this house completely collapses, their situation will become even worse. They don't have any powerful experts, but their numbers are not small. They are also a force. The activation of the recessive blood meridians, that meant, Mu Lei and Jiyu Shui were shocked. The 17-year-old Ling Shu had actually been wandering for 6 years. They could not imagine an 11-year-old child, wandering outside, fighting in the adult world. Tang Tian was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Then we wait now? Tang Tian asked Jiyu Shui. Jiyu Shui quietly narrated. Ling Shu rolled his eyes. You are such a dark and wretched guy. When you meet a real person, don't pee in your pants. Chapter 142. Find someone to lead the way. Hua Rong said indifferently, the earlier we settle it, the earlier we can relax. If there's any business in the future, great clan elder, please take care of us brothers. Jiyu and Xiong snorted coldly. Why wouldn't he dare? In the entire family, the only one I have no chance of winning is him, this old fellow. Don't be fooled by his usual silence. Once he makes a move, he will definitely not give anyone a chance. The butler had a bitter look on his face. Zia rejected. Seems like the rumors are true. He had many dealings with Ling Shu. Star coins, spirit cards, star rocks, etc., were all given to Ling Shu by him. Ling Shu's treatment in the first branch was definitely second to none. Then I'm relieved. The great clan elder forced a smile. Hua Sho was ugly, taller than Hua Rong by a head. His body shape was more powerful. His bulging muscles made people feel a sense of terror. Standing there, he was like an iron mountain. Standing in front of him, a strong sense of oppression, like a pair of invisible hands strangling your throat, making you unable to breathe. His weapon was an extremely heavy double-headed mace, which he carried casually. Tang Tian pretended not to hear, looking up to the sky and laughed. With that glance from Hua Rong, the great clan elder felt as though his heart was gripped by a pair of hands, and almost stopped beating. He was a decisive person, and knew what to do at this moment. Bing ignored Tang Tian, but stared at Ling Shu. What else did your teacher say? The two brothers were able to enter the top 50 of Filin's Star at the same time. They were the only ones. Either one of them, to the Black Mountain City, was an absolute expert. No one could stop him. Everything was in his control, including Jiyu Shui. Who was this fellow? The great clan elder revealed a satisfied look. With them taking action, I'm relieved. Remember to remind them not to harm Jiyu Shui. I want him alive. This is my mistake. The great clan elder regained his composure, and said in a low voice, I took too little care of Ling Shu. How can such a genius be won over with just money? I was too careless. Tell me, what kind of person is Ling Shu? The first elder couldn't help but be shocked and pleasantly surprised. Hua Rong's words were casual, but it gave people an extremely strong confidence. He could feel the powerful aura coming from the other party. This level of aura. So strong. Tang Tian patted Ling Shu's shoulder and consoled him. Young lad, you must be open-minded. Oh my God, you actually stooped to the level of a spirit general? Yes. The steward replied respectfully. And there were 2 of them. In next to no time, the remuneration was sent over, and Hua Rong glanced at it before putting it away with satisfaction. 2 names popped up in Jiyu Wu's mind, and his face turned pale. Jiyu Wu and Jiyu and Xiong hurriedly ran over. The 2 towering men, led by a martial artist, walked towards the ruins in a relaxed manner. What kind of person was Ling Shu? Hua Rong, 1. 85 m tall, strong and powerful, his brown hair draped over his shoulders, his upper body naked, his chiseled muscles glowing a bronze color, his gaze cold. He held a copper rod in his hand. Ling Shu's eyes suddenly widened, as if he was ignited. He flew into a rage. "You're the little kid. Your whole family is made up of little kids. Invite them in." The first elder suppressed the joy in his heart and said hurriedly. He stood up to welcome them. Even the stupidest person would know that the first elder was only preparing his counterattack. Once he was done, what awaited Ling Shu and the rest would definitely be an extremely swift and fierce counterattack with the weight of Mount Tai. Hua Rong was slightly surprised at the first elder's straightforwardness. He nodded, as expected of the first elder. "You're straightforward, us brothers won't be long-winded. They won't live past today." Bing's gaze was fixed on Ling Shu. Hua Sho grinned. He looked silly, but was like a wild beast. "One day later, they will be here." The housekeeper gritted his teeth. "Ling Shu and that brat, they won't be able to come up with any tricks." The housekeeper's face was ashen, and he roared in the hall. He was the first elder's trusted aide, and had followed him for 40 years. More than half of the affairs of the first branch had to go through his hands. Even the few sons of the first elder did not have as much authority as him. "First elder, they're here." The housekeeper's voice was trembling. Tang Tian was shocked, and immediately stood up. His called Bing, "My spirit general." Tang Tian was shocked. "Wow, your teacher is so powerful." He must have guessed that there's a godlike young man in Southern Cross constellation. Right? Yes. The housekeeper was also excited. They are willing to accept this order. Although the price is high, but the top-notch martial artists are only the two of them. The good thing is that although the price is high, the Hua brothers have a good reputation, and are easier to deal with than Xia. He had long seen Jiyu Shui as his, and was determined to get her. But it was not only because of Jiyu Shui's recessive snow rainbow blood meridians. Jiyu Shui's beauty, these few days, kept appearing in his mind, and he could not sleep at night. Aries constellation. Bing was trying his best to recall. Suddenly, "Wait a minute," he turned around, and stared at Tang Tian with an unfriendly expression. "What do you mean by lowering yourself to the level of a spirit general?" Jiyu and Xiong's face was ashen, and he muttered to himself, as expected. In comparison, Ling Shu was too lacking. Two majestic figures appeared at the door, and the light from the door was immediately blocked. The two walked in front of the first elder. A strong sense of oppression came straight at him. Even the first elder, who was used to many big scenes, could not help but feel his heart tremble. His gasp was mixed with a strong tremble. "It's too quiet. I feel like I can't breathe." Ji Wu stood in front of the window, looking down at the empty street, his tone revealing a tinge of nervousness. Suddenly, Da Wei, who had been observing the street, shouted, "They're out." This was a real strong martial artist. Ji Wu was stunned, and immediately screamed, "Don't tell me the first elder wants to kidnap Jiyu Shui too?" "He dares." Jiyu and Xiong shook his head. "The first elder will not do something he has no confidence in." "You." The steward did not expect Hua Rong to be so unruly. His eyes flashed. He wanted to tell everyone. Those who dared to betray him only had one ending, death. Looking at the two quarreling, Jiyu Shui, who was playing with Yaya, suddenly felt how good it would be if time stopped at this moment. Hua brothers. The first elder heard of this name, and his eyes lit up. The two brothers Hua Rong and Hua Sho? That's the Hua brothers. The first elder said decisively, "We have to be fast. The earlier we settle it, the more advantageous it will be for us. The later we wait, the more passive we will be." The first elder muttered, "To be able to escape from Xia, their abilities cannot be underestimated. What about the rest?" Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Tang Tian. "Who is your teacher?" "Let's not think about it." The first elder shook his head and sighed. "To make such a mistake once, we have to pay a heavy price. Now think about how to remedy it. Have you managed to contact them?" All the eyes that were staring at the street were overwhelmed with shock. Ling Shu suddenly stood up and put on a defensive stance, his pupils constricted. "Who are you?" "My teacher told me before." Ling Shu revealed a look of reminiscence. "Don't provoke the strong martial artists of the 13 Palaces, and people related to Southern Cross constellation." When the two of them left, the first elder sat back on the sofa, Only then did he realize, unknowingly, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and he felt weak. "We have already paid the deposit," the steward said. As expected of one of the top 50 strong martial artists in the entire Filin's star, Ji Wu forced himself to calm down. "It's not that easy. Ling Shu and that mysterious fellow are not to be trifled with, and there's still Mu Lei." "Little friend," Hua Rong said expressionlessly, "where are our things?" The unusual silence revealed that this was the calm before the storm. Ling Shu knew that Bing was not in danger, and kept his spear, but he was unhappy with Bing's gaze, and snorted, "I forgot." Hua Rong acted as though he did not hear anything. His pair of cold eyes gazed at the first elder. "We are very busy, and have no time to delay with you guys." The Hua brothers, Ji Yu and Xiong, did not have his usual calmness. Sitting on the chair, his face was gloomy, and laughed bitterly. "This time we have miscalculated. Ling Shu's betrayal just happened to give this old fellow an excuse to exert his strength, and we have wasted our effort." "Really, really? Haha. Your foresight is indeed not bad." In front of Ling Shu's black face, the elated Tang Tian continued to speak to Bing. "Hey, uncle, don't be so fierce. It's not good to scare little kid." "Yes." Tang Tian's face was strange. You've heard of the Southern Cross constellation?" He said to Hua Sho, "Let's go." "You want to go to the Southern Cross constellation?" Ling Shu stared at Tang Tian's face, as though there was a flower on Tang Tian's face, and did not blink. "I'm counting on the two of you." In front of such strong martial artists, the first elder did not dare to put on airs. "Spirit General?" Ling Shu looked at Bing suspiciously. "Your Spirit General is the same as you, quite different." Tang Tian's face had an expression of as expected, and said to Bing, "See, I told you." The butler was stunned. He could not help but recall, he said uncertainly. "Slightly boring, not really talkative, not very happy, seems to be uninterested in anything." Ling Shu, this ingrate. Ingrate. When did we ever owe him anything? He actually changed sides. Asshole. We can't let him go like this. Definitely not. The first elder raised his hand to stop the butler from scolding, and said calmly, "Sooner or later it will have to be given. I have confidence in the two of you. Go, bring the money that we have prepared." The cold aura that belonged to a strong martial artist pressured every corner of the room. The entire Black Mountain city was abnormally quiet. All the families were restraining their own families. The prosperous Black Mountain city was even a little withered. The huge street was empty, not a single person. "The others who are willing to accept this job are only the Hua brothers," the butler said. The first elder of the Jiyu clan, among the elders of the Jiyu clan, his prestige was unparalleled. It was under his management. The power of the first branch was much more outstanding than the other branches. Chapter 143. Boiling fresh blood and fighting spirit was boiling hot. Scram. Ling Shu was enraged. But he suddenly tilted his head and asked, "Are they stronger or Zia?" Hua Sho dragged the mace backwards. He was like a wild beast running wildly. The mace rubbed against the ground behind him and created dazzling sparks. He dragged the sparks along the way, and ran madly. Dong. Tang Tian's last step on the ground was like a cannonball, and suddenly disappeared. Defeat him. The mace with dazzling sparks was flung out from his right leg. But everyone could not help but hold their breaths. Their gazes, without exception, were all fixed on the Hua brothers. Their eyes were filled with fanatical anticipation. They had no doubts about the outcome. But they wanted to see with their own eyes, these top fighters of Filin's star who only existed in legends, and rarely seen in person, how magnificent they would win. The crazy murderous intent on Hua Sho's face suddenly froze. Hua Sho's pupils suddenly contracted. Tang Tian's last step coincidentally struck at the moment when he launched his attack. He had no time to change his move. Well said. Domineering. Tang Tian clapped, with a gratified expression. As the boss, I admire you very much. Do you want the left side or the right side? You choose first, in case you have another excuse when I save you later. Kill them. Hua Sho said in a low voice. Top 50. Tang Tian's expression also turned solemn. This guy is not simple. Both sides are not even on the same level. Without hesitation, Tang Tian used all his strength, and threw himself out. Watching Ling Shu and Tang Tian coming towards them, Hua Rong's indifferent face revealed a mocking smile. I can't tell, our two little friends are quite brave. Do not belittle this half a second. In a battle between experts, a flaw of 1/10 of a second was already rather dangerous. So this is what a top-notch expert looks like. Before Ling Shu opened his mouth, Tang Tian pointed his thumb at himself and said with a smug face, Ling Shu, fight bravely like a godlike young man. But his gaze did not waver. Maybe, I've never seen it before. I bet 5 moves. No, we have to play with them. I haven't met such brave little friends in a long time. Hua Rong squinted his eyes, and a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. Such little friends can play with us for a while. This was a battle without any suspense. The top 50 experts of Humble Forest Planet, in the entire Humble Forest Planet's food chain, were all at the top. The so-called top fighters of Black Mountain City, in front of such fighters, were as weak as dolls. Ling Shu might have a bright future ahead of him, but right now, he could only do whatever he wanted in Black Mountain City. Hua Sha shook her head, and said in a low voice, I don't like to play. Look. They are rushing over. There's nothing to see. 10 moves, I bet they won't last 10 moves. Anyone want to bet with me? Teacher, not good. Tang Tian was like a flash of lightning, rushing towards Hua Sha. Tang Tian did not even turn his head. His gaze was fixed on Hua Xiong on his left, his heart blazing with fighting spirit. On any planet, to be able to enter the top 50, was definitely strong. Although Philinstar was the lowest level planet under Onyx Sol, but the average standard of Philinstar's martial artists was much stronger than the fallen immortal constellation. No. Tang Tian stretched out a finger, and shook it lightly. There is a very fair battle in front of us. 1 for you, 1 for me. Whoever defeats the opponent first wins. How about it? Ling Shu, do you dare? That's right, throw them out. When the figures appeared on the streets, Ling Shu's eyes suddenly shrunk, and his heart sank. The 2 figures rushing towards the Hua brothers were so small and insignificant, so weak. Looking forward to sparring with Xia, such words, in these 10 years, in the entire Philinstar, no one dared to say it. Xia. Mu Lei's spirit was slightly lifted. He remembered that Tang Tian was the one who could escape from Xia. With a body the size of a small hill and the incomparably heavy wolf-fanged mace, Hua Sha's every step shook the earth and mountains when she ran. Hua Rong, who was sprinting, started to relax his wrists. The copper rod pressed down lightly. The calm expression on his face gradually disappeared. His murderous aura rose rapidly. The heavy brass rod in his hands was like a light cicada's wings, vibrating rapidly. Oh! Tang Tian's gaze locked onto the Hua brothers who were walking towards them leisurely. There was no fear in his heart, only a burning desire to fight. Such a pity. I have been looking forward to sparring with Xia again. If he could not even defeat Hua Sha, how could he challenge Xia? But there was no fear in his heart. The wind blew on his face, his short blue hair rippled like waves, his orange-red eyes leaping with flames. Bullshit. Who's trembling? Ling Shu flew into a rage. I'll be afraid. Just these 2 fellows want me to be afraid. I can beat the shit out of them with 1 hand. It was as if they could see Ling Shu and Tang Tian, in the next second, like a loose scarecrow, completely crushed by the Hua brothers. Among them, no one could maintain their composure in the face of such a wild attack. The one who answered Tang Tian's question was Mu Lei. This Iron Man's face was filled with despair. His voice was hoarse, very powerful. They are the only 2 brothers to fight their way into the top 50 of Philinstar. A figure with a sharp edge stretched out, entered Hua Sha's vision without warning. Like a pair of scissors sweeping across the sky, it appeared below his left leg. Save me. Ling Shu's eyes were red. You said I will lose. You still want to save me with your lousy skills? Come on, let's fight first. Duel. Let me tell you, I've long found you an eyesore. The 2 brothers had different personalities. The difference was huge. Hua Rong was more shrewd and cunning. Hua Sha was much more dull. But not only was Hua Sha born with superhuman strength, he was even more talented in martial arts, and fought like a wild beast. As the distance between the 2 shortened rapidly, the voices of discussion disappeared instead. Still Xia. Ling Shu laughed coldly. Think about how to fight today. These 2 bears are not ordinary bears. With that bit of strength of yours, you will probably be beaten to the shit out of you. The ground shook and interrupted Hua Rong's words. He turned his face in dissatisfaction. The movement just now was caused by Hua Shou casually placing the double-headed mace on the ground. Mu Lei stared blankly at Tang Tian. He was stunned by Tang Tian's arrogant words. Now, Hua brothers. Everything around him became a blur, only Hua Shou's movements he could barely catch. Suddenly, Tang Tian's pupils contracted, his eyes caught a movement of Hua Shou's wrist. Hua Shou carried the double-headed mace with one hand, took big strides, and started running. Uncle Mu, watch out for other people's sneak attacks. Ji Yushue's face was pale without a trace of blood, but she still sat upright, and did not panic too much. Don't tell me they don't know the Hua brothers. Even while sprinting, Tang Tian's body was leaning forward by a large margin, he still held his head up. Hua Shou, who was magnifying rapidly in his eyes, was indeed imposing. That crazy murderous intent was enough to tear everything into pieces. A strong sense of danger lingered in his mind, his instincts had already given him a warning. Even the onlookers, in the face of the Hua brothers' crazy aura and murderous intent, all turned pale with fright. He was actually a full half a second later than him. His tone suddenly became awe-inspiring. What's his name? Ling Shu. I heard he's a prodigy with a lot of potential. There's nothing more exciting than destroying such a prodigy. Come on, big black bear, witness the prowess of this godlike young man, so impatient. Hua Rong shook his head. He could not do anything to his own brother, but the next moment, he too disappeared on the spot. This thought in Tang Tian's mind was so strong that he almost wanted to roar out loud. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head, he stood up, and looked towards the end of the street. Half a second later, Ling Shu also sensed the opponent's aura, he also felt a chill in his heart. Holding his silver spear, he stood up. He glanced at Tang Tian with some surprise. This guy's senses were really sharp. Rumble, rumble. As the two parties got closer, the crowd did not even dare to breathe loudly. Ji Yu and Xiong's face also revealed a shocked expression. Ling Shu's expression as though he was facing a formidable enemy, made Tang Tian slightly shocked, and hurriedly asked, is he very powerful? This guy is really arrogant. Anger can't solve the problem, young man. Tang Tian's eyes locked on the two people walking over, his expression cold, and spat out 4 words, I'll take the left, you take the right. My target is Zia. Ji Yushue watched the internal conflict between the two dumbfounded. Are Ling Shu and that kid crazy? They actually rushed over. Ji Yu Wu stared blankly at the street below, his face full of disbelief. A brand new life, using a battle to declare the beginning, there's nothing better than this. Ling Shu's gaze, immediately, turned to the distance. He was a little curious about the upcoming opponent. Based on his understanding of the Great Elder would definitely fight back heavily. All right. Hua Rong looked helpless, up to you, but don't snatch mine. Oh my god. They actually didn't run. Tang Tian retorted sarcastically, loser, go away. Hey, why are your legs shaking? TSK, if you're afraid, just hide behind Ji Yushue, Yaya will protect you. Ling Shu's heart was filled with a kind of new emotion, like a bright ray of sunshine shining through the hazy weather. He did not know why he was so touched. He quickly put this inappropriate emotion to the back of his mind, waiting for the next battle. Not only them, everyone who was watching this battle, at this time, could not believe their eyes at this time. His eyes were firmly locked on that domineering figure, the wind whistled in his ears, like a howling horn, urging him to move forward. The speed of both sides was very fast, like 2 meteorites, colliding head-on. Before the voice died away, Ling Shu rushed out with a whoosh. Chapter 144. Tang Tian took down Hua Shou in one move, which made everyone's jaws drop. In the battle between Ling Shu and Hua Rong, he actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position. The concentrated sounds of the spear and rod clashing, and the countless sparks in the air, did not stop. This guy's brute force was even stronger than a Maori, that freak. If the two of them could last more than 100 moves, it would be enough to make them famous. But this battle suddenly became interesting. Tang Tian used all his strength in this move, and was unable to stabilize his body, and flew out more than 10 feet, sticking close to the ground. The rod technique that he trained was cicada wing rod, which was a rod technique that walked the path of lightness. But he was ingenious, and instead used the extremely heavy brass rod. Although his strength was not as terrifying as Hua Sha, but his arm strength was equally shocking. Speed and weight were ingeniously blended together, and it was amazing. The 1.6 tall Hua Sha had shrunk a few sizes, and did not have the slightest sense of strength anymore. Even the ferocious look on his face had become gentle and refined. Tang Tian's newly invented technique of exerting strength was suddenly unleashed. "This is," a hint of greed flashed past his eyes, "an armor set in Filin's star, was definitely a rare item. Not to mention Filin's star, even in Onyx Soul, an armor set's value was rather high, and this guy's armor was obviously not an ordinary item." Hua Rong's rod technique was actually forcefully blocked by this pointed sea spear. The resistance of the pointed sea spear was extremely strong. The spear and rod had clashed countless times, but not once. Hua Rong felt that the brass rod in his hands had hit something solid. The tip of the spear was dotted with starlight, dots of silver cold light, lit up in the air. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, in the blink of an eye. In front of him was a vast sea of stars. Oh my god, what am I seeing? In the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, whenever his sense of danger was so intense, it meant that he was going to be eliminated. Why was he there? The crowd had yet to recover from the shock. An extremely solid square tablet seal appeared above Tang Tian's head. The soundless blue quickly spread over Tang Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, the peacock armor had already covered him. At this time, he didn't care whether others would find out that he was an honorable Martial Alliance member. Today's battle meant death if he lost. Although Hua Rong did not take Ling Shu seriously, he was cunning and suspicious by nature, so he did not attack wildly like Hua Sha. The brass rod in his hand was as fast as lightning. "If that's all you've got, you're dead meat." Everyone was dumbfounded. His arms were so numb that he could barely feel them. "This fellow is dangerous. Bloodline?" Tang Tian was unsure. His heart had an instinctive sense of danger, like dark clouds surging in from all directions. Everyone was in disbelief. Their faces were lifeless as they unconsciously exclaimed in surprise. The scene that had just happened had completely driven them into madness. Looking at Hua Sha struggling to get up from the ground, covered in dust, it could be seen that his fall just now was a solid one. Hua Rong's face darkened. His brass rod was extremely fast, and the rod aura that he wielded was as thin and transparent as a cicada's wings. But today, his ever-victorious rod skills met with stubborn resistance. Hua Sha's fierce gaze revealed a cruel smile. His mountainous body actually started to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cries of surprise like this suddenly exploded in the crowd of onlookers from afar. Today, he finally met someone who could match him in the field that he was most proud of. This was not the first time Tang Tian felt such a strong sense of danger. Boom. If he couldn't even win this fellow, how could he challenge Xia? Hua Sha's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. This was the first time he had encountered a martial artist who could compete with him in terms of strength. And the fellow in front of him, his physique was too deceiving. But this scene happened right in front of him. Tang Tian swung his arm, trying to get it to regain its senses as he stared at Hua Sha. That fellow was definitely not any better than him. But, if he were to strike again, he would definitely be injured. The peacock had been nourished by Tang Tian's silver martial spirit for this period of time, and had regained some of its former glory. Tang Tian felt that his entire body was enveloped by a lively true power, and the originally sensitive touch extended far away. How was that possible? The intense pain instead made him more ferocious. Hua Sha roared, his left fist pounded hard on his chest, his right leg suddenly exerted strength, and he charged towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's expression changed. The instinctive sense of danger was so strong that the true power in his body was churning uncontrollably. A bloodthirsty glow surfaced in his eyes, and his open mouth became more and more sinister. This attack, Hua Sha did not hold back at all. Now that he was forcefully blocked, he did not feel good either. He retreated 7 to 8 steps before regaining his balance. The 600 kati mace in his hands swung up. A powerful treasure, its own strength and martial spirit, could be shared with the martial artist. Bam! If someone had told him before that there was someone faster than him on Filin's star, and that this person was a nobody, he would never have believed it. The limestone slabs within a radius of 5 feet around Tang Tien turned into fine powder. How long could the two youths last? Tang Tien was dumbstruck. Such fast spear skills. Hua Shou's heart. Look. Ling Shu. Suddenly someone screamed from the crowd. Although Tang Tien's strength surprised Hua Shou, but he grinned. Both his arms went numb. Tang Tien groaned, his eyes wide open in anger, the horse stance that looked like it was about to fall apart, but he stood firm. But a huge force came, his feet sank, and the sole of his feet sank into the limestone slabs. Shock flashed across Hua Shou's pupils. Hua Shou only felt a huge force coming from his left leg, and his entire body was shoved up by the strong force. When Tang Tien finished turning around, Hua Shou had already crawled up from the ground. As long as they did not provoke a terrifying fellow like Xia, the two of them could do whatever they wanted. With the armor on, Tang Tien's courage grew, and with a roar, facing Hua Shou's mace, Tang Tien lowered his waist into a horse stance, and used a great monument pa. The Hua brothers' glorious victory as expected did not happen, and the expected one-sided situation did not happen either. Tang Tien, who was sticking close to the ground, his feet in front, his body leaning backwards. His legs drew out 2 streaks of snow-white light, crisscrossing in the air, like a pair of opened scissors. Hua Rong was shocked and suspicious. In terms of strength, the godlike youth had never been afraid of anyone. In the blink of an eye, the Hua Shou in front of Tang Tien shrunk from 1.95 meters to 1.6 meters. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Ling Shu and Hua Rong. Moreover, Tang Tien wanted to win. These two words suddenly appeared in a few people's minds, but immediately after, they felt that this thought was too ridiculous, and immediately threw it to the back of their minds. The two little fellows only managed to hold off the Hua brothers' victory? That was still far from it. How is it possible? How could he defeat Hua Shou? But such two strong people were forcefully held off by 2 17 to 18 years old nameless children. Hua Shou seemed oblivious. That pair of beast-like eyes stared fiercely at Tang Tien. He did not conceal his murderous intent and rage. He was actually injured. And there was the armor. This was the true strength of the honorable martial alliance. Hua Shou stared at Tang Tien in front of him. He was ugly and fierce to begin with, and now with a gloomy face, he looked even more terrifying. Half of the trousers on his left calf was sliced off, a terrifying scissor-shaped wound extended along the calf bone to both sides. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound, snaking down the calf, and soaked his left sole. Dong, dong, dong. Almost instantly, Tang Tien made a judgment, and growled, "Peacock. But, maybe, victory? I'm not seeing things right. I must be seeing things." The great monument palm print above Tang Tien's head showed cracks, and shattered with a ping. His great monument palm print was extremely hard, and had never been broken before, but today it was forcefully shattered. Fast as lightning, this was one of the things he was most proud of. Compared to Hua Shou, his strength was far behind, but compared to speed, Hua Shou was also far behind. Even among the top 50 martial artists on Filin's star, there were many who were stronger than him, but those who were faster than him could be counted on one's fingers. The exclamations gradually quietened down. People suddenly realized they needed to start re-examining this battle that they originally thought had no suspense. The terrifying low howl made everyone's heart go numb. A deep earthy yellow light enveloped the mace. In an instant, including Tang Tien, a whole radius of 50 feet, was within the range of Hua Shou's attack. Such a collision of pure strength, there were almost no tricks to speak of. Ling Shu, where did this fellow come from? Suddenly, a sound similar to a strong heartbeat entered Tang Tien's ears. Tang Tien could not help but be stunned. What was this? As he followed the sound to find the source of the sound, his expression changed slightly. The spectators became excited. 20 moves. 50 moves. Woo woo woo. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from behind. It was a pity that this was a good opportunity for an additional attack. Tang Tien quickly regained his composure. It was already not easy for him to make Hua Shou suffer a loss in the first encounter. Tang Tien was very clear. The battle had just begun. Tang Tien suppressed the shock in his heart. His body shook slightly, the dust on his body bounced into the air, forming a human shape, and dissipated. Only then did he slowly stand up straight, exhaled a long breath, but his eyes were cold. These were the Hua brothers. They were able to fight their way into the top 50 of Filin's star, the top elites on this planet. They could do whatever they wanted on this planet. In this tiny black mountain city, they could only tremble under their feet. Originally, he thought that this mission was just a formality. Hua Rong and the rest had long qualified to leave Filin's star. With his and Hua Shaw's strength, it was definitely not a problem to get a seat on the Onyx Soul car outside. But once they left Filin's star, although they could earn more, the risk was also higher. It was nowhere as comfortable as Filin's star. Chapter 145. Hua Shaw's strength and speed had reached a shocking level, but his martial techniques were not as strong as his speed and strength. If before the blue peacock shattered, Tang Tien had not thought of a way, then he would be in real danger. But this was not enough. Hua Shaw's strength was twice as strong as before, and what was more dangerous was, this fellow's speed had also become rather shocking. The intuition that he had always been proud of was actually useless in that attack just now. It was not that he did not give up on the battle, but he did not give up on victory. Tang Tien's physical body was definitely unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. From the appalling peacock armor, Bing knew that the blue peacock was at its limit. Too strong. Almost at the same time that Tang Tien flew out, Hua Shaw's figure disappeared again. In his panic, he had no time to react, and could only cross his arms in front of his chest. The attacks on his back did not slow down, but the eyes that were curled up in his arms suddenly opened. He thought of a way. Hua Shaw smiled slightly. Good eyesight. Dwarf blood meridians. He silently counted the attacks on his back, and adjusted his breathing. When the 28th mace touched his back, he suddenly stretched his body. The current power system was beyond recognition. There were too many contents that he was unfamiliar with, but how to dig out potential was the field that he was most proficient in. The strength of the dwarf blood meridians surprised him. Tang Tien's vision blurred again, and it was exactly the same as before. Almost in an instant, Tang Tien did not have time to make a blocking posture. The terrifying power crashed hard into his arm, and his entire body flew out like a sandbag. Finally unable to withstand it, Hua Shaw seemed to see the Tang Tien who had lost his protection, and was blasted into a pile of minced meat. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes intensified. His mouth full of teeth were all covered in blood. Bang, bang, bang. His heart was still filled with the desire for victory, even in such a hopeless situation. The mace smashed heavily on his back. His vision almost turned black, and he felt that his back was almost broken. However, he knew that this was his only chance. Enduring the sharp pain, his body was as soft as noodles. Borrowing the momentum, he rolled back towards the mace, and at the same time, hooked his leg backward. Tang Tien was the youth with the most potential he had ever seen, but Tang Tien clearly did not realize how great his potential was. In Bing's eyes, a trace of anxiety and worry flashed past. Tang Tien felt like he had been hit head-on by a wild beast. His vision darkened and he was sent flying. Tang Tien struggled to hold on. Every time the staff struck him, he felt like his body was about to fall apart. However, he knew that if he gave up, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. Bing was an instructor. He had seen many of these so-called geniuses, but in the end, they squandered their time and talent, and became mediocre. But no one noticed. Unknowingly, Tang Tien had been hit more than 20 times. The faint blue peacock armor was now in tatters. The power of every blow was terrifying, and the feather armor was shattered and scattered. The battle entered a one-sided rhythm. Tang Tien was like a ball that was constantly being hit. Hua Shaw was so calm and unruffled. The terrifyingly heavy mace in his hands was as light as a feather, and he waved it around like he was swatting a fly. Although Tang Tien tried to dodge at the last moment, but he still could not avoid it. He was like a puppet that was lifted up and flew into the sky. Although he had the protection of the armor, Tang Tien was still unable to escape. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ever since Hua Shaw activated the dwarf blood meridians, Tang Tien did not even have a chance to retaliate. Hua Shaw's attacks were like a storm, so dense that it was terrifying. He did not even give him a chance to breathe or think. A continuous 20 blows, and with every blow, Tang Tien had to endure immense pain. He curled his body, and endured it forcefully. After suffering 20 blows, Tang Tien did not suffer for nothing. He discovered Hua Shou's weakness, martial techniques. Suddenly, his vision blurred. His hand tightened, and a hand grabbed his right hand. Moreover, this fellow did not lack battle intelligence. Although he looked unreliable normally, but Tang Tien who entered battle mode had quick reflexes. That blow just now, he was injured. But Tang Tien knew that the situation was dire. Hua Shou's attacks would definitely follow, and would not stop here. Tang Tien's pupils widened. Tang Tien's eyes locked onto Hua Shou, but he felt increasingly uneasy. Tang Tien was facing a formidable enemy, and did not dare to slack off. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Hua Shou disappeared. Dwarf blood meridians, what a weird name, hooked. With Bing's eyesight, he found a few places that Tang Tien could use and improve, but he did not intend to remind Tang Tien. Bing watched the battlefield quietly. He took in Tang Tien's sorry figure, and Hua Shou's dwarf blood meridians surprised him. In their era, the exploration of power was far from what it was today. The current power system had too many new areas that he was not familiar with. The frail figure, and the faint smile on Hua Shou's face, were filled with an awe-inspiring power. "Be careful, that's the dwarf blood meridians." Mu Lei's exclamation came from behind, his voice was trembling, with a strong sense of panic. Tang Tien, who was just sent flying, swallowed the fresh blood that rushed to his throat. His body curled into a ball, and he roared, "Peacock!" His martial techniques were not strong, how could he make use of this weakness? Such a strong person, they could not even think of resisting. So strong. The shrunken version of Hua Shou was like a different person, the hideous face also became delicate and refined, the bulging muscles disappeared, and in its place was a well-proportioned and even somewhat frail figure. No matter what, Tang Tien could not connect the refined Hua Shou in front of him, with the barbaric Hua Shou just now. Tang Tien stared at Hua Shou, his face dark, his mind working quickly. But, he did not make a move, even though Tang Tien looked so pathetic, like he could die at any time. He was still waiting for Tang Tien's counterattack. Tang Tien casually wiped the bloodstain from the side of his mouth, his gaze locked onto Hua Shou, his mind desperately trying to think of a way. The somewhat frail hand picked up the mace lightly. The double-headed mace that was more than 1.8 meters, was taller than Hua Shou in front of him, but the 600 Kati double-headed mace was as light as a straw in Hua Shou's hands. This strange and unfamiliar name made Tang Tien, for the first time, feel the power of the blood meridians directly. How is it? Is this power stronger than just now? But Hua Shou did not intend to let Tang Tien think slowly. Tang Tien's back was in severe pain, his entire body was like a falling meteorite, smashing into the limestone slabs with a whistling sound. No one would have thought that even in such a desperate situation, Tang Tien still did not give up. If it was said that pure power was not enough to make people fearful, then the perfect combination of power and speed made Hua Shou's danger level rise exponentially. How to fight? At a speed so fast that they could not catch, Hua Shou would always appear in the air beside Tang Tien like a ghost. Tang Tien, who made everyone's eyes light up just now, did not even have a single counterattack. His exertion was not sufficient, he should be practicing the hammer skills, but the use of true power was not very good. Tang Tien's face appeared out of nowhere, suddenly appeared in front of him, grinning at him. In the next moment, he appeared beside Tang Tien, the double-headed mace in his hands, struck fiercely on Tang Tien's waist. The process of potential turning into ability was always accompanied by pain, failure, and struggle. Without these, potential would forever be potential. In mid-air, the thin and weak Hua Shou made a nimble turn, and landed on the ground, a faint smile on his face. The double-headed mace in his hands was still swinging like a windmill. Compared to his shocking power and speed, his martial techniques were indeed much weaker. If Hua Shou's martial techniques were equally strong, then this battle, Tang Tien would definitely have no chance of winning. Because this was a confident, unyielding, and ambitious fellow who hated failure, even if he fell into a predicament, he would never sink, never stop resisting, never stop struggling. Without thinking, The leg hooked onto the mace suddenly exerted force, and like a snake, he swung behind him. Tang Tian's current ability was not strong enough, but it was already starting to shine. The peacock feathers behind him spread out, like a peacock spreading its tail. So fast. Poof! That was an astonishingly huge treasure trove. Hua Shuo saw Tang Tian curled up into a ball, and was finally blasted away by him, and was instantly overjoyed. Tang Tian curled up into a ball, his vital parts were tightly protected, and there was almost no place for him to strike. Bang! Tang Tian was completely in a passive situation. Hua Shuo's speed was too fast for him to catch. The powerful attacks made him even more miserable. He could only curl up into a ball like a hedgehog and forcefully endure the attacks. 25, 26, swoosh. The spectators were all pale. They finally understood. What was Filin's Star's top 50? Tang Tian was thinking hard. There must be a chance. There must be a flaw. There must be hope. Young man, if you can find a way, you can win, you can definitely go further. Bing tried his best to calm himself down. He believed that Tang Tian would definitely not give up. But Hua Shuo did not have the slightest bit of carelessness. The attacks came wave after wave, without any pause. The mace brought along a strong sound of wind, and smashed onto the surface. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in Tang Tian's vision. Hua Shuo's voice traveled into Tang Tian's ears. Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up. He stared fiercely at Hua Shuo, a trickle of blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. The cold feeling from his feet made Tang Tian ecstatic. The scene in front of him was so strange, so uncoordinated, but no one could laugh, including Tang Tian. Especially when Hua Shuo's frail wrist flipped lightly, the heavy mace spun in his hands like a windmill. Bing chanted silently in his heart, his deep gaze shone with anticipation. But, like other geniuses, all the potential had to be continuously excavated, squeezed, before it could possibly become an ability. Otherwise, they could only forever stay in that unknown deep mountain, quietly sleeping. Chapter 146. Boom. The star sea vanished in an instant, while the tip of Ling Shu's spear was enveloped in a dazzling silver glow. Hua Shuo's heart was thumping wildly. The white bird vortex had disrupted his vision, while Tan Tui blade had attracted his attention. Hua Shuo was shocked, and suddenly exerted strength. The hand that was freed faced these white vortexes, and pierced straight into the ground. Poof! Different from Tang Tian's wretched state, Ling Shu's strength was out of everyone's expectations. Tang Tian sat on the ground, panting desperately. He could not believe it. He won. When this spear passed through the star sea, the entire star sea drew out countless rays of silver flowing light, and sank into Ling Shu's spear tip. Thump! Hua Shuo had thought of all kinds of Tang Tian's reactions, such as escaping, but he had never thought that Tang Tian would actually take the initiative to close the distance between them. Hua Shuo quickly understood Tang Tian's intention, to entangle his hand, and then his advantage in speed could not be used. The white bird vortex that was rushing over, with a strong rotation, there were many of them. Hua Shuo's body was like a turbulent sea wave. He could not stabilize his body at all. Tang Tian's entire body instantly lit up with a dazzling blue light. The light was so dazzling that one could not look straight at it. Countless rays of blue light shot out from Tang Tian's body, like a rainstorm, engulfing Hua Shuo, who was just inches away. Compared to the stalemate on Ling Shu's side, the situation on Tang Tian's side was obviously more eye-catching. Hua Shuo's heart trembled. One must know that his true power was much more vigorous than Tang Tian. By right he should be able to block it easily. But within Tang Tian's true power, there was an extremely sharp force. It actually broke through Hua Shuo's true power that was wrapped around his palm. This was a... Wait a minute. Where is he? His eyes suddenly flashed a trace of ruthlessness. With a roar, he gathered all the strength in his body and pulled Tang Tian into his bosom with his right hand. At the same time, he drew in his abdomen and arched his back. With his left hand protecting his vitals, he used his body to ram into Tang Tian. From beginning to end, Ling Shu's attacks gave off a lukewarm feeling. No matter how his opponent attacked, he just kept unleashing sea after sea of stars. It looked like an ordinary stab, and when it was thrust out, there was not the slightest whistling sound, but the surrounding specks of starlight were attracted to the spear tip. Warsaw was very experienced in battle. he immediately realized that his situation was very dangerous. His opponent was very good at close combat, and he could always predict in advance. It would be terrible if they were to remain in such a passive position. He felt a sharp pain in his left palm, as if he had been cut twice by a knife. The corner of Hua Shaw's eyes twitched. This grab missed. Sand. Hua Rong saw Hua Shaw falling face up and cried out in grief. His eyes turned red and he roared, "I'm going to kill you." The head of the first branch gazed at the scene. He almost could not believe his own eyes. Ling Shu was actually able to contend against Hua Rong. Suddenly, his heart was filled with regret. The one they let go was actually a super strong fighter who could fight his way into the top 50 of Filin's star. Tang Tian's breathing was heavy, his mind was blank, he did not even have the strength to move a finger. Seeing that his hand was about to touch Tang Tian's shoulder, suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, there seemed to be something below him. Before he could react, a puff of white air mass rushed up from below. Opening. Hua Shaw was taken aback. These white balls of air were extremely fast, like a flock of white birds, suddenly rushing towards his face. His eyes were completely blocked. Like a wooden stake, Hua Shaw fell on her back. Hua Shaw's strength was too great. With a full pull, Tang Tian could not even stabilize his body. Seeing that both parties were about to collide, a glint flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. Hua Shaw did not expect that he would actually be at a disadvantage. Tang Tian's attack came and went like a ghost. There was no trace to follow. And it was fast. Not just pure speed, but the rhythm was fast. There was no time to think about it now. The final juncture. The third type. But, close combat. You are too naive. The scene was spectacular. Ling Shu's face was as determined as a rock. His orange-red eyes seemed to have something breaking out of the cocoon of flames. He shouted solemnly, "Righteous origin heart." These two words had just surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, two rays of cold light went straight for Hua Shaw's chin. Tan Tui blade. Hua Shaw's expression changed slightly. The raging true power, like a tide, drilled into his body. Luckily, Hua Shaw had already sensed the peculiarity of Tang Tian's true power from the Tan Tui blade earlier, and was unusually vigilant this time. So when Tang Tian's palm imprinted on his waist, he was already prepared to block the crane body energy. Time seemed to have stopped. When the light dissipated, two entangled figures, like statues, appeared in front of everyone. A palm was imprinted on his right waist. Heavenly dragon energy. Those martial artists who had lost to Ling Shu now realized they did not lose unjustly. Ling Shu's spear skills were displayed to the fullest. Today, everyone witnessed Ling Shu's true strength with their own eyes. A spear pierced out. Damn it. Hua Shaw's expression changed slightly. He suffered a huge loss in the first exchange. It left a deep impression on him. His empty left hand was prepared to slap towards them, when suddenly a huge force came from his right hand. Hua Shaw's body swayed. Both parties strangely fell into a stalemate again. Tang Tian could feel Blue Peacock's emotions, excitement, pain, anticipation. Half a step away from him, Hua Shaw stood frozen on the spot, his eyes wide open. His entire body was pierced with faint blue feathers, like a hedgehog. There were also countless bloody holes, with fresh blood flowing out. Faced with Tang Tian's sudden attack, Hua Shaw was caught off guard. Ling Shu took a step forward, raised his spear and pierced straight towards Hua Rong. The aura of this spear, from nothing to something, instantly rose to the extreme. Hiss. This was superb spear skills. Hua Shaw was shocked. He hurriedly exerted force with his right hand, stabilizing his body, hoping to pull his body away. However, what he did not expect was, his true power first trembled, like the strings of a zither being plucked. The true power in Hua Shaw's body trembled. Not good. Hua Shaw's expression changed instantly. He did not expect. Tang Tian actually had a second type of energy. Damn it. Ling Shu was actually this strong? Hua Shaw laughed coldly in his heart. Without hesitation he let go of the double-headed mace, flipped his wrist, and similarly grabbed onto Tang Tian's arm. The other hand grabbed towards Tang Tian. At such a close distance, the advantage of great strength could be fully displayed. After activating the dwarf, his strength doubled. As long as he could grab hold of any part of Tang Tian's body, he could tear Tang Tian apart with his bare hands. He could feel his opponent being pulled by him. His body swung away. and at this moment, Tan Tui's blade aura also arrived like lightning. Hua Xiao's left palm was enveloped with true power, and blocked these two Tan Tui blade. In the endless sea of stars, every star, was a cold aura pointed out by Ling Shu's spear tip. Filin's star's position in the top 50 did not fall from the sky, but was earned by his own blade and spear. He was very clear of his own weaknesses, and was equally adept at displaying his strengths. Not good. Turbulent true power and powerful strength suddenly exploded. Peacock. Tang Tian's roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. His face was still filled with disbelief. Hua Xiao felt as though there was a bomb at the right side of his waist. It exploded. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed a piercingly cold ray of light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the spear tip sprinkled out spots of cold aura in the air. The cold aura was like the sea of stars, layer upon layer. Hua Rong's brass rod was forcibly blocked by this sea of stars. No matter how Hua Rong's moves changed, Ling Shu turned a blind eye to it. He just continuously brandished out sea of stars one after another. Hua Rong was once again entangled by this sea of stars. He was actually in a stalemate with Hua Rong. Hua Xiao had enough confidence, he had already tested it earlier. Tang Tian's strength was not his match at all. Dong. Without waiting for him to recover, that burst of true power exploded without any warning. The silver martial spirit that was burning to the extreme spewed out streaks of beautiful silver flames. These silver flames all entered the blue peacock martial spirit. The blue peacock martial spirit was rapidly changing. Even at the risk of being injured, he wanted to disrupt Tang Tian's rhythm. His sprinkling speed became even faster. He did not spend any energy to contend with Hua Xiao, but in an instant, he channeled all his true power into the blue peacock. Shiratori whirlpool. The silver light cut across the horizon, dazzling. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Those who did not close their eyes in time saw a vast expanse of whiteness. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Ling Shu's true power was not as good as Hua Rong's, and he had not activated his blood meridians, but he was not at a disadvantage, all because of his spear techniques. It was the first time Hua Rong encountered such spear techniques, and he actually had no way to deal with it. There was almost no connection between the moves. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, one move after another, tiring him out. Tang Tian, who had recovered a bit of strength, struggled to pull his arm out from Hua Xiao's hand. His entire arm was bruised. This guy's strength was too terrifying. That's right, without speed, then use strength, absolute strength. What followed was definitely close combat. In the stalemate, Hua Rong activated his blood meridians. His blood meridians were different from Hua Xiao, called the winged human blood meridians. His originally rather astonishing speed suddenly increased dramatically. The rod shadow could not be seen clearly, only a curtain of light could be seen. The light dissipated, and the field of vision gradually returned to normal. Just when everyone thought Ling Shu would be like Tang Tian, beaten back to his original form, Ling Shu actually unknowingly turned back. After getting close, Tang Tian suddenly realized, against Hua Xiao's astonishing speed earlier, his instincts that were almost useless suddenly became sensitive again. As one weakened and the other strengthened, the rhythm of the battle fell back into Tang Tian's hands. A few dazzling rays of the blade crisscrossed in the air and suddenly lit up in Hua Xiao's field of vision. Hua Xiao's body swayed uncontrollably. The palm that was initially about to grab Tang Tian was also knocked away. On Ling Shu's face, an indomitable determination surfaced. The current him was like a different person, holding the silver spear. The rays were boundless, like a deity descending to earth. Hua Rong's chest had a basin-sized wound. It was completely penetrated. The shape was horrifying. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian, dead silent. Chapter 147. Yaya's eyes were like the stars in the night sky, twinkling, slipping away, disappearing without a trace. In the next second, it appeared beside Hua Xiao's corpse, its little hands grabbing onto Hua Xiao's corpse, spreading its legs and dragging Hua Xiao with all its might, sprinting towards Hua Rong. Black and dense, like the tide. Voices filled with panic, in the silence, were unusually piercing. Yaya, go drag those two dead men back too. Tang Tian said quietly. He's fine. Just exhausted. Mu Lei's voice came from where Ling Shu was. Don't touch him. Damn it. Ling Shu was like a wooden stake, falling with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Mrs. eyes were full of determination, as if something was flashing. With Jiyu and Xiong and Great Elder joining hands, countless practitioners began to appear at the end of the street. Suddenly, Mu Lei stood up and stared furiously at the street in the distance. Countless stars were spinning in front of Tang Tian. This bastard. Jiyu and Xiong's eyes were filled with madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gather all the men, let's take this chance and get rid of them." Jiyu Wu was shocked by Jiyu and Xiong's words. "You're crazy. They can even get rid of the Hua brothers." Jiyu and Xiong's face was ashen, his limbs icy cold. He did not wish for Great Elder to get Jiyu Shui, but the outcome before his eyes was even harder for him to accept. If Great Elder got Jiyu Shui, it was only to strengthen his branch in the future, but the conflict between him and Jiyu Shui was impossible to reconcile. "Teacher, I did it," a name that floated in the legends. "Yaya, you should learn to speak." Tang Tian said weakly. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." She did not lose her composure, and suddenly said loudly, "Uncle Mu, bring them away." Jiyu Shui stabilized her emotions. This period of suffering made her grow up rapidly. She began to understand that grief and despair would not be of any help to her situation. She took out a bottle of ointment that she had never seen before and began to apply it on Tang Tian. Her movements were clumsy. "Shut up." Jiyu and Xiong roared angrily. He was like a cornered beast. "When they recover, we're dead. Will Jiyu Shui let you off? How could this godlike young man die here? You have a big dream. You want to go and find your Qianhui. Yaya. Bastard. Are you okay?" Clang 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 clang. Jiyu Wu was dumbstruck and said with a trembling voice, He won. Whether it was worship, reverence, or fear, no one could deny their strength. Everyone present thought without hesitation that this was a battle with a great disparity in strength. Tang Tian and Ling Shu had no chance of winning, not even in theory. The only thing that everyone was interested in was how long they could last, and how stunning the Hua brothers' performance would be. Tang Tian felt a cool breeze on his back, and it was very comfortable. After the big battle, his tensed nerves relaxed. Fatigue and tiredness surged in like a tide. Tang Tian actually fell asleep. Tang Tian stuck his face to the ground, which was full of mud, and laughed foolishly. He did not know how to describe his feelings, and did not know how to celebrate this hard-earned victory. He had no strength left. Mu Lei had heard this voice before. It was Tang Tian's spirit general. Mu Lei clenched his teeth and pounced towards Tang Tian. "Go. Gather everyone." Jiyu and Xiong's killing intent was revealed. They have killed the Hua brothers, and are already a spent force. This is their weakest moment. Da Wei, you hold Mu Lei back. If we don't kill them today, all of us will have to die. I will go look for Great Clan Elder now. If he doesn't want to die, he has to join hands with us. In the dead silence, only Ling Shu's whispers could be heard, drifting in the wind. Yaya's small physique, but his strength was much greater than Tang Tian imagined. After dragging a few steps, Yaya started to jog. Yaya was like a boat hauler, shouting a rhythmic tune, jogging all the way, quickly dragging Tang Tian towards the ruins. Passing by a piece of rock, Yaya nimbly jumped over it. Poor Tang Tian, his head bounced off the rock. Tang Tian, who was sprawled on the ground, was rather open-minded. Mu Lei immediately reacted, but Mu Lei saw the endless stream of martial artists at the end of the street, and his face changed. Almost instantly, he understood Great Clan Elder and Jiyu and Xiong's intention. They wanted to make a comeback while Tang Tian and Ling Shu were weak. But no one spoke. Everyone hugged their heads and looked at the messy street in disbelief. They won. These two brats won. Someone hugged his head with both hands and stared blankly at the scene. His face was pale, as though he was shocked. Won. They really won. Seeing the martial artists closing in, their faces were filled with madness and ruthlessness. "Missy, these people are crazy. If they did not succeed, they will vent their anger on you in desperation." Rushing to Huarong's side, his other hand grabbed Huarong, and then he ran back. "Or do I hope you can live?" He saw a few familiar faces. Those were the experts under Jiyu and Xiong and Great Clan Elder. They were crazily flying along the street, and all of their faces were extremely sinister. The two parties that had joined hands had used all the chips in their hands. Soft murmurs were like a breeze, blowing past Jiyu Shue's heart. Dust billowed. Yaya dragged two huge fellows that were completely disproportionate to his body. His cheeks were puffed up, and his eyes were wide open, as though he was using all his strength. His tiny body actually made Tang Tian feel an unstoppable and powerful aura, causing Tang Tian to stare in bewilderment. Tang Tian was in so much pain that his entire face turned pale. Yaya pulled his hair, and dragged Tang Tian towards Jiyu Shue's direction step by step. Yaya dragged Hua Shuo and Hua Rong to the ruins at an alarming speed. His tiny body fell onto the ground with his belly facing the sky, and panted desperately. On his back, there was not a single piece that was unscathed, and it was all bruised. There were thumb-sized bloody holes everywhere, and some had already formed scabs. That was caused by the spikes on the mace. He walked to the line that Ling Shu drew. Before many people could react, Yaya dragged Tang Tian back. Tang Tian was relieved, and sprawled on the ground, too lazy to move. Idiot! Collar! Pull the collar! Jiyu Shue's concerned voice came from above. Jiyu Shui knelt on one knee, and bent over to check on Tang Tian's body. Yaya! 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 Mu Lei's vision darkened, and a shadow enveloped him. His body suddenly froze, and he turned back in shock. Mu Lei rushed to Tang Tian's side like the wind. The moment his hand touched Tang Tian's body, a voice rang beside his ear without warning. A tall figure appeared behind him, and blocked the light above his head. A familiar voice rang beside his ear, and Tang Tian opened his eyes. I'm fine. Tang Tian forced a smile. He felt Jiyu Shue's hand, helping him to remove his tattered clothes. You bastard, let go. Uncle Mu. Jiyu Shui used all her strength, and roared at Mu Lei. Yaya, who was standing in front of Tang Tian's face, had a puzzled look, and tilted her head. Jiyu Wu and Da Wei's faces turned pale. A tall and unadorned bronze figure blocked the sunlight, the deep and cold bronze luster, with the sternness and smoke of the ancient battlefield, passed through countless years, and set foot on this land. Jiyu Shui saw Tang Tian's back, and her face turned pale. She covered her mouth, and her eyes became misty. Tang Tian used his back to block Hua Shuo's 20 strikes, and although he had the protection of the peacock armor, he still could not avoid being injured. The two of them seemed to wake up from a dream, and hurried down. They have spirit nuclei on them. Tang Tian's face said you know. The saber-toothed tiger's heavy metal feet turned and stepped on the ground, like an ancient war drum, slowly beating. Very quickly, Great Elder's men also started to mobilize. He was also clear. This time they had completely offended Jiyu Shui and Ling Shu. If they did not take the opportunity to finish them off, they would definitely die. In Black Mountain City, no one could go against Tang Tian and Ling Shu. The Hua brothers actually were killed by two nameless pawns. Yaya's speed was extremely fast, and was actually not much slower than Mu Lei. That moment of dazzling blue and silver still lingered on their irises. That moment of brilliance was like a light sword piercing into their soft hearts, leaving a deep mark. But the result of this battle made everyone dumbfounded, and it was dead silent. No. Absolutely not. He had put in so much effort, spent a whole 20 years, to sit in this position. How could he die so easily? Tang Tian, thank you. Yaya. Unknowingly, Yaya rushed in front of his face. It waved its little arms, making squeaking sounds, its little face excited. But that was the Hua brothers. Jiyu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. She was most worried that Uncle Mu would hesitate at this time. Her gaze stopped at Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground. For some reason, her heart felt warm. There was no fear, only relief. It was not that she did not know. These people were already crazy. If she fell into their hands, she would be very miserable. But a peaceful smile quietly climbed up her beautiful face. Jiyu Shui's face turned white. She could see the enemy's determination. This was their last attack. Quickly go. Jiyu and Xiong suddenly shouted angrily at the two of them. Jiyu Wu's face turned white. Very scary, right? Actually it's okay, it's just a small problem. These injuries only look scary, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. I told you to pull my collar, SSS. This was their only chance, the only chance to survive. Jiu Shui had the help of 2 people, then he and his branch would only have one ending, death. But it's a pity, you won't be able to see me activate my blood meridians. Tang Tian was shocked, and wanted to rush towards Ling Shu, but his legs gave way, and his entire body fell to the ground. His entire body was empty, without any strength. His face hit the ground, a wave of pain. Yaya suddenly grabbed Tang Tian's hair, its little cheeks puffed up, that pair of little eyes opened wide. Tang Tian's body was actually pulled by it, but... Chapter 148. Ever since then, he had never been on the front lines again. Bing, who was smiling, suddenly had a cold expression, and rushed out. The distance between the 2 sides was constantly shrinking. Da Wei's speed was extremely fast. He and a few other experts of similar strength rushed at the front. They were like the arrowhead of the team. The wind whistled in their ears. All of them used their light body techniques to the maximum, skimming over the walls, stepping on the roof, advancing together. Pu. As long as one of them woke up, they would be dead. But everyone could not help but admire the 2 of them. To be so decisive and crazy, it was already worthy of respect. Although it was his first time seeing the real thing, but he could still recognize that the 2-meter bronze tiger head armor in front of him was the legendary mechanical weapon. A crazy decision. So strong. Even the soldiers of the Southern Cross Army era would definitely not be able to do such a terrifying thing. The bronze figure was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it. In the blink of an eye, 3 experts had died. The others did not even see how their comrades died. They did not even see clearly. As long as they rushed over, then they would win. But, the feeling of the battlefield. He had never forgotten. Leader, if it is not up to standard, don't scold me. Another 2 blood flowers blossomed from the 2 of them. Even though he was far away, but he was still in awe. Regardless of the body structure, or the shape, including the minute patterns, they were all extremely realistic. He had seen countless imitations, but none of them could reach the standard in front of him. Suddenly, the mechanical martial artist on the ground raised his head. This fellow. Who exactly was he? It was so similar. The saber-toothed tiger landed on the ground, and the 3 corpses fell from the sky like sandbags, causing dust to rise, and fresh blood to cover the ground. One person, no matter how powerful, could not block so many people. Hong Guang, I'll leave the mechanical martial artist to you. The rest of you cover. Da Wei said angrily, although the opponent's strength was definitely not high, but at this moment, time was more important than anything else. Quickly settling it was the most important. So what if you became famous after one battle? So what if you killed the Hua brothers? You all have no chance. Countless of roaring figures were like a flood, rushing past him towards the ice-cold saber-toothed tiger. Far exceeding the number of people, the deafening roars caused Da Wei's pale face to regain some color. Da Wei's limbs were ice-cold, his entire body was trembling, his face was full of fear. He could not muster up any courage to resist. The next one would be him. Suddenly, a bronze figure appeared in his field of vision. Let me awaken the deep awe of that name in the world. Yes. What a good imitation. His pupils constricted, mechanical weapons. No matter how powerful the other party was, he was only one person. The dignified and solemn tiger head, the barbed joints, the sharp curved tiger claws. Southern Cross Army, advance. A ray of light seemed to flash past the bronze tiger's eyes. Da Wei's heart unknowingly tightened, and subconsciously blurted out, "Be careful." Puff. Commander, I will fight well and not lose the face of our army. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left out of the few who had pounced on him. Those bastards always told him to stay at the back with peace of mind and leave the front line matters to them or something. At first, he was a little worried that these bastards were unreliable. But later on, he discovered that they were doing quite well, so he was relieved and focused on nurturing new recruits. Bing looked at the figures pouncing over. His heart did not have any fear, but was slightly absent-minded. Rumble. Try my ass, it's like this, if you die, we will burn incense for you. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, and also by Jiu and Xiong and the great clan elders' decision. Tang Tian and Ling Shu had just killed the Hua brothers, which meant that with this battle, the two of them had entered the top 50 of Filin's star. Under such circumstances, the two houses actually made a move. Were they not afraid that Tang Tian and Ling Shu would wake up? This scene was no longer just terrifying, but truly cruel. Suddenly, Da Wei was stunned. In his eyes, the saber-toothed tiger did not escape, did not dodge, but faced the crowd and squatted down, its bronze arms spread out like wings. But Da Wei was not the least bit panicked. The standard of a mechanical engineer determined the standard of a mechanical weapon, and the standard of a mechanical weapon determined the standard of a mechanical martial artist. The standard of a mechanical engineer now was not high, and the mechanical martial artist was an even less popular profession, so the standard could be imagined. No choice, we're almost done for. Don't worry, your place will not be the main point of attack, you just have to hold on for 20 minutes, and I will rush over. How about that? If not, I will find someone else. A mechanical martial artist. The corner of Bing's mouth involuntarily curved into a warm smile. Haha, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped up in his mind, unless he wanted to block everyone by himself. Da Wei felt that his own thoughts were too laughable, seemed like he was scared out of his wits by this brat's attack just now. Da Wei was slightly surprised. Could it be that among these people, there was actually a hidden mechanical martial artist? Da Wei was most proficient in assassinations. To martial artists like him, all sorts of mechanisms were their natural enemies, and their research in this field was second only to the mechanical engineers. The mechanical weapon in front of him, he could recognize it with one look. It was the classic style of the Southern Cross Army. The surging martial artists rushed towards Jiu Shui and the rest with all their might. The ground rumbled, the entire Black Mountain city was shaking. Although you can't see, although the army flag is no longer flying, although there are no more lines of defense, although the glory that we created together has been annihilated in history, charred. They have no more strength left. I haven't used this move for a long time. I wonder if I'm rusty. A fresh blood flower suddenly blossomed from Hong Guang's chest without any warning. He believed this wave of anger could tear everything apart. The line of defense that was full of holes, the majestic figure that was covered in smoke, and his own broken mechanical weapon. Da Wei's face turned white. The three people that died were the elites of the two families. Under their encirclement, the opponent easily killed the three of them in one move. At that time, Da Wei's face did not have a single trace of blood. That was, even the name of the Southern Cross Army, was slowly forgotten. Such a pity. The crazy and ruthless roar spread throughout the entire street. When the black mass of martial artists surged out from the end of the street, everyone who was watching the battle was overwhelmed with shock. Almost in a moment, it appeared behind Hong Guang. Unfortunately, Bing did not give them time to think. Almost in a moment, the figure of the saber-toothed tiger disappeared again. Kill, kill, kill. Captain, incense is very expensive, the group is very poor now. Who would have thought, after so many years, he would actually step into the battlefield again? Ooh, oh, alright, actually it was just a small-scale fight. But, at least it was considered a battle. The corner of Bing's mouth curled up slightly. He lowered his waist, squatted slightly, his body leaned forward, both his hands spread out like wings. Those enemies that were quickly approaching in his vision were like air in his eyes. It was an extremely simple method of attack, without any fanciful moves, but it had extraordinary lethality. Da Wei saw with his own eyes, a martial artist, obviously blocked the fist of the saber-toothed tiger, but the bronze-colored fist, as easily as breaking a dead branch, broke the martial artist's arm and pierced through his body. But at this time, he did not hesitate, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, attack!" Since only I am still alive, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly disappeared. Good. A boorish man boomed. He held a long-handle pumpkin hammer in his hand. Mechanical martial artists were most afraid of an enemy that could defeat 10 with one strength, because the mechanical weapon was usually not sturdy. Since when did such a strong mechanical martial artist appear? The mechanical martial artist was indifferent. He did not move an inch, causing Da Wei to suspect, was this a display item? How long had it been since he entered the battlefield? What was he trying to do? A few martial artists, shua, shot up, drawing a few arcs. From all directions, they pounced towards the mechanical martial artist in front of them. Let me try. The saber-toothed tiger was like an emotionless killing machine. He was unstoppable. Every time he attacked, he would definitely take a life. Regardless of whether you dodged or blocked, in front of this saber-toothed tiger, everything seemed to be futile. He reaped lives without any ripples. No one was able to withstand one of his attacks. Suddenly, from the depths of Bing's memories, that was his last battle. After that battle, he went to build the recruit barracks. The heavy saber-toothed tiger landed on the ground lightly, as though there were thick pads of meat on the soles. The cold aura intertwined in the air, whistling in all directions, like an inescapable net. The mechanical martial artists had nowhere to escape. Bing, this one, I'll leave it to you. He could not remember, he did not know when it started. The commander felt that his ability to groom recruits was not bad, and transferred him to be an instructor. Oh, wrong. There was once when the losses were severe, there was no replenishment. The commander felt that there was a need to build a recruit barracks. After that, none of the assholes were willing, and after that, he became the instructor of the recruit barracks. He became more and more outstanding, everyone praised him, and after that, the recruit barracks added a few more instructors, and he became the chief instructor of the recruit barracks. Then let me protect its glory. Let me wipe away the dust that has accumulated on this name for 1,000 years. The sharp tiger claws did not have any resistance, and pierced through Hong Guang's chest. The saber-toothed tiger's figure once again disappear. He had never forgotten those days when he followed the commander and the rest to battle everywhere. Elbow strike. Fist strike. Knee strike. Kill them. The fear in Da Wei's heart had long disappeared. The crowd's craziness had infected him. That's right. This was their only chance. The surrounding people were like wild beasts, fighting with their lives on the line, their roars, converging into a shocking wave of anger. If only the commander and the rest were here, how good would that be? Oh, you guys would definitely fight for who comes first. Yes, definitely. Commander, I'm alone. Every figure was like an arrow piercing through the air. Chapter 149. It silently pierced through the entire street, and stopped at the end of the street. The Battle of the Long Street. Filin's star was shaken. What are you laughing at? Tang Tian turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. Did you see that? Hey, grow up, grow up. But Tang Tian's next sentence immediately dismissed it. All right, you can go to the side and enjoy your feast. With the support of 3 top-notch martial artists, the Jiyu family's prestige would reach a peak, and Jiyu Shui had the recessive snow rainbow blood meridians, and the possibility of her descendants having the snow rainbow blood meridians was extremely high. The next patriarch would bring the snow rainbow blade back to the Jiyu family. Bing's hoarse shout echoed in the sky, among the countless roars and roars. It was so lonely. In Tang Tian's vision, there was only a strange cross formed by green vertical and red horizontal intersecting. Tang Tian's eyesight was astonishing. He could clearly see that the saber-toothed tiger's body was charging at high speed, but it still maintained an astonishing stability, as straight as a spear. Suddenly, he was shocked. That was idiot. Ling Shu could not stand it anymore. He rolled his eyes, carried his silver spear, and walked straight out. Behind him, the entire street was like a huge blood vessel that had been cut open, countless of blood splattered all at once. The short walls and houses on both sides collapsed from the middle, leaving half of the smooth and neat wall base. The miserable howls were like a belated dirge, in the midst of the chaos, suddenly sounded. Southern Cross Army, advance. Uncle Bing. Tang Tian looked at the back view in a daze. His heart suddenly gave birth to a trace of sourness. Jiyu Shui covered her mouth and chuckled. After a while, she forcefully suppressed her laughter and said, "Oh right, this year, the Jiyu family has 2 quotas. I have already signed you up. With your strength, you can definitely pass the Starry Door trials, and then you can leave Filin's star." Kai. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the ground. Bing, who opened his arms, as though he was stepping on an indomitable drum beat, rushed towards the torrent. Every time his legs stepped on the ground, he exerted great force. In just a few steps, his speed increased explosively, and his figure suddenly became blurry. The red blade and the green blade swept past, and nothing could stop them for even a moment. It was as if they were slashing through the air. The green and red cross charged into the raging torrent. The saber-toothed tiger's body suddenly lit up with a green light, and the light became brighter and brighter. "Hey, who are you scolding? How dare you use such a tone to talk to your boss? Brat, you're tired of living." Tang Tian glared angrily. Tang Tian divided the spoils of war into two equal halves, mainly the soul core and the starstone. He pushed one half to Ling Shu and said, "This is your share." Just at this moment, the saber-toothed tiger's right leg suddenly stomped on the ground. This stomp was extremely heavy, and the saber-toothed tiger's foot deeply sank into the hard bluestone slabs. An astonishing power erupted. "Teacher, I miss you." The Hua brothers, as the top martial artists of Filin's Star, naturally had a lot of wealth, and the reward that they just received from the great clan elder had also benefited Tang Tian and the rest. The yearning was like a broken dam, instantly filling up Ling Shu's heart. That old figure floated in front of his eyes. That stern and authoritative face was so kind, so warm. But the appearance of three top martial artists in Black Mountain City at the same time, the Jiyu family's reputation did not decrease, but instead increased. Everyone knew, the relationship between the three of them and Jiyu Shui was not shallow. Jiyu and Xiong and the great clan elder's actions would only lead to the destruction of the two families. But to the Jiyu family, such a loss in exchange for the help of three top martial artists was too worth it. The temperature of the tiger's claws that swept through the air at high speed rose rapidly, and became bright red. Following that, the bright red followed along the palm, and quickly spread to the two bronze arms. Without any suspense, the other families immediately elected Jiyu Shui to become the clan leader, and they obediently handed over all their power. Ling Shu glanced at Jiyu Shui as if he understood something, and then glanced at Tang Tian. The saber-toothed tiger's figure completely disappeared. Jiyu Shui's face flushed red. She knew that her thoughts were seen through by Ling Shu, and immediately became flustered. But hearing Tang Tian's scolding, she could not help but burst out laughing. She raised her head again, and smiled sweetly. "It's better to rely on myself." "Haha, yes." Tang Tian immediately became excited. All the people who witnessed this battle, in their lives, were destined to have an unforgettable nightmare. Tang Tian's loud voice came from below, and Ling Shu seemed to have awoken from a dream. He calmed his emotions, rubbed his eyes, calmed his breathing, and leaped down from the roof. Once this news was spread, it immediately caused the mechanical engineers and mechanical martial artists of Filin's Star to cheer. The mechanical martial artists had finally produced a top-notch martial artist. Tang Tian saw Ling Shu's expression of treating money like dirt, and was instantly stunned. "Are you sure?" However, everyone's attention was focused on Tang Tian and Ling Shu. Yaya's eyes immediately emitted a dazzling radiance, and with a pop, he leaped into the air, and both his hands grabbed the spirit nucleus tightly. When he landed, Yaya looked as if he was drunk, dizzy, and had a silly smile on his face. Inside the saber-toothed tiger, Bing's face was full of tears. "Hey, kid, it's time to split the loot. If you still don't come, I'll pocket it all for myself," Ling Shu said with a straight face. "Teacher once said, money is the original sin of corruption." "Ah." Tang Tian was shocked. "You still want to activate your blood meridians? Why? It's very dangerous. Aren't you already the clan leader now?" Especially Tang Tian. When Tang Tian heard this, he did not hesitate to keep the loot in his bag. He did not find it heavy. Tang Tian said righteously, "As the boss, then let me bear these original sins." He then muttered, "Anyway, I'll ask you for more when I run out of money. Carrying so many things on my body, it's so heavy, it's so annoying." Hua Shou's ability was stronger than Hua Rong, and since Tang Tian defeated Hua Shou, his ability and future were obviously more exciting. Tang Tian was already in the courtyard, laying out the spoils of war. Ling Shu hugged his silver spear and sat on the roof in a daze. The setting sun in the distance was already covered by the mountain peaks. Bing was the least valued, even though Bing's green-red cross scythe was shocking, but mechanical martial artists were too unpopular. And limited by the standard of mechanical weapons, it was even more difficult for mechanical martial artists to improve. In comparison, people felt that Tang Tian and Ling Shu had more room for improvement, so naturally they paid more attention to them. Yaya hugged the spirit nucleus, and walked to the side shakily, her face full of satisfaction. Clang clang, clang clang. On the other hand, Yaya stared at the pile of spoils of war, its two chubby little hands rubbing its chest continuously. Hiss. Subconsciously following the green stone slabs, his gaze extended to the distance. A tall bronze figure appeared in his vision. Aya, why are you so stubborn? Tang Tian could not help but say. Everyone had gone through so many trials and tribulations, their relationship was naturally different from before. Tang Tian had already treated Jiyu Shui as his own friend, and immediately became anxious for her. Looking at Tang Tian's happy look, Jiyu Shui only smiled quietly. Using his own strength to eliminate 262 martial artists, this was definitely the strength of the strongest martial artist on Filin's star. Furthermore, it was an extremely unpopular mechanical martial artist. The loot this time was extremely rich. Ling Shu did not care about him, and only left him a back view. The saber-toothed tiger spread out its cross-back view, as though it was from ancient times. Tang Tian, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by some noise. He took out a few items, and Ling Shu's gaze could not move away. Teacher, how good would it be if you could scold me again? Ling Shu hugged his silver spear, and sat down, but he was obviously not very interested in the loot. The beautiful future made everyone choose to obey Jiyu Shui. Pu. Ling Shu glanced at the small mountain, and said, you can help me pack it. Aha. That's great. Tang Tian was overjoyed, and raised his arms and cheered. Don't you have any high-quality goods? Ling Shu asked. Tang Tian casually picked up a spirit nucleus, and threw it to Yaya. Here, for you. Tang Tian stared blankly at everything that was happening in front of him. The green and red cross was like a cross scythe, quietly stabbing into tofu. Teacher, I've mastered it. He opened his eyes in a daze, and realized that his face was stuck to the ground, and the hard limestone was trembling slightly. Heh! Tang Tian immediately woke up. For the ground to tremble like this, it meant that there were many people running and trampling. On this long street, there was not a single martial artist who could still stand. In the middle of the limestone on the street, there was a straight and deep cut, from the point where the saber-toothed tiger charged, to his feet. Ling Shu's vision instantly became blurry. Tang Tian was stunned. You guys will have to leave eventually. A gentle smile hung on Jiyu Shui's face, as if this was a very simple decision. If I activate my blood meridians, I will have the ability to protect myself. Any one of these three's battle achievements was enough to cause a sensation in Filin's star. With the three of them together, it directly caused Filin's star to explode. Needless to say, the Hua brothers had been famous for a long time, and their positions were stable. To be killed in a one-on-one battle, the opponent's ability would definitely be able to enter the top 50. Heavy metal footsteps, stepping on the mess and blood, slowly moved forward. Green and red cross scythe. The sound of cloth tearing could be heard clearly in such a noisy environment. After this battle, their wallets were immediately filled. Just star coins alone, they had more than 1 million, 30 grade 6 spirit nucleus, 70 grade 6 star stones. Didn't you say that if you give birth to a son, he will have snow rainbow blood meridians? Then why don't you give birth to a son, and let him protect you? Tang Tian felt that his idea was too good, and laughed. After this battle, for the next 10 years, no one will dare to find trouble with you. After 10 years, he will have grown up. Leader, the things you taught me, I have not forgotten. The Hua brothers, who were in the top 50 of Filin's star, were killed by 2 nameless youths, and a mechanical martial artist, who used his own strength, with one move, consecutively killed 262 martial artists, appeared out of nowhere. Jiyu Shui stared at Tang Tian's distinct face, and could not shift her gaze away. She suddenly realized that she had lost her composure, and immediately lowered her head to hide it. The continuous suffering made her quickly mature. That was the saber-toothed tiger. Among the roars and roars, green and red cross was so quiet that there was no sound. Chapter 150. His gaze landed on 2 small glass bottles, each with a drop of fresh blood floating in it. One of the drops was dark red, while the other had a silver glow. The loose and thick feathers suddenly straightened, as though they were waking up from a deep slumber. They were like flowing water, flowing slowly. In the blink of an eye, the glove changed. Heavenly crane glove. Clang clang clang. Interesting. What attracted Tang Tian's attention the most were the small wings on both sides of the glove. They were shaped like crane wings, and were now folded up. Yes, some can. Jiyu Shui explained, some can't, like the snow rainbow blood meridians. But every blood meridian is not suitable for everyone. You can try. These 2 blood meridians are silver-ranked blood meridians that are not bad. The dwarf blood meridians can increase your strength and speed greatly, but the side effect is that it will make your body smaller. The winged human blood meridians can increase your speed greatly, and allow your movements to become more agile. Ling Shu chose the pony, while Tang Tian chose the glove. Ever since his Fornax gloves were destroyed, he had not found a suitable weapon. Although the blue peacock's defense was outstanding, it did not help much in attacking. Tang Tian sat beside Bing. Hey, uncle, you know how to control mechanical weapons? Tang Tian chose the dwarf blood meridians. He had a deep impression of the power of the dwarf blood meridians. If he could absorb the dwarf blood meridians, his strength would immediately increase by a level. How much? Tang Tian was stunned, and asked subconsciously. Jiyu Shui panicked. Why are you like this? This power caused Tang Tian's spirit to be roused. He started to communicate with the martial spirit of the star treasure. Unexpectedly, he did not spend any energy, and established a connection with the martial spirit of the glove. Jiyu Shui was extremely nervous. He stared at Tang Tian, not daring to blink. Ling Shu's face congealed. He had been in Filin's star for so long, and his understanding of blood meridians was much more than Tang Tian, so he knew swallowing blood meridians had a certain level of danger. Pretty good. Tang Tian chuckled. Then let me try. Nonsense. Bing rolled his eyes. If the instructor doesn't know, how can he teach others? The current Tang Tian had a much deeper understanding of power than before. True power poured into the gloves. Ka. The sluggish feathers started to flow. Tang Tian felt that the movement of the feathers on the glove was somewhat familiar. The glove was made of bronze, and its design was very unique. It was formed from layers of fine feathers, and it was abnormally thick and even a little bloated, like a large water bag. Holding it in his hand, he could feel its weight. Tang Tian tried to put on the gloves. The inside of the gloves was unusually comfortable. Tang Tian felt as if his hands were wrapped in a ball of water. Bloodlines can be absorbed. Tang Tian's eyes widened. Ling Shu shook his head. I won't try. Not yet. Bing replied straightforwardly. He did not wait for Tang Tian to ask, and changed the topic. How's your blue peacock? Tang Tian was instantly interested. Before he could react, his crane body suddenly moved. Not knowing if it was because of the crane body energy, the martial spirit was very close to Tang Tian. Tang Tian also realized that the aura of the glove martial spirit made him feel extremely comfortable. How do you feel? Jiyu Shui's voice was filled with nervousness. Tang Tian's face was fierce. Without saying a word, he barged into the chamber of the bronze figures and began to vent. I didn't expect these 2 rascals to have so many star treasures. Tang Tian was also surprised, but he immediately laughed. Haha, these 2 rascals' luck is really bad. They actually didn't have any use for it. Still no reaction. Tang Tian was slightly disappointed. Seems like I'm not suitable to absorb bloodlines. Don't worry, maybe my body is special. I've already thought it through. I want to follow my teacher's path. Ling Shu's eyes were filled with determination. Following my teacher's theory, focusing on the spear, not relying on external objects, and fulfilling his expectations for me. This is my mission. Tang Tian, who had suffered a heavy blow, ran to Bing. 2 million star coins. To him, this was definitely an astronomical figure. He did not have that many star coins on him. The group looked at each other. Tang Tian replied with an O, and swallowed the dwarf blood. The dark red dwarf blood did not have any smell of blood. Instead, it had a delicate fragrance. Tang Tian gently poured it down and swallowed it. Green-red cross scythe. Bing paused slightly, and said indifferently. A type of martial technique used to charge on the battlefield. Ling Shu's pony was a treasure from Equestria constellation. It came from the same constellation as Tang Tian's soaring boots of the pony. But, The quality of the pony was higher than the soaring boots of the pony. It could summon a bronze pony, and its speed was similar to Tang Tian's flamingo. It was a very practical treasure. Slap. A big palm grabbed the glass bottle. A pair of oddly shaped bronze gloves, a pony, and 2 other small glass bottles. The gloves stopped transforming. Tang Tian raised his head and swallowed the angel blood into his stomach. Just swallow it. Jiyu Shui was slightly nervous. Sometimes there will be some adverse reactions. That means your body is adapting to its power. You must endure it. What is this? Tang Tian was curious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Crane body energy. Wasn't the crane body energy in his body like this? It was made up of countless layers of true power stacking up. Ling Shu's expression was somewhat sluggish. Impossible. Why is there no reaction? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Tang Tian tilted his head and asked, "Why? This is interesting. Have I seen it somewhere before?" Tang Tian tried to instigate the crane body energy again. Kai. Sharp energy gushed out from his fingertips, leaving 5 deep holes on the bluestone floor. That's right. If you're lucky, you can sell it for 2 million. Jiyu Shui was gloating. That's good. Ling Shu was satisfied. I only train in spear techniques. For us, we do not seek external help in battles. If it was a true treasure, I would not be able to use it. This little thing can save me a lot of energy. Ling Shu held his silver spear as he sat on the horse. He looked like a heroic young man. He tried to instigate a strand of true power into it. 7 million star coins. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. His voice was trembling. The martial spirit of the glove was a ball of floating mist. From the outline, it seemed to have the shape of a crane. However, the martial spirit was not strong. It could be seen that it had not been nourished for a long time. After listening to Mrs. description, Mu Lei was stunned. He had never seen or even heard of such a thing. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. Tang Tian waved his hand. He had a weird look. This thing can't be fake, right? 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. The pitiful 18 bronze figures became the sacrifice of Tang Tian's anger. After a full 10 minutes, Tang Tian, who had vented his anger, left the chamber of the bronze figures. Ling Shu took a look. It was true. What do we do? Tang Tian was hesitant. He glanced at the other glass bottle. Do you want to try that? Could it be that the dwarf blood meridians are incompatible with me? Bing gloated. 2 million star coins. How is it? Can you taste it? Is it sweet or salty? The dwarf blood can be sold for 1 million star coins. The angel blood is also 700,000 star coins. With these 2 mouthfuls, 7 million star coins will be gone. Jiyu Shui sneered. 10 minutes later. Zheng. Once he said that, Ling Shu seemed to have an indescribable aura. It was indeed a treasure of the heavenly crane constellation. It should be a problem with my physique. Mu Lei was unsure. But he heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you're fine. Tang Tian could feel that his fingers had become more agile. He gently poked the limestone on the floor. Poof, he did not feel any resistance. His fingers completely sank into it. This is the dwarf blood and angel blood. The one who spoke was Jiyu Shui. She coincidentally came in. When she heard Tang Tian's question, she explained. You guys don't know how to collect them. I helped you collect them. Their blood meridians are also absorbed. When they die, the blood meridians will automatically gather and fuse into a drop of blood. Just 2 drops of blood. Jiyu Shui was obviously still angry at Tang Tian's reckless actions. She sneered. Do you know how much each drop can be sold for? Tang Tian tilted his head. He was puzzled. Tang Tian's spirit was lifted. This was definitely the most suitable treasure for him. At that moment, Tang Tian was overjoyed. What's that technique called? It's so powerful. Tang Tian quickly threw the 2 million star coins to the back of his head. He asked Bing curiously. At the same time, the crane body in his body started to circulate energy. Tang Tian heard a clear cry. As long as you like it. Tang Tian did not mind. He had long understood that everyone's choices were different, and there was nothing that could be forced. Time passed. How do I absorb it? Tang Tian asked Jiyu Shui. Don't be rash. Jiyu Shui shook her head. Can you teach me? Tang Tian's eyes lit up, revealing his true motive. Star treasures. Ling Shu's gaze was attracted to the few items in front of him. The gloves in front of him were completely different. They looked brand new. The originally bulky gloves were tightly stuck to his skin. It looked like a thin layer. But the gloves covered from the wrist to the elbow. Mu Lei did not say anything. He just stared at Tang Tian. Ling Shu did not say anything either. He stared at Tang Tian. At this moment, Mu Lei, who heard the commotion, also ran over. Jiyu Shui was like a life-saving straw as she hurriedly asked Mu Lei. Mu Lei's experience was plentiful, and the azure blood in his body was also absorbed. Jiyu Shui was surprised, but Tang Tian was happy for Ling Shu. This was Ling Shu finally finding his own path, and the change brought about by the breakthrough in his mental state. Ling Shu had been wandering for so many years. The accumulated experience would nourish him as he broke through his mental state. It was foreseeable that Ling Shu would usher in a period of rapid improvement. No feeling. Jiyu Shui was stunned. She reacted and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Tang Tian's shrill screams could be heard from far away. It seemed that he had obtained a treasure. After communicating with his martial spirit, Tang Tian finally knew the name of the gloves. If only it was a battle treasure. Tang Tian glanced at the little bronze horse. Ha 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 ha, nothing will happen. Tang Tian pretended to be relaxed and laughed. How can a godlike young man be affected by 2 drops of blood? Chapter 151. In this short period of time, the true power in Tang Tian's body had unknowingly been depleted by a quarter. But he could not care less about the depletion of true power. All his attention was attracted by Bing's words. He came out of the wooden barrel, wiped off the medicine on his body, took out a clean bandage, and started to wrap himself up carefully. These bandages were made of special materials, and were extremely durable. After wrapping himself tightly, it could help his pitiful bones bear some of the burden. He stepped into the wooden barrel at the side, which was filled with black medicine, emitting a pungent smell, and the medicine soaked his neck. But luckily the energy concentration in the recruit training camp was higher, and his progress in training true power was not slow. Tang Tian felt the scene before him change, and he was in a huge valley. The grey valley, rugged rocks, and the terrain was extremely complicated. The wind in the valley was strong, and it was hard to open one's eyes. Tang Tian had to use some strength to stabilize his body, and Bing floated beside him in the air. His face revealed a look of pain. A few large wolves that were about the same size as him, with sharp and terrifying wolf teeth, drooling, and red eyes, stared fiercely at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's face changed. "Teacher, I finally have the qualifications to wear it. I understand, it means to let the Meridians and Dantian starve, and then they will eat very quickly." Tang Tian extended his hand and said. Tang Tian heard and immediately checked the true power in his body, and as expected, the true power in his body had unknowingly decreased by a lot. This spear was given to him by his teacher, and was the source of his strength. After a few years of wandering, he finally started to find himself. "I still need a period of time to recover." Tang Tian was a little worried. In the battle with Hua Shou, Blue Peacock was heavily injured, and blocked over 20 attacks for him, and the last attack also greatly injured its vitality. Bing's hand gently moved, and the colorful planets in the room rotated quickly. After a moment, a gray planet stopped in front of Bing. "Teacher, Little Shu will definitely not let you down. I didn't expect you to pass the chamber of the 18 bronze figures so quickly. To be honest, this was out of my expectations." Bing looked at Tang Tian. "I originally thought that you would be tormented here for a while, so I did not arrange any new subjects for you." "All right, let's talk about the new subject." Ling Shu could still remember the way his teacher had looked at him. A few bone-gnawing wolves howled and pounced at Tang Tian like angry arrows. Tang Tian suddenly sensed something and turned his head. This was a prescription that his teacher had concocted for him when he was still alive to alleviate the burden on his body. Every once in a while, he would need to soak in it to remove the hidden injuries in his body. Ever since he started practicing this spear art, he had never stopped taking medicine. "Teacher, I can do it." Looking at himself in the mirror, Ling Shu muttered to himself, his orange-red eyes filled with longing and determination. Tang Tian's hair stood on end. Without saying a word, he turned around and started running. In the time it took for him to speak, Tang Tian only had half of his true power left in his body. This level of comfort would not last long. New subject. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. His teacher sighed, "Little Shu, when I picked you up, your body was already heavily injured, your bones were already deformed, especially your spine. I massaged you every day, but there was no way to change it. This spear art has high demands on the body, and your body can't handle it. Your wrists, elbows, these joints have all been injured to varying degrees, your strength exertion has a natural defect, and most importantly, the burden it brings to your spine will make you wish you were dead. I asked Big Brother Jing Hao, and Jing Hao said it's not a big deal, just let it rest for a period of time, feed it more spirit nuclei, and it will recover. Teacher, why don't you teach me spear arts?" The young voice carried a hint of sadness. Although the chamber of the 18 bronze figures was torturous, it did allow him to improve greatly. If he did not complete the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he would definitely not be able to cross hands with an enemy of Hua Shou's level, not to mention winning. The snow-white bandages wrapped around his body made his face flush red and looked somewhat sick. He held the silver spear in his hand, the cold body of the spear immediately calmed his heart. Bing's sinister voice came over. Bing was like an experienced instructor, hitting the nail on the head. "Yes." Tang Tian nodded his head heavily, and said seriously and firmly, "A godlike young man will not slack off." Ling Shu revealed a satisfied expression, his gaze landed on a brand new white robe on the chair. The white robe was lined with gold, the collar was upright, and nailed with 2 golden goat horns insignia. Tang Tian continuously used his martial spirit to nourish it, but the results were minimal. But what made him feel at ease was, he could feel that although the peacock's martial spirit's aura was weak, but its vitality seemed to be stronger than before. The training of true power also has a subject. Tang Tian was stunned. In his mind, the training of true power was a competition of time. Those who had the means would use star rocks to train, that way the improvement would be faster. But obviously, with his current net worth, he naturally could not be so extravagant. Ling Shu was slightly agitated, he reached out his palm and caressed the white robe, his teacher's reminder before he died was still ringing in his ears. In the room, Ling Shu took off his thick jacket, his entire body was wrapped in bandages, like a mummy. He lowered his head and unwrapped the bandages on his wrists, the bandages loosened round by round, elbows, shoulders, chest, waist. Bing snorted, "Don't be so full of yourself, come, let me show you the new subject I've prepared for you." The pain gradually subsided, he felt his body regaining its vitality. His stiff joints also became soft, the prickling sensation that made him feel like needles had disappeared. After the burning sensation, what followed was unimaginable pain. It was like countless of small files, in his joints, in the gaps of his bones, continuously grinding away the newly grown bone spurs. Tang Tian felt a chill in his heart. But he quickly threw this point to the back of his head, what it looked like, he completely did not care, even if it was a beggar's clothes, he would not hesitate to wear it. The soft murmur was like a vow. "Did you discover the abnormality here? That's right, the wind here will continuously swallow your true power, and from there, it will speed up the loss of your true power. Even if you stand here without moving, the true power in your body will continue to be consumed." An hour later, his eyes that had lost focus slowly regained their vigor. Tang Tian's ears perked up, his face full of anticipation. Of course, just this is not enough. Because for a long time without the nourishment of true power, your meridians and dantian will wither. Later on, we discovered, as long as you can maintain a high-intensity exercise, your flesh power will continuously nourish your meridians and dantian. This is a deeper level of nourishment and strengthening. Because you can't practice it. The old voice said patiently. He had long learned how to wrap the bandages tightly, without affecting the flexibility of his body. So, Bing's poker face exposed a sinister smile, with a snap of his fingers. "We will give the recruits some motivation to exercise, your good partner, bone-gnawing wolf. If one day, you are able to master the Justice Origin Core Thorn, you can wear it. The deformed body was slowly swallowed by the snow-white bandages. Bing opened the grey planet. It was the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a situation. He had spent the most effort on the blue peacock. Under the continuous tempering, the blue peacock's power was much stronger than before, but he did not expect that this time it would suffer such a heavy injury. Ling Shu carefully wore the white robe. The white robe was very wide, covering his body tightly. His white robe was whiter than snow, his silver spear embellished with red embellishments, blue hair and orange pupils. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Ling Shu was slightly surprised. This set of clothes looked more like a priest's uniform, and not like a martial artist's uniform. Teacher, I will definitely work hard, really, really hard. Teacher, I beg you, please teach me. The young and stubborn voice pleaded. Your martial techniques already do not have many flaws, but this is obviously not enough. Your problem now is, your body cannot keep up with your reactions. Your martial spirit has reached the silver rank, it is still slowly improving, but your martial techniques, true power is still at a lower level. Especially your true power, the 5th level standard, is already unable to adapt to your current battles. So this time's training subject is aimed at true power. The medicinal power permeated his body, his entire body felt like it was on fire, his bones were wrapped in a ball of fire, continuously burning, as though it wanted to soften and melt the hard and unyielding bones. His mind was blank, his face pale white, the orange angry eyes lost their focus, becoming pale, his mouth unconsciously releasing sounds like a wild beast. His head looked as though it was fished out from the water, his face full of perspiration, his blue hair all wet, sticking to his head. Teacher, I can do it. I can definitely do it. The young Ling Shu raised his head, and said resolutely. The young man pushed open the door, and the room was filled with sunlight. Your description is very accurate. Bing's mouth revealed a smile, but immediately became serious. That's right. So we built this training room, called the Valley of Hunger. There is no energy here, your true power cannot be replenished here. You will soon experience, what is the feeling of hunger? But this process was definitely not enjoyable. Looking at the mirror, the blue-haired, orange-eyed face full of heroic spirit, the deformed figure, the bent and deformed elbow, his thoughts drifted far away. You also need to properly digest the gains from this battle. Bing reminded him. Of course I have. His wrist lightly shook, the spear tip trembled, a silver cold aura flashed in the air. True power is the foundation of all martial techniques, and the research on true power has always been our focus. Increasing the concentration of energy in the environment is the most common method. But this time, we had a new discovery very quickly. When your true power is quickly consumed, your meridians and dantian will always be in a state of negative pressure. The meridians and dantian will instead be strengthened, and their efficiency in absorbing energy will become higher. Oh, relax, even if they catch up to you, you will not really die, but the pain is unavoidable. They like to bite people's joints, until they become dregs, only then will they reluctantly swallow. You can try it yourself, it feels very real. Chapter 152. Ling Shu's spear techniques did not have any changes, and only continued to sprinkle out pieces after pieces of the spear-tip cold aura that formed a silver sea of stars. Bing looked at the time, a full 20 minutes had passed. Bing could not help but recall, in the recruit barracks, how many people could do this. I never thought I would still be able to see the Ari's spear of stars. Bing's voice suddenly sounded out in Tang Tian's mind. And the empty meridians and dantian instinctively wanted to absorb energy from the gale, but there was no energy in the gale. The dantian meridians and the gale, two different types of suction, seemed to be adding strength. Why is this guy dressed so handsome today? Above his head, Bing's friendly reminder came out. Luckily his body quality was outstanding, although he did not have the support of true power, but his physical strength was enough for him to run. Tang Tian used all his strength to run. The gale blew so hard that he could not open his eyes. This gale was very strange. When it brushed past his body, it would take away his body temperature, and take away the true power in his body. The faster he ran, the faster the true power in his body would be lost. This was the first time Tang Tian saw Ling Shu training his spear techniques, and was immediately interested, and simply sat down on the stone bench in the corner. The moment he sat down, his buttocks trembled, his heart suddenly tightened, and only after a while did he react. He had already left the recruit barracks. His buttocks were obviously unharmed, but he felt a dull pain inside. Tang Tian was stunned. Ling Shu had changed into a brand new set of clothes, and immediately looked like a rich young master, handsome and dashing. Tang Tian lowered his head to look at himself, and suddenly felt a burst of country bumpkin air. He was truly surprised. 8 minutes and 33 seconds. Bing's introduction made Tang Tian's scalp numb. He did not dare to look back, and did not dare to stop. The feeling of hunger was getting stronger, and the muscles in his legs were getting softer and softer. Mu Lei left with a long laugh. Bing was truly moved. That poker face that looked like it was painted on, the surprised expression, was unspeakably lively and funny. His thick eyebrows slid to the side, his eyes widened, and his mouth formed an oval shape. This rotation was actually caused by the thumb rubbing against the body of the gun. Tang Tian's gaze fell on Ling Shu's hand that was holding the silver spear. After looking for a while, he revealed a surprised expression. Tang Tian comforted himself in his heart. Bing looked at the back view of the stumbling figure, and sighed with emotion. This fellow was always giving him more and more surprises. To be able to break the recruit camp record, what kind of ferocious people were they? The image of sharp wolf teeth biting into his buttocks appeared in his mind. Hearing this, Mu Lei was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. "That's great. Miss, you don't have to take this risk." Bing continued to mock and ridicule him from above. He was calm and unruffled, leisurely, with a face full of smiles. He said, "Even in our era, to have such an outstanding physique like yours, it was rare. Such exquisite finger strength." Jiyu Shui looked at Mu Lei's back view, and used a voice that only she could hear. "Such precious time, to use it to activate the blood meridians, what a waste." To fully exert strength, it was almost impossible to avoid the spine. In any martial technique, the spine contained astonishing power. To Tang Tian, this was undoubtedly a form of torture. The feeling of his meridians being empty persisted for 10 minutes, and Tang Tian felt like a hungry demon, his chest sticking to his back. But he could not relax. The high-intensity exercise made him feel weak and tired like never before. Not only that, the strength of his shoulders, elbows and wrists, he did not use much. Ling Shu actually used the strength of his fingers the most. The more he ran, the hungrier he got, and the more he ran, the weaker his limbs became. If not for the wolf howling behind him, Tang Tian would have definitely sat on the ground. But Jiyu Shui smiled sweetly. "Uncle Mu, don't try to persuade me. I'll tell them later. I don't intend to activate the blood meridians." Bing was startled, glanced, and immediately looked back in shock. His face could not bear to look, and muttered, "I've reminded you before, they also love buttocks. It's really good to be young man, your physique is rather outstanding." But he no longer needed to worry about the problem of true power, because the true power in his body was already empty, not a drop was left. In the courtyard, Ling Shu was training his spear arts. All right, this godlike young man never walked the path of sacrificing his body. Mu Lei was speechless. After a long time, he then said, "I understand." Tang Tian's face was gloomy. He angrily walked out of the room. His walking posture was a little weird, as though his buttocks were injured. Tang Tian's face turned white. His legs that were just weak suddenly exploded with a burst of power, and his speed increased sharply. "Miss, all the materials are prepared." Mu Lei wanted to say something but stopped, his face full of worry. Forcing himself to throw the image of the buttocks and the snow-white wolf teeth out of his mind, Tang Tian composed himself, and placed his attention on Ling Shu's spear arts. His meridians were empty. At the start, Tang Tian did not feel too uncomfortable. It felt like he had just gone through a big battle, and was a little weak. But his physical strength was not affected much. It felt a little weird. After running for a while, Tang Tian did not feel so good. The strong wind brushed past his body, and there was a faint suction force. But Ling Shu's strength did not even apply it to his spine. Time passed slowly. Tang Tian's mind was blank. He only knew to instinctively run. The spine, to a martial artist, was like a big dragon. It was the source of strength. But this fellow, every one of Ling Shu's spear, brought along a strong rotation. In his memory, ordinary recruits, when entering for the first time, to be able to last for 10 minutes was considered a pretty good result. Entering for the first time, and exceeding 20 minutes, such a result, did he break the record? Bing started to think. After a while, a string of numbers appeared in his mind. It really makes one look forward to it. Ah. Tang Tian's heart-wrenching scream floated in the air above the Valley of Hunger. Tang Tian's gaze was fixed on Ling Shu's 10 fingers. He then noticed, Ling Shu's 10 fingers were thicker than the average person's. But such an ordinary fellow actually broke the record the first time he entered the Valley of Hunger. 10 minutes, and you're already here. Not bad, not bad. Bing's tone seemed to be full of praise, but Tang Tian was very clear that this fellow was definitely waiting to watch the show. Psychological shadow. This was definitely a psychological shadow. He seemed to not know fatigue, and was extremely engrossed in this kind of boring training. It was like a big mouth, greedily sucking in an empty bottle. Tang Tian's heart was indescribably shocked. Ling Shu's 10 fingers were changing rhythm so fast, he actually could not catch it. In such a small range, but was able to explode with astonishing power, and the changes were so complicated, Tang Tian could not even understand it. If there really is an accident, even if they are here, they can't do anything. Ji Shui said softly. Let this godlike young lad go to heaven's road peacefully, and realize his godlike dream. How good would that be? Ji Shui smiled. He has already helped us enough. Miss Mu Lei was immediately shocked. You must not. Young Master Tang and young Master Ling are both here. If there is an accident, they can take care of you. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques were incomparably strong, and his understanding of force exertion was extremely deep. With one look, he could see that Ling Shu's force exertion was extremely strange. His tone was filled with sorrow and reminiscence. Since this place is called the Valley of Starvation, of course the bone-gnawing wolves are also hungry. Oh, normally, they would be starved for 7 to 8 days, and then released. Ling Shu's waist did not move an inch, both of his shoulders never opened, and the trembling of the spear was very small. Miss, are you afraid that young Master Tang will be worried? Mu Lei looked deeply at Miss Bing, who was following behind him, could not help but reveal a look of surprise on his poker face. Tang Tian was already an arrow at the end of its flight, his heavy breathing was like bellows, his advancing speed had obviously decreased, and when he jumped over a piece of rock, he even fell. If not for his physical strength being close to the critical point, Tang Tian would definitely not have such a problem. There was no end to the valley in front. He had been an instructor for a very long time, and had seen countless of talented youths. Back then, the Southern Cross Army was like the sun in the sky, and had strict requirements for recruits. Which one of them was not a genius? With Tang Tian's standard and talent, back then, it was impossible for him to enter the recruit barracks. Uncle Mu's expectations of me are really high. Ji Shui was startled, but she suddenly imitated Tang Tian's tone, and mischievously said, but, I think so too. Oh, I forgot to tell you, although the bone-gnawing wolf likes to chew on bones, it also has a preference for the fleshy buttock. Ji Shui suddenly raised her head, and smiled. Uncle Mu, I've changed my mind. His attention was all on the bone-gnawing wolf behind him, the bone-gnawing wolf's pursuit, that craziness and stubbornness, the incessant roars, made Tang Tian tremble with fear. But Mu Lei still wanted to persuade him. Oh my God! Using the friction of the thumb to produce such a strong rotation, Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Ling Shu's silver spear was made of metal, it was not light at all. The strong wind was still continuously sucking at his empty dantian. He was like a starving person, wanting to vomit but having nothing to vomit. Tang Tian did not dare to be distracted. The Valley of Starvation's terrain was rather complex, he needed to be fully focused. Such a strange way of exerting force. Before Mu Lei turned to leave, he suddenly turned back, and said seriously, Miss, I believe that you will definitely activate your blood meridians. Heaven has given you so many hardships, and so much luck, it must be to forge a legend. No. Ji Shui shook her head, I intend to wait for them to leave before I try. Chapter 153. Don't tell me it changed its name. Bing was surprised. Ji Shui followed Tang Tian's finger and looked, and was enlightened. Oh, there used to be a lot of stone sculptures here, and there were quite a few of them like this, but there were too many people digging in the past, and everyone wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground, so the stone sculptures were basically destroyed. Is Tian interested in stone sculptures? This big canyon, there is a ruin inside. As the wind was strong, Ji Shui needed to speak loudly, so that Tang Tian could hear her. I don't know which era it is, there used to be adventurers who would come here, but all the valuable things have been taken away, and now it is a ruin, and no one has come here for many years. That's great. Ji Shui's beautiful face seemed to brighten up, and she said excitedly, then let's go. Hurry up. Ari's Spear of Stars. Ling Shu was stunned, and said, you got it wrong, it's called Pointed Sea Spear. Ah Shui. Tang Tian saw who it was, and was surprised. Why do you have time at this time? Aren't you very busy recently? Tang Tian's shout in the wind woke Ji Shui up. Ji Shui heard Tang Tian's shout, and immediately ran over. Tian, what did you discover? Ji Shui, who was caught off guard, screamed in the sky, but very quickly the screams turned into laughter. The wind blew past her face. Looking at Tang Tian, Ji Shui suddenly wished, if time could stop now, how good would it be? She smiled sweetly. This is the only place in Black Mountain City that has some scenery. The Ari's Spear of Stars that I have seen before, the force exertion was not like this, seems like it is a new creation. Bing muttered, this kind of force exertion is faster and more concealed, others are unable to catch and predict. And the range is very small, the speed of the spear can be increased, and is very suitable to use the Star Sea. However, if that was the case, the requirement for finger strength would also reach an unimaginable level. The strength of my fingers, compared to normal exertion, is simply too small. Tang Tian was suddenly enlightened, and pretended to speak in an unfriendly tone. Could it be that uncle did not actually teach me the true Southern Cross Army's absolute arts? Amidst the ruins, their voices echoed. This conclusion surprised even Tang Tian himself. Calming his mind, Tang Tian sprinted at full speed. He did not know if it was because he had just come out from the Valley of Starvation, but his meridians and dantian had also become incomparably hungry, desperately and greedily devouring the surrounding energy. Not long after, a headless, one-armed stone statue appeared in front of them. Tian, what were you like when you were young? Very high. Tang Tian had a deep understanding of force exertion. Although he did not understand all the mysteries, he could roughly estimate how strong the finger strength was required to exert such force. The finger strength should be about 40 times that of a normal martial artist. Anyway, in their eyes, the pointed sea spear was the Ari's Spear of Stars. Tang Tian listened quietly, not knowing how to comfort her. Ji Shui's eyes lit up. Then let's dig it out. Hey, Ling Shu, your Ari's Spear of Stars training is not bad. Tang Tian laughed as he walked over. In this happiness and satisfaction, Tang Tian brought Ji Shui to the Grand Canyon. I'm done with my work. Everything is arranged. I can finally relax. Ji Shui's face was full of smiles. Oh right, I've already reported your names. The Starry Door trials will be held 2 months later. You guys leave a month earlier, there's plenty of time. Ji Shui gently bent down and plucked a small blue flower. She placed it at the tip of her nose and sniffed it. She said softly, when I was young, my father often brought me here to play. There's no one here anymore. My father said that 30 years ago, there would always be people coming here. It said that a powerful treasure was unearthed. The entire ruins were dug up to the sky. There was nothing else. Other than these stone pillars and walls, no one wanted them. My father saw that I liked this place, so he got rid of all the weeds in the ruins and planted my favorite flowers. He said he wanted to gift me a garden. No. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't know why, but this stone hand gives me an unusual feeling. The two of them started to get busy. To Tang Tian, pulling out the weeds was a walk in the park. He started to live alone very early on. He had a lot of life experience. Looking at Ji Shui who was cheering like a little girl, Tang Tian then remembered that the new patriarch of the Ji family was actually a little girl. It was a stone-carved palm. The movement of the palm attracted Tang Tian's gaze. It was a simple hand gesture, but for some reason, It made Tang Tian's heart palpitate uncontrollably. The time it took to release the spear was shorter, which meant that Ling Shu's Sea of Stars was more compact and more stable. Pointed sea spear? Tang Tian was stunned. Tang Tian stood rooted to the ground. His eyes were wide open. His face was unhappy. Hey! It could be seen that there were not many people in the canyon. The place was overgrown with weeds. There was not even a small path. Tang Tian grabbed onto Jiyu Shui. He stepped on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon and flew forward. It was a relaxed and carefree feeling. Energy continuously entered his meridians and was refined into true power. Once again, it was injected into the Dantian pool. That kind of happiness and satisfaction almost made Tang Tian cry. All right. Tang Tian readily agreed. Jiyu Shui rarely made any requests. It was not an overboard request. Black Mountain City had been in turmoil recently. Although he and Ling Shu were there, no one dared to make a move on the Jiyu family. But Jiyu Shui's safety was a huge problem. Tang Tian's face turned white. He still had the trauma of being bitten on his buttocks. In Tang Tian's mind, the scene of the bone-gnawing wolves roaring and rushing towards him in the Valley of Starvation appeared. Immediately, his heart trembled. His buttocks were in pain. Hearing the two words canyon, Tang Tian thought of the Valley of Starvation, and his mind trembled. I'm not done. Ling Shu did not care about Tang Tian. He walked to a corner and meditated. Increase the amount. Hey, where are we going? Haha, no problem. A ruin appeared in front of Tang Tian. The ground was filled with broken walls. What was left were some rock carvings. But from the traces of wind erosion, it could be seen that they were very old. After passing through the canyon, the scenery became clear. Tang Tian understood what Jiyu Shui meant when she said the scenery was not bad. Although it was very old and had been eroded by wind, the patterns on the walls and pillars were still solemn and exquisite. The ruins were filled with brightly colored flowers, which made the remnants of the ruins look even more ancient and unadorned. Hey! Tang Tian was surprised. If you want to thank me, play with me for a day. Jiyu Shui said generously. It's not easy for me to rest. I want to go out for a walk and relax. I'll have to trouble you, young lad, to be my guard. Tang Tian pointed at the stone hand in the mud. That. Tang Tian threw away the heaviness in his heart and laughed. Suddenly, he grabbed Jiyu Shui and soared into the sky. Cough cough cough, a godlike young lad, how could he be so embarrassed by a mere valley of starvation? Tang Tian's speed was very fast. While he was pulling the grass, he answered Jiyu Shui's endless questions. Suddenly, something in the mud caught his eye. Tang Tian knew that his intuition was very strong. With 13 times of intuition, he was much stronger than the average martial artist. This fellow is not an ordinary person. Bing was suddenly full of emotions. The Ari's Spear of Stars is very unique. It is famous for being hard to train. When he releases his spear, it brings along a strong spiraling force. When used for offense, it has astonishing destructive power. When used for defense, it can dissipate the enemy's force. Look at him, he can release his spear 30 times in a second. Look at his spear, it's all relying on his fingers. Pointed sea spear it is. Are you done training? Tang Tian was eager to try. Then let's fight. Don't look down on me, Tang Tian said firmly. How can I be defeated by this asshole? I'm his boss. Tang Tian was surprised. To be able to hear such praise from Bing's mouth, it was Tang Tian's first time. But looking at Ling Shu's focused expression, Tang Tian could not help but nod. This fellow is indeed very strong. The way he releases his spear is very unique. It's my first time seeing him use his fingers to release his spear. A normal martial artist's finger strength was 40 times. This strength could not be compared to his arm strength, but it was already very shocking. On the other hand, this weird way of releasing his strength caused the speed of his attacks to decrease greatly. The spear became even more sudden and unpredictable. The lethality increased rapidly. Jiyu Shui calmed himself down and shouted, "Let's go outside the city. Over there, do you see it? There's a big canyon. Ari's Spear of Stars." Tang Tian was immediately curious. It sounds very powerful. Suddenly, a beautiful figure barged in. Tian, you brat, you didn't even pass the recruit camp. What absolute arts? Bing sneered. But his heart was still warm. He said, but since I'm still alive, the Southern Cross Army is destined to flourish. Hehe, seems like I'll have to increase your strength. If not, if I lose to this Ari's brat, then I'll lose face. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He gasped for breath. Only then did he notice Tang Tian in the corner. At this age, he had experienced so many misfortunes and tribulations. It was not easy. When I was young, I was with my mother. Then she passed away. Tang Tian immediately started moving. The loose soil was easy for him. Jiyu Shui stopped the sorrow in his heart. His face once again hung a warm smile. Aya, I haven't been here for so long. The grass here has grown so much. Hey, Tian, let's pull the grass. Ling Shu, who had completely forgotten himself, finally stopped. No. Tang Tian did not understand. Aren't there you and me? However, after thousands of years of evolution, the name of a martial technique changing was not something too surprising. Regardless of whether it was Bing or Tang Tian, they did not care. That's great. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Thank you. Yes, very powerful. Bing said. I don't know how it is now. But at that time, it was the strongest martial technique of the Aries constellation. It was very famous. I never thought that in this era, it would still be passed down. But the inheritance of our Southern Cross Army has been completely destroyed. Tang Tian thought so too. No matter what it was, wouldn't they know once they dug it out? Chapter 154. I've found one. Dang dang dang. The undulation of the martial spirit. Tang Tian did not notice it. After being reminded by Bing, he used his hands to touch the statue, and closed his eyes to feel it. Her face was anxious. The cracks on the 5 stone statues could be seen with the naked eye, and when the last piece of stone entered the stone statue, in front of Tang Tian and Bing, were 5 perfect and flawless stone statues. But when the 5 statues were placed together, even Jiyu Shui could see that it was not normal. His experience was far richer than Tang Tian's. The 5 statues in front of them were ancient, but they were still able to maintain their good condition, and were once again awakened. These things were definitely not simple. Tang Tian felt a chill down his spine. The hair on his back stood up. Without thinking, he bent his waist, and the cold sword aura brushed past his spine. A ray of sharp Tan Tui blade brought along a mist, and pounced towards the opponent. There's one here. The one-armed headless statue only had one arm, and it made a weird hand gesture. Tang Tian felt that something was about to break out from the ground beneath his feet. He immediately dodged backwards. Whoosh, a shadow drilled out from the ground, and whooshed past him. It was a piece of crushed stone. He secretly shook his head. That day, he was impulsive, and used the green-red cross scythe. It took him a few days to recover. It was better to use less powerful techniques. Let's quickly search, and see if there are any other statues. Tang Tian was also filled with anticipation. He suddenly felt that this could be an amazing discovery. Tang Tian did not expect that the extremely sharp Tan Tui blade was actually unable to leave any marks on the statue's body. He did not know what was not simple, but his intuition was extremely strong. Because he was attracted by the hand gesture at first glance. If not for Bing's reminder, he would not have felt the weak martial spirit undulation from the statue. The two of them did not feel tired. They looked at the small hill, as though they were looking at a pile of treasures. The two of them started to assemble the statues excitedly. In this aspect, Jiyu Shui's talent was much higher than Tang Tian's. Very quickly, Tang Tian decided to stand aside and watch. Because he realized that his help was not as fast as Jiyu Shui's. Tang Tian's true power rippled. The cold qi exploded, and formed a circle of air around Tang Tian. Jiyu Shui's face was slightly pale. She subconsciously leaned towards Tang Tian. Suddenly, one of the statues opened its eyes, and smiled. The statue's face was actually like a woman's skin, with a hint of charm. Tan Tui blade struck the statue, but what Tian did not expect was that, other than the statue swaying a little, there were no injuries. Yen, it's a very evil and cold martial spirit. Tang Tian checked the cracks on the statue. The cracks were not serious, so it should not have been broken for too long. Thinking about what Jiyu Shui said, 30 years ago, many people came here, Tang Tian guessed that the other parts were broken at that time. It seems to be an amazing discovery. Jiyu Shui was extremely happy. It was as though she found a big treasure. Her face was filled with joy and curiosity. Furthermore, this amazing discovery was made together with Tang Tian, and there was nothing that made her happier. Another statue appeared behind him. Its index and middle fingers were like a sword, pointing straight at Tang Tian's back. Not long after, they heard Jiyu Shui's cheerful voice, "Over here." Tang Tian's reaction was fast. His right leg hooked downwards. The two of them started to search seriously. "Hey, uncle, do you know him?" Tang Tian and Bing secretly conversed. If his strength was at its peak, then he would not be worried at all. This kind of trash, one finger was enough to crush them all. The broken parts that they found were piled up into a small hill. Bing, who was controlling the saber-toothed tiger, appeared beside Tang Tian. Jiyu Shui was thrown far away by Tang Tian. Jiyu Shui, who was in the air, immediately flew away. She knew her strength was meager. She could not help much. The most important thing was not to distract Tang Tian. Damn it. Tang Tian's body took the chance to lie down. He dodged the statue's finger. The moment he fell to the ground, Tang Tian fiercely stomped on the ground. He was like an arrow that left the bow. He rushed out. The two of them ran to the statue. They tried to piece it back together. But they realized there was an extra piece. Tang Tian glanced at it. He nodded his head. "It's beautiful." That perfect arm was indeed very beautiful, although Tang Tian did not know what was called artistic beauty, but his gaze would always be attracted to that arm. It was very graceful. "Who?" The 5 fingers of the grasping flower flew towards the back of Tang Tian's head. The cold chi was as though it wanted to pierce through his head. Bang! The godlike young man's face darkened. He said angrily, "These 5 fellows don't look like good people. They actually tried to charm me. You guys are dead." One by one, the broken pieces were attracted by the strong suction force. Like a rainstorm, they shot out from the ground and entered the 5 broken statues. Countless white vortexes, with Tang Tian as the center, suddenly rushed out in all directions. His pupils constricted. Seeing Tang Tian open his eyes, Jiyu Shui was curious. What's so special about the statue? Tang Tian and Jiyu Shui started to search the ruins. The qi swept past his body. Tang Tian's heart shivered. The qi was extremely cold and strange. It was like a living poisonous worm. It tried to drill into Tang Tian's body. Bing was not as optimistic as Tang Tian. He was facing a great enemy. Looking at the 5 statues, they were not ordinary. Every statue's martial spirit was different. But they had a subtle connection. Pu. The 5 beautiful statues were glowing with a demonic aura. It was like they were alive. Tang Tian's gaze was attracted to them. However, before he could even stand still, the stone man was like a maggot attached to his bones, haunting him like a ghost. And he had a premonition that this special hand technique was not that simple. With that thought, Tang Tian's spirit was roused. "Let's search. Maybe we can find its hand and head. These statues are not ordinary." Jiyu Shui opened her eyes wide. She looked at Tang Tian, who had his eyes closed. She could not tell what was so attractive about the statue to Tang Tian. "Take care of yourself," Bing bellowed. But the moment the 5 statues were stepped on, the demonic and cold qi suddenly surged. With a loud bang, it exploded. "I don't know." Jiyu Shui shook her head. "Many people have come here before. But no one knows what era the ruins are from. But with his current strength." Bing's disapproving voice came out from the saber-toothed tiger's armor. "It can be considered a real battle practice. But, don't call me out for no reason. For a chief instructor like me, the appearance fee is expensive. As a hired thug, Ghost Claw is very qualified." The 5 statues were smiling. Some looked like they were holding flowers. Some looked like they were standing with their fingers straight. Some looked like they had their palms open with 3 fingers pointing to the sky. Their expressions and hand movements were all different. Bing was speechless. What era are these ruins from? Tang Tian asked Jiyu Shui. 5 broken and incomplete stone statues. The dazzling blade aura suddenly blossomed. Tang Tian accurately blocked a palm that appeared out of nowhere. His 5 fingers were like holding flowers. A sweet fragrance entered his nose. Tang Tian felt his blood churning. His legs became weak. He retreated a few steps. The martial spirit was weak. But it was a demonic martial spirit. Tang Tian's heart trembled. It was the first time he felt such a cold and demonic martial spirit. At this point, he already knew that this headless one-armed stone statue was no ordinary object. But which constellation would produce such a demonic chi? The 2 of them buried their heads in the ruins. After noon, the 2 of them finally plowed through the ruins a few times. Other than those buried deep underground, there was no way to search carefully. Weird. Almost at the same time, the other 4 statues opened their eyes. Some were laughing, some were crying, some were happy and some were angry. I don't know. Bing shook his head. His tone was surprised. These statues are weird. They seem to have the undulations of a martial spirit. 7 consecutive blades landed on the statue. The statue that did not have any before finally had a crack. The statue turned into a human. It was extremely creepy. Kai. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. But he was not afraid. Instead, he was eager. Seems like it is not easy to deal with. Tang Tian's face changed. He pushed Jiyu Shui behind him. The martial spirits on each of the stone statues were clearly very weak, but when the 5 stone statues were placed together, the aura of the martial spirits suddenly became very strong. Jiyu Shui was interested. Without hesitation, he said, then let's look for it. Then we can complete it. Look at its hand. It's very beautiful. Tang Tian took a deep breath. The palm that was hidden at his waist activated the Shiratori vortex. It has a martial spirit. Jiyu Shui was stunned. The statues have martial spirits. Bang! Tang Tian took the chance to catch his breath. He could see the statue in front of him clearly. Although the 5 statues were not complete, they were placed together. The surrounding temperature dropped. The cold chi lingered around the 2 of them. The broken rocks stuck on one of the statues. It was a perfect fit. I feel that it's better to save some spirit nuclei. Tang Tian said. We are very poor. The aura of the 5 afterimages in the field continued to rise. A cold and demonic aura spread out in waves. Tang Tian had a hallucination, as though the 5 broken images were alive. Yes. Tang Tian's face congealed. It has a martial spirit. Bing secretly thought in his heart, he did not know anything about the history of the 3 great armies from the time of their demise until now. He did not know which dynasties or which powerful constellations had appeared during this period. Tang Tian looked at it. He felt dizzy. He became alert and woke up. Tang Tian was alarmed. He shouted, "It's here." The qi became stronger. Tang Tian's uneasiness increased. He could not care about anything else. He grabbed Jiyu Shui and threw her behind him. It's not this one. Tang Tian was excited. Seems like there's more than one statue here. Hiss. He roared, Bing. Tang Tian's spirit was roused, and he immediately ran over. It was indeed an arm. From the style, it was exactly the same as the statue. Tang Tian observed for a moment, it was a completely different hand gesture. Chapter 155. Kai Kai Kai, a white whirlpool of air, with a thin whistle, like a school of mischievous fish, rushed towards the ball of red-fist seal. Many thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind, but at this moment, Tang Tian's heart was in a strange tranquility. The angry-faced statue was like a sieve, trembling violently, its body had many shallow pits. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk, a dot of red light lit up on the crying-faced statue's middle finger. Tang Tian did not have any fear in his heart, although these statues were emitting a strange and cold qi, but Tang Tian's guts were originally big, such a strong qi could not affect him at all. A straight red sword aura gushed out from the crying-faced statue's middle finger, suddenly reaching in front of Tang Tian. The 5 round pearls in his palm suddenly turned into 5 puddles of blood. The 5 puddles of blood mixed together, squirming. The blood puddles could faintly see a human shape. Seems like I need to spend some time to temper the heavenly crane gloves. Poof poof poof. A thick and ancient chi suddenly enveloped the entire area. The crying-faced statue instantly turned into a pile of dust. Dangerous white bird. Tang Tian was stunned. These statues' chests were so hard, his Tantui blade could not even leave a mark on them, but the ghost claw could actually pierce through their chests. The moment the red light shone, Tang Tian had goosebumps all over his body. Without thinking, he struck out with the great monument palm. Bang! The angry-faced statue's body split into pieces. Tang Tian did not give the angry-faced statue a chance to regain its footing. In a flash, he appeared in front of the angry-faced statue, and lightly pressed his palm on the statue's body. This time, when the great monument palm was unleashed, Tang Tian felt that it was different. Without turning his head, the palm with the heavenly crane gloves suddenly flicked his 5 fingers. When the crane body energy flowed through the heavenly crane glove, the sharp crane body energy suddenly expanded. The stone man with the angry face clenched his fist, but his fist style was rather strange. His thumb was like a tongue, sandwiched between his index and middle finger. The red light in his eyes surged and he punched out. The red light around his fist surged and turned into a red fist mark. Like a cannonball, it whizzed toward Tang Tian's back. Great monument palm. Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze fell on the spot where the crying face statue had been smashed into pieces by the great monument palm print. A red bead entered his vision. Tang Tian felt a burst of violent energy exploding in his left palm. The true power that was brimming with destructive power drilled into the meridians of his left arm. Tang Tian's chest tightened, but he forcefully circulated the crane body energy and dispelled the true power that was drilling into the meridians of his left arm. Borrowing this force, he was like a rubber ball that had been ruthlessly hit by a wooden stick, and his forward speed suddenly increased. A stone man's red eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared. Almost at the same time, Ghost Claw's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A cold light overflowed, and his figure disappeared. Shiratori vortex. Tang Tian knew the expressions of these stone men. It was very strange, so he simply did not look. If he could wear it on his legs, then with the addition of the crane body energy, how strong would he be? The crying face statue's face was full of tears, with endless sorrow, despair, and gloom. Its red eyes were like a sea of blood from hell, as if there were countless of blood rays surging endlessly. His target was the crying face statue. Every time it collided, its body would tremble, and a shallow pit would appear on its extremely hard body. The great monument palm brought along a low whistling sound, and suddenly smashed towards the crying face statue. The distance between him and the crying face statue in front of him rapidly shortened. The palm print was like a tablet, square like a stroke, thick and solid like a rock or iron. On the body of the palm print, there were 2 huge vermilion inscriptions. The red fist print plunged into the white vortex. The powerful red sword ray entered the great monument palm print, and just as it was about to pierce through, the 2 vermilion words bolder on the monument palm print suddenly shone brightly, and the light blocked the red sword ray. The battle between both parties quickly became intense. Ghost Claw. Ding. A red sword ray as thick as an arm spewed out from the closed palms, and clashed with the great monument palm print. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 5 statues, the flower-plucking statue gave him the strongest sense of danger. With the ghost claw leading it away, Tang Tian's pressure was greatly reduced. Both palms made the same hand gesture at the same time, and suddenly closed together. His entire face appeared red. Dazzling sparks blossomed in the air. Bang! The crying face statue seemed to know how powerful it was, and retreated without hesitation. Such a strong claw force. The red sword ray entered 3 inches into the monument, and disappeared. But the great monument palm print still brought along a low whistling sound, and suddenly smashed towards the crying face statue. The sound of Bing and the other 2 statues fighting came from behind. The strength of the statues was much stronger than Tang Tian expected, and their moves were strange, and they had the advantage in numbers. Bang! He picked up the red pearl. The color of the pearl was the color of the statue's eyes. With a thought, Tang Tian ran to the place where the angry face statue was smashed to search, and indeed found a red pearl. His legs flew, and he swept forward. At the same time, he used the great monument palm with his left palm, and waved it behind him. But it was a pity, the heavenly crane gloves could only be worn on the hands, 10 6th level spirit nuclei, in exchange for Ghost Claw to fight. The 6th level Ghost Claw was equally strong. Ghost Claw appeared beside Tang Tian, his skinny figure, but made Tang Tian feel at ease. The two words boulder turned from vermilion to almost transparent, and looked like it was about to disappear. Ping! The red sword ray instantly crumbled into countless red rays. Tang Tian was in a strange state, and the entire battlefield seemed to be in his heart. Bing and the two statues fought, and was not at a disadvantage. Those simple and clean moves, even Tang Tian felt that they were not moves, but in Bing's hands, they had astonishing power. Compared to the green and red cross scythe previously, Bing's moves were even more simple and unadorned. Ka, the heavenly crane gloves in his hands changed shape, like a crane retracting its neck, ready to strike. The Tan Tui blade just now was unable to cause any damage to the statue, so Tang Tian simply used the great monument palm to win with his strength. The angry face statue roared in anger, and tried to block, but there were too many white birds, and it could not take care of them all. Pu, the crane body energy whirlpools of chi, continuously hit its body. The crying face statue's red eyes suddenly brightened, its thumb and index finger formed a circle, its middle and ring finger were like a sword, its little finger pointed outwards, and pointed towards Tang Tian. Suddenly, Tang Tian understood. He had tried to use the crane body energy into the Shiru whirlpool before, but the power compared to this was like heaven and earth. The key was the heavenly crane gloves. When the heavenly crane energy reached a certain level of strength, then this move would have a qualitative leap. Just by relying on the heavenly crane gloves to strengthen the heavenly crane energy so greatly, this treasure was extremely useful to him. His aura surged. Tang Tian did not wait for the statue to make a move, he bent his waist and pounced forward. The flower-pinching statue's eyes glowed red, smiling as usual, the slender fingers pinching the flower in the air. Bing did not teach Tang Tian any specific martial techniques, but threw Tang Tian into different environments, and let Tang Tian adapt and adjust himself. From all directions, they pounced towards the angry face statue. Tang Tian was extremely experienced in group attacks. Facing an attack from behind, he did not panic at all. He was very clear, to win in a pincer attack, he must think of a way to offset the opponent's advantage in numbers, and think of a way to form a one-on-one situation. Only then would he have the chance to win. This was Tang Tian's first time using the heavenly crane gloves to fight, and the feeling was very different. The slender fingers pinching the flower and the skinny iron hook clashed, and both of them did not move an inch. The angry face statue behind Tang Tian became even more furious. It roared, its red eyes were like rolling flames, and punched again, towards Tang Tian's back. SSSSS. The eyes of the statue were suffused with a demonic red, like red chalcedony. Those lively stone faces immediately had an indescribable gloominess. Tang Tian felt like he was being stared at by a snake. Slowly coming out from the aftertaste, Tang Tian was awoken by a few loud sounds. Bing cleanly smashed the two statues, and Ghost Claw's 5 fingers pierced through the chest of the flower-pinching statue. Tang Tian stood rooted to the ground, still reminiscing about the battle just now. His own strength had indeed improved a lot. He was not surprised that he had comprehended the killing technique of the great monument palm. What really surprised him was the power of the white crane vortex. Ghost Claw's eyes were burning with fighting intent, his 5 fingers brushed through the air, bringing about dazzling sparks, straight towards the flower-pinching statue. That is. The 5-eyed statue made Tang Tian's hair stand. Monolith. The situation was disadvantageous to them, but Tang Tian had his own way. Ding. Tang Tian immediately laughed involuntarily. He was really like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. With this white crane vortex, his fighting strength would increase greatly in the future. In the past, the Shiratori vortex was mostly used to disturb the enemy, and did not have any killing power. The fist seal and the white vortex continuously collided, and the fist seal was immediately swayed left and right by the high-speed spinning white vortex. The direction of the fist seal changed, and shot out to the side. Meanwhile, The spiraling air masses that resembled white elves happily pounced towards the crying-faced stone man. The remaining force of the great monument palm collided with the crying statue. Very quickly, he found the other 3 red pearls. The heavenly crane gloves strengthened the crane body beyond Tang Tian's imagination, and the power of the Shiratori vortex that strengthened the crane body was also beyond Tang Tian's imagination. The 2 words monolith and the red sword aura quickly dimmed. In the future, this technique will be called white crane vortex. But at this time, the white vortex suddenly roared, and the hidden crane body energy suddenly exploded. Every white vortex was a blade that was rotating at a high speed. Hiss! The crying statue's red eyes flashed a trace of panic, and the air around it suddenly became stagnant. It seemed to know that it was a dangerous moment. His palm missed, but Tang Tian was not annoyed. The great monument palm was able to pose a threat to the statue. This result made his eyes light up. Behind him, the angry-faced statue took the opportunity to sneak an attack. After a while, the outer layer of the blood scab peeled off, and a statue the size of an index finger impressively appeared in Tang Tian's hands. The statue's eyes were red. On its forehead, on its left and right palms, there was an additional eye that looked like blood. 5-eyed statue. It was a habit for a long time, training hard day and night. Tang Tian had never been lazy. His great monument palm had been trained to a very profound level, and was only one step away from comprehending the killing technique. Now that his life was threatened, his focus was unprecedentedly focused. The silver martial spirit was like a silver flame, silent and cold. The palm power penetrated through the body. Jiyu Shui saw that the situation was settled, and immediately flew over. When she saw the statue in Tang Tian's hands, her face changed, and she cried out. Chapter 156. He imitated the flower-plucking statue's flower-plucking hand gesture. The moment the gesture was completed, the true power in his body suddenly moved. Although it was very subtle, but he was sure that it was not an illusion. After that, he ran out without hesitation. The red-eyed stoneman's strength should not be limited to this. From the books, the red-eyed star's rise was very fast, and their battle records were not bad. But they angered the canine vengeance constellation at that time, and were destroyed. The red-eyed star then destroyed the star door to protect themselves, and after that, they never appeared again. The red-eyed star's glorious period was very short, only 10 years. I remember it was because the red-eyed stone men were very special. They could fuse and form a higher-level existence, which was the 5-eyed stone men. Ling Shu reminded him out of goodwill, but was mocked by Tang Tian, and immediately became angry. You little hooligan, you dare to talk about justice with me? Come on. Don't talk nonsense. Let's have a good fight, if I don't poke your butt into a beehive. Jiyu Shui bit his lips, his eyes filled with anger, and explained, Filin's star belongs to Onyx Soul, and Onyx Soul will appoint a star leader to manage a planet like Filin's star. Under the star leader, there are 3 to 5 deacons. Filin's star is relatively small, and only has 3 deacons. The star leader and deacons are experts in Onyx Soul, and their strength is superb. The 2 of them just returned to the Jiyu family, and Jiyu Shui saw Mu Lei's worried face, and the smile on his face disappeared, and he asked calmly, what happened? 5-eyed stone men? Tang Tian heard Jiyu Shui's exclamation, and was curious. Jiyu Shui carefully reminded Tang Tian, Tian, you must not tell anyone, you have the 5-eyed stone men. But, you're already so old, and you only know how to fight every day. Young man, can you be more promising? I don't have time to play with you. You must learn from this godlike young man. Do you know why you can't beat me? Don't find excuses, young man. Genius is 99% sweat. You. Tang Tian's face turned red. Jiyu Shui's face shows a rare hint of anger. Even if Xu Changtian is the executive of Filin's star, how can he interfere in the internal affairs of the Jiyu family? Is this it? Tang Tian turned the little person around. He widened his eyes and clicked his tongue in wonder. It looks really interesting. It actually has 5 eyes. Hey, there's a way. Tang Tian's spirit was suddenly lifted. After thinking for a while, he formed the flower-pinching gesture with his hands, calmed his mind, and remained motionless. Bullshit. Ling Shu's fur immediately exploded. He was enraged like thunder. They are nothing. I'll turn them into sieves with one shot. Tang Tian comforted Jiyu Shui. Shui, don't be too anxious. If they do anything bad, I'll beat them up. When a warm smile appeared on Tang Tian's face, Bing's body could not help but tremble. His eyes shone brightly. Jiyu Shui forced a smile. Tian, I need to get busy. Half an hour later, suddenly a warm feeling slowly rose from the Yongquan acupuncture point at the bottom of his feet. Tang Tian felt as though he was soaking in the sun. His whole body was warm and comfortable. On his face, a smile surfaced. Seeing Jiyu Shui's panicked expression, Tang Tian tilted his head and thought for a while. He walked into the inner courtyard and found Ling Shu, who was practicing his spear. Hey, Ling Shu, do you know about the Shu Shi group? Bing was paying attention to Tang Tian from the start. Activate blood meridians? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He passed it to Jiyu Shui. For you. It will definitely help your recessive blood meridians. Is it very powerful? I think it's very average. It's just that the moves are a little weird. Tang Tian's mouth twitched. He started to reveal his usual arrogant look. The enraged Ling Shu quietened down. Disgust surfaced in his eyes. Shu Changtian? Out of the 3 Shi, that fellow is the greediest. His actions are rude and unreasonable. The Shi group under him is the same as him. They are not good people. They have bad intentions. After the initial shock, Tang Tian regained his fearless and ignorant look. Jiyu Shui's eyes were as clear as water. Jiyu Shui laughed. I definitely don't have any blood meridians. I just swallowed the dwarf blood meridians and angel blood meridians, and there was no reaction at all. It's a waste to give it to me. With this, maybe Shui, you don't have to use such a dangerous method to activate your blood meridians. Tang Tian saw the worry in Jiyu Shui's eyes. He understood. Go. Ling Shu stopped. He frowned. You offended the Shi group? That group of people are a bunch of lunatics. They are very troublesome. Tang Tian immediately looked at him with disdain. So you are afraid of these people? Tang Tian looked at Ling Shu with disdain. I thought you had turned over a new leaf and found justice. So you are still the same. Mu Lei nodded his head. Good. So powerful. Tang Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. There were 3 of them in the top 50. That is to say, there were 3 experts like the Hua brothers under Shu Changtian. Logically, the Shi group will not interfere with the family's internal affairs. This is an unwritten rule of Filin's star. Every year, we've paid enough tribute. Jiyu Shui's face turned ugly. She forced herself to calm down. She raised her head and said to Mu Lei, Uncle Mu, go and ask around. See if you can find out why the Shi group is coming to the Jiyu family. Tang Tian grabbed Jiyu Shui and soared into the sky. Come on. Let us fight to our heart's content. Let us use our fists to decide who is right and who is wrong. Tang Tian was enraged. He pointed at Bing. At that moment, he had actually lost track of Tang Tian in his perception. One spear turned them into sieves. Tang Tian was stunned. But after thinking about Ling Shu's pointed sea spears, he felt that the description was rather fitting. Jiyu Shui bit her lips. She did not say anything. He did not wait for Jiyu Shui to speak. He looked at the sky and said, It's getting late. We have to go back. Let's go. What is a deacon? Tang Tian was curious. Tang Tian shouted, I obviously finished the battle before you. Upon entering the recruit barracks, Tang Tian threw the Shi group to the back of his mind. All his attention was focused on his martial techniques. He did not enter the Valley of Starvation immediately. Instead, he got into position and started to train. Tang Tian rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and turned to leave. His voice was heard. Ling Shu's face was flushed red. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Bing sneered, That's because you have the heavenly crane gloves. Watch your tone. You don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. Oh, you don't even respect your teacher. TSK. If this was in the past, any recruit in the recruit barracks would be able to deal with these 5 stone men. To let the instructor take action is a disgrace to any recruit. Oh, you even spent 10 6th level spirit nuclei to get Ghost Claw out. TSK, trading at a loss is the greatest humiliation of all. Also, sweat you asshole. Who was the one who trained the entire day, and who was the one who went out to play? Jiyu Shue's heart warmed. He shook his head firmly. It's too valuable. Also, I don't have the ability to keep it. Tian, you haven't activated your blood meridians. You need it. After teasing Ling Shu, Tang Tian felt extremely good. All his worries were thrown out of his mind. He did not realize that some of his actions had unknowingly been influenced by Bing. He remembered the 5 hand gestures very clearly. He imitated them one by one. Every hand gesture had a reaction from different parts of the true power. Although the reaction was weak, Tang Tian's intuition was very strong. He could still sense it. The last time Tang Tian beat him, it was when he did not have his gun. But this rascal used the phrase "don't ever find excuses," which caused him to suffer an internal injury. Uncle Mu said, 5 days later, Shu Changtian's Shu Shisha group will come to investigate the battle on the street. Tang Tian told them the news he just received. When Tang Tian started to imitate it, he frowned. He did not approve of Tang Tian trying things that he did not know of, because it could easily be dangerous. But he did not stop him immediately. He was prepared for Tang Tian to return empty-handed. Then he would emphasize the danger to this rascal. Jiyu Shui saw Tang Tian and Bing bickering. She could not help but snicker. To prevent the two of them from fighting, she decided to continue. Once he opened his mouth, he attracted the attention of the two. Very powerful. They were sent by the higher-ups. Shu Changtian's ranking in Filin Star is 13. He is much more powerful than the Hua brothers. Also, the Shusha group has the authority to form their own Shusha group. Although there are not many people in Shu Changtian's Shusha group, only 10 of them. But all of them are experts. There are 3 of them in the top 50. The rest are definitely in the top 100. You bastard. Ian, the 5-eyed golem is very rare. Although people do not like the red-eyed golem, the 5-eyed golem is very popular. It was auctioned for a sky-high price. This was because it had a very magical effect. Its 5 eyes could release different beams of light. These light beams can gradually activate the hidden blood meridians in your body. Tang Tian, who was often mocked and ridiculed by Bing to the point of stamping with rage, in front of Ling Shu, he seemed to be at ease. The 5 postures of the 5 red-eyed golems in the day were very special to him. With that, Tang Tian stuffed the 5-eyed golem into Jiyu Shue's hands. That's it. Bing could not stand it anymore. He snorted. Their martial spirits are already so weak. You spent so much time, and you still have the cheek to be proud. Tang Tian's eyes widened. How powerful are they? Mu Lei smiled bitterly. I just received news that the Shusha group will be coming to the Jiyu family to investigate the battle on the street in 5 days. They are requesting for our cooperation. Aren't you going to participate in the Starry Door trials? If you offend Shu Changtian, don't even think of passing. Ling Shu glanced at Tang Tian. Bing rolled his eyes. The disdain on his face deepened. Brats these days are really insensible. In our era, there would never be such a talented young man. Challenging his own instructor. Oh, right. He actually did not pass the recruit training. This is really an era that challenges the lower limit. En. Jiyu Shui nodded his head vigorously. About 1,000 years after the Scorpio dynasty, there was a planet that suddenly became famous. It was called the Red-Eyed Planet. The Red-Eyed Planet had a very special thing. It was called the Red-Eyed Golem. I should have thought of it earlier. The Red-Eyed Golem's strength was rather outstanding. They even formed an army of the Red-Eyed Golem to fight everywhere. They came with ill intentions. Tang Tian snorted. His expression darkened. They better know what's good for them. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 157. Ling Shu rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with the idiot. Gong Yishou's appearance was handsome and delicate, a faint smile always hanging on his face. He took small sips of wine, patiently cutting the ribs in front of him along the bones, one small piece at a time, then using a fork to send it into his mouth. His etiquette was impeccable, and his language was friendly. His intuition had increased by 5 times, and he could feel the huge changes it would bring to him. The world around him, had become completely different. It was extremely clear, and he could see everything clearly. Tang Tian's 6 senses had all been upgraded. 18 times of intuition. What a weird and interesting martial technique. Tang Tian's tone was filled with surprise. If there is a chance in the future, and I can find Red Eye Star, I must definitely pay my respects. Tang Tian was stunned. No reaction. He immediately changed to the ethereal style, and said, "Try this." Tang Tian was immersed in the 5 weird hand styles, and forgot himself. The 5 hand styles, all had their own wonders, and Tang Tian named them as the grasping flower style, weeping sword style, angry fist style, ethereal style, and imposing style. Tang Tian saw that Ling Shu had taken the bait, and laughed in his heart, but he pretended to be calm, and displayed the grasping flower style. Tang Tian found Ling Shu, and spoke with the tone of a boss. "Come, I will teach you a few interesting martial techniques." But Bing was experienced. He quickly adjusted his attitude, and did not think about the 5 golem styles, but considered the change in intuition, and the influence it brought. The big man was called Unan, ranked 39 on Filin's star. Yang Xia acted as though he did not see it, and said, "With Master's help, the mechanical weapons can be sold to every corner of Onyx Soul. 30% is more than enough for us to spend. Furthermore, 70% seems like a lot. How can Master's superior not give it to us?" Yang Xia's tone was calm. He had enough confidence to say that. Filin's star was ranked 20th. Even compared to the deacon, he was only 7 ranks behind. Other martial techniques would have to go through a period of unfamiliarity, familiarity, and improvement, but these 5 moves did not. Ever since the 5 meridians had been opened, the power of the 5 forms had exploded in an instant. After that, it had not increased at all. He thought of Ling Shu. Of the 5 golem styles, apart from the weeping sword style and the rage fist style, which were not suitable for Ling Shu, the other 3 styles were suitable for Ling Shu. No way, Ling Shu doesn't even dare to try. Are you afraid that you won't be able to learn and embarrass yourself? Oh, dear. You can't be that timid, right? Tang Tian looked very surprised. The others remained silent. He casually struck a solemn pose. Although it was just an imitation, his movements were very accurate. Tang Tian had never heard of 5 completely unknown and mysterious meridians. He asked Bing, but Bing also shook his head. Rank 20 and rank 50, although it looked like there was only a difference of 30 ranks, the 2 were on completely different levels. Even the Hua brothers together were not a match for Yang Xia. If the top 50 martial artists were the top of the food chain on Filin's star, then Yang Xia would be at the top. Are you sure that's a mechanical weapon from the Southern Cross Army? The man who spoke took a sip of red wine. The food in front of him was not touched at all. He carefully felt the rich changes of the red wine in his mouth. His expression changed from time to time. When Bing heard that, he stood rooted to the ground. Bing's dumbstruck look made Tang Tian feel an indescribable joy. But Tang Tian also knew that the empty spirit style had raised his intuition to its limit. It would not improve anymore in the future. I've seen your work before. It's really not bad. Yang Xia opened his eyes and nodded. I've discussed this business with Master before. Master is very supportive. You guys know that Master's relationship with Onyx Soul is very deep. Since he supports us, we will not be making a small fuss. But 70% of the profits will be given to Master. The rest will be split among us. Yang Xia took a sip of red wine. After a while, he said indifferently, "Do they have the right to not know what's good for them?" Tang Tian was filled with curiosity towards the red eye star that flashed like a shooting star. What kind of planet could give birth to such a mystical martial technique? Unan's expression returned to normal. He said, "I hope the Jiyu family knows what's good for them." Tang Tian did not disturb him and left the recruit barracks. On the 3rd day, Tang Tian opened his eyes. There are 4 people. Chief of the Shusha group, Yang Xia, Unan, Suo Guang and Gong Yishio. Mu Lei's face was ashen. Although there were only 4 people from the Shusha group, anyone who saw the name list would not have any thoughts of luck. Tang Tian was bursting with confidence in his own strength. The moment the solemn stance was formed, a change occurred. Bang! Ling Shu's eyes flared up. He stopped and turned around. His face was full of anger as he rushed over. Coward? You're talking about yourself. Come on. I want to see what kind of bullshit martial technique this is. Tang Tian decided to call them the 5 stoneman stances. Ling Shu laughed sinisterly. You have guts. Just wait for me to poke you into a beehive. I hate it when my own plans are interrupted. Bing's tone was unhappy. But he still said, seems like you need a new short-term training to deal with the upcoming battle. If Tang Tian were to revolve his true power, he would be able to guide the true power in his body into the corresponding meridians. Every single hand stance had a completely different effect. The grasping flower stance made the person feel warm and comfortable. It was also Tang Tian's favorite stance. The weeping sword stance made the person immersed in a faint sorrow. Even the true power seemed to carry a faint sorrow. The angry fist stance made the person feel as though his body was burning up. His fighting spirit was high and fearless. The empty spirit stance made the person's spirit become clear and pure. The feeling of the 5 senses was greatly improved. But the solemn stance made the person's heart like a boulder. No. Mu Lei shook his head. His gaze was blank. Tang Tian felt that he was unprecedentedly strong. Humph, those Shusha group better not cause trouble. If they do, I'll beat their butts like popcorn. Ling Shu imitated him. There was still no reaction. Ling Shu's eyes twitched. His entire body temperature rose. His rage value broke through 100 points. You're really making fun of me. You actually dare to make fun of me. When one's intuition reached 15 times that of an ordinary martial artist, it would be known as multiple levels. This was what Bing called it. Yang Xia. Yang Xia awoke from the wonderful taste of the fine wine in his mouth. He was not modest. He casually said, if you're wrong, you'll be in deep trouble. This person's strength was enough to wipe out the entire Jiyu family. This person was vicious and merciless. He was unreasonable. His hands were stained with blood. Suo Guang mumbled, Master's share is too much. Suo Guang, fill-in star rank 52. His square face was as though it was carved by a knife. His eyes were slightly closed. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. He was dressed in a clean white robe. Even though he was tasting wine, he sat upright. I need 2 hours. Bing said straightforwardly. After 2 hours, you can come again. The 5 stances flowed endlessly. Gong Ishio laughed bitterly. Boss, how little confidence do you have in me? This is too sad. Does the heavens want the Jiyu family to die? Gong Ishio puffed out his chest. His tone was filled with strong confidence. That's right. As long as you give me the real Southern Cross Army mechanical weapon, I will definitely be able to replicate it. In fact, my replica is already very close to the real thing. It was a very strange and interesting 5 stances. Tang Tian also found out the uses of the 5 stances. The weeping sword style and the angry fist style were undoubtedly the most suitable for battles, while the grasping flower style was extremely helpful for training true power, and the solemn style trained one's willpower. These 2 styles were extremely useful for daily training, and could be used for a long time. What shocked Tang Tian the most was the ethereal stance. The ethereal stance could strengthen one's intuition. In a short span of 3 days, Tang Tian's intuition had suddenly increased from 13 times to 18 times. Unan nodded his head, that's right. But Xiao, are you sure you can replicate it? A carriage with the Shusha group's insignia was flying in the air. He was just 1 step away from the highest point. Jiyu Shue's expression was slightly better. The trials and tribulations had made her determined. She suppressed the depression and despair in her heart. She tried her best to calm herself down. Did you find out their goal? The 5 meridians had the same characteristics. They were extremely remote and narrow. In the corner, Suo Guang's mouth was stuffed with meat. He mumbled, what mechanical techniques? Our Xiao is still very reliable. I heard that the Hua brothers died in their hands. A fierce-looking bearded man said, to be able to kill the Hua brothers, they must not be weak. The 5 hand stances were completely different from the current martial techniques. Every hand stance corresponded to a meridian. The 5 hand stances corresponded to 5 meridians. Just leave it to boss. A nonchalant voice came out from the corner. A skinny figure was holding onto a lamb leg with one hand. The other hand was pouring wine into his mouth. His cheeks were flushed red. His eyes were hazy. His entire body was stained with oil. I can't be wrong. Gong Isho chuckled. His tone was firm. It's called saber-toothed tiger. It's a bronze rank. It's one of the Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapons. After so many years, the Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapons are pitifully rare. This is such a good opportunity. If we let it go, we will be struck by lightning. Seems like you've gained quite a lot. Bing teased. But his tone was filled with curiosity. Such a weird martial technique was unimaginable. Ling Shu snorted. He did it perfectly. After a while, he stared at Tang Tian impatiently. You're making fun of me? The light in his eyes moved. There was a layer of faint light. After a while, the layer of faint light slowly disappeared. Hey, Ling Shu. That's true. Gong Ishio nodded his head in agreement. For someone like me who is ranked 79, it's better for me to stay at the side and live off a woman. The last one. Tang Tian interrupted Ling Shu's roar. He adopted a dignified stance. If it doesn't work, I'll admit defeat. Gong Ishio chuckled. He broke the silence. That's right. Who knows, I might even become the #1 mechanical engineer. Shut up. Yang Xia snorted. The temperature in the room dropped. Su Guang's body froze. Xia Yang glanced at him and said blandly, don't let me hear such words again. Our actions this time are very taboo. The Jiyu family's tribute has always been sufficient. The Shusha group has never interfered with the internal affairs of other families. If we incite the opposition from the other family's old monsters, we will need Master to help us. Yang Xia was the chief deacon of the Shusha group. Chapter 158. Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei rushed over with a face of shock. Don't touch him. Bing anxiously stopped Tang Tian. The old man was silent. After a long while, he nodded. Yes. Really? Jiyu Shui was completely relieved. He was extremely excited and spoke incoherently. That's great. That's great. Old man Yu is willing to make a move. Yang Xia and the rest will definitely have misgivings. Hey. Ling Shu, who had calmed himself down, turned to look at Tang Tian and waved the silver spear in his hand. Thank you for this move. He, Shu, you have to realize your own dreams, and not your teacher's dreams. The little boy stopped crying. He raised his head. The pair of teary eyes were filled with curiosity. Teacher, has anyone mastered the real pointed sea spear? Suddenly, Ling Shu had an epiphany. That was willpower. Ling Shu, do you want to give up? No, definitely not. Jiyu Shui's request for help finally let the Jiyu family see a glimmer of hope. Finished, he waved his hand at Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei, and disappeared. Threads of power, from the tightly bound spine, were transmitted to his fingers. The qi that was released was the power that was out of control. He was full of patience, and slowly kept the power back. His temper was explosive, but facing his own body, he was unusually patient. He was very clear. His body was as fragile as glass, even if he trained his 10 fingers to be like steel, but the other parts of his body were shockingly weak. The fingers that held the spear lightly rubbed. Pain and power, such contradictory feelings, at this moment, were clearly and ingeniously mixed together. With willpower, one could master the pointed sea spear. Willpower was to never give up no matter what. Relying on his astonishing willpower, Ling Shu began to gradually get used to the waves of pain coming from his spine. After getting used to the pain, he tried to control the situation. Ling Shu suddenly laughed out loud. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks, like dewdrops reflecting the sunlight. Buzz. No. Teacher, I will definitely master the pointed sea spear. I want to realize teacher's dream. Ha 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 ha. Arth. Hoo hoo hoo. Jiyu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to persuade Tang Tian to leave earlier, she heard Tang Tian muttering to himself, no, if I'm really surpassed by Ling Shu, I'll lose face. The little boy found it hard to understand. What was a genius bad guy? He nodded, not really understanding. Little Shu, I'll remember. Teacher, How did he master the pointed sea spear? Shu, you don't have to cultivate your spear arts anymore. As long as you're alive, I'll be very happy. The little boy nodded heavily. He had memorized it. Who is he? Is it very powerful? The little boy was filled with curiosity. An astonishing aura, with Ling Shu as the center, suddenly exploded. An indescribable cold energy suddenly snaked out from his heart, following an unfamiliar narrow meridian, cutting through brambles and thorns. Like an extremely thin ice needle, it instantly pierced through the entire meridian. When this thin meridian was pierced through, Ling Shu's body trembled. The cold energy went straight to his spine. Like a dazzling torch, it gradually dimmed in the darkness. In the summer, a thin and small figure slowly climbed up the towering cliff that was as straight as a knife. His fingers dug into the rock, sweat dripped down his chin, and his body slowly moved up. Suddenly, he could not continue, and fell from the hundreds of feet high cliff, crashing into the deep pool below. On the hundreds of feet high cliff, it was densely packed with finger-sized holes. It was uncountable. The old man's turbid eyes flashed a trace of pain and sorrow. He's a genius bad guy. He only wants power. He betrayed his own beliefs. Shu, you must remember, no matter when, you must be a good person. Pa, I'll lose to you. Tang Tian was furious. He jumped up and pointed at Ling Shu's back, shouting, "Come, Ling Shu, I'll let you see the 5 stone forms that I've just comprehended. I'll directly beat your face until it's bloody." He was very experienced in this area. His broken body was the opponent that he needed to fight against every day. It was everywhere, an enemy for life. Tang Tian woke up. He recovered from the shock. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. "How is it? Following me, your boss, you'll eat and drink well, it must be great. Come, obediently call me boss. Miss. The messenger was extremely excited. Old man, you agreed. He agreed. In the autumn, in the golden forest, a skinny figure continuously used his fingers to rub the heavy wooden spear, kai, shooting at the falling leaves. The little boy held the wooden spear that was much taller than him, and trained alone. Willpower. The teacher's smile was filled with bitterness. Although he's not a good person, but he's the most determined and cruel person I've ever seen. Mu Lei nodded his head. Let me handle this matter. But realizing teacher's dream is Shu's dream, Mu Lei waved his fist, his expression agitated. Amidst the intense cold bone-piercing pain in his spine, a strange energy suddenly burst forth. This energy flowed along his body, into his palms and fingers. The teacher's words were like rolling thunder, reverberating in his mind. In the spring, the little boy was topless, his deformed and skinny body, his perspiration evaporating. Every one of his fingers was wrapped with a tough leather rope. The other end of the rope passed through the branches and hung a log that was thicker than his body. Failure, and failure. The little boy's pale face revealed a painful expression, but he still persevered in his training. The irritable qi that enveloped the Jiyu family disappeared without a trace, as though it was just an illusion. The pointed sea spear that Ling Shu used was twice as big as usual. "Teacher, what is willpower?" the little boy asked with his eyes wide open. Bang! Jiyu Shue's face was filled with joy. "Let the people below get ready, use the highest etiquette, and welcome old man Yu. It's a good thing for him," Bing said solemnly, "as long as he can endure it." Ling Shu's face was still in pain, but he slowly opened his eyes. The orange-red color was calm. The dignified meridians were connected, the threads of energy continuously drilled into his spine from his heart, continuously producing that steel-like energy, and poured into his fingers. Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei could only look at each other and smile bitterly. Just at this time, suddenly, a person barged in with a face full of ecstasy. He was the messenger that Jiyu Shui had sent out. Like a wild beast's instinctive howl, it resonated throughout the entire Jiyu family. Everyone who heard it could not help but look at the courtyard where Ling Shu and Tang Tian were at in fear. "No matter what, I will not give up." The pain did not lessen at all, but instead became more intense, but the feeling of his fingers being filled with energy was so clear, so enchanting. Ling Shu gasped for breath. His orange-red eyes stared blankly at his fingers. This time, the pain, other than being pricked by needles, there was also a bone-piercing chill. Under the intense pain, Ling Shu's body bent like a prawn. A sea of pointed sea spears like the stars brought along a soul-shaking scream and breathtaking splendor, sprinkled out. In the world of ice and snow, a skinny figure bent his back on the thick layer of ice, used his fingers to continuously dig at the ice layer that was harder than steel. Plop! The exhausted little boy fell to the ground on his buttocks, and he burst into tears. Jiyu Shui and Mu Lei were stunned at the same time, and immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. The lonely skinny deformed figure kept on falling in the snow, occasionally groaning in pain. The boy's face was always sickly pale, like the snow on the ground. Until one day, he accidentally used his fingers to rub the wooden spear, and the wooden spear suddenly shot out. Willpower was the bridge between pain and power. The intense pain made him howl like a wild beast. His raised face was filled with pain, his face distorted. The ice breath pierced the deformed bones in his body, producing an intense pain, which was 100 times stronger than usual. His mind was blank. After an unknown period of time, an old man slowly walked out from the void, holding onto a little boy. Bing! What is he doing? Tang Tian was extremely anxious. Idiot! Ling Shu rolled his eyes, threw the back of his blue head to Tang Tian, and walked forward without looking back. Be careful, don't be left far behind by me, then I will think of you as a burden. He was stunned, and shouted excitedly, causing the snow on the trees to shake and fall. Willpower is to not give up no matter what. The teacher caressed the little boy's head, and encouraged him warmly. Shu must also be a man with willpower in the future. A power far beyond his imagination exploded from his fingers, and the spear suddenly disappeared. Ling Shu felt that his 10 fingers suddenly became as strong as steel. Tang Tian stared blankly at the soul-shocking pointed sea spear. It was slowly dissipating in the air. When Ling Shu's silver spear disappeared from his hands, he actually did not catch it. The deep black metallic luster on his 10 fingers was so eye-catching, the power that permeated it made him stunned. The pain in his body was like an endless wave, continuously attacking him. But he felt, the sky was so beautiful, the sun was so bright, the world was so beautiful. Teacher, I will definitely be able to master the real pointed sea spear. Ling Shu. Tang Tian turned pale with fright. He was shocked by the unforeseen event, and wanted to rush forward. Ling Shu waved his hand, did not reply, and left without looking back. I must have willpower. I must be able to master the pointed sea spear. Ling Shu's mind was blank. The intense pain was like thousands of needles stabbing into his body. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises. It was not the first time he encountered such pain, although he would soak in the medicinal liquid regularly, but after a period of time, his body could not bear the burden, and would always bring him a big movement. Shu, don't be sad, actually it's okay. Teacher also did not master the real pointed sea spear. Old man, you said, this precedent cannot be set. He has already contacted a few experts from the other families. The messenger was also extremely excited. He will be here soon. The experts from the other families will come one after another.